We're back, baby, and I'm looking up and I'm seeing blue skies in Malta, exactly what I want to see. We have lost a bit of time to rain and, well, crazy conditions as Storm Helios swept through the island, but we are back. And we're here on a Sunday. We're ready for 4 matches of T10 action, so settle in. ECN here on a Sunday. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta, and it starts right now.
Morning to the first game between Bajiba Blasters and the Royal Strikers. Royal Strikers to call. These are tails, these are heads. Tails is the call. It's tail.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. Yes, it has been a little bit crazy this week as Storm Helios did a fair bit of damage across the island of Malta, but we are ready. We are going to play some cricket today. It's Sunday. We don't care here on ECN. We are ready to hit the park. So we are starting the day with match number 53. This is a game between the Royal Strikers and the Bajiba Blasters. Now, I do have some toss news in match 53, and the news from the toss is that the Royal Strikers, they've won the toss and they're going to bowl first. So I think the Royal Strikers having a pretty good time at the moment, and yeah, they're right up towards the top of the table. They've had a couple of games washed out. Most teams have. Some teams have had 2 games washed out. Some have had up to 4 games washed out at this stage, but still all these games are important, and I think that their captain Priyam Pushparajan has been a real revelation for the Royal Strikers. Also watch out for the bowling of Jace Matthew first. I think they want to unleash him here on day 14. Let's talk about the Bajiba Blasters though. I know that the Neggies always really important for them. They find themselves 1 and 5 with 2 washouts down the bottom end of the ladder, and they want to stay out of trouble. So I think they're a pretty good cricket team, and I think that they'll be tested today by the Royal Strikers, but if they can weather this early storm, no pun intended, then I think potentially they could get a defendable score on the board, but they will have to take their chances, you think, if they have any chance against a Royal Strikers team that were red hot before the rain interruptions this week. So let's talk about the conditions today. Like I said, blue skies, not too much of a breeze at the moment as well. There is a 30-minute delayed start to play today. We'll make up that time later, so it's not really a huge deal, just an opportunity for the field to dry out a little bit more, because we know it took on a lot of water this week. Expecting a maximum temperature of about 14 degrees. Currently it's 10, so really pleasant. I think the only issue, the surface underfoot maybe a little bit soft, but I mean everything's been done to get that as ready for play as possible. Well, here's a man, he'll be raring to go after taking a bit of time off. It's Corey Ruckers, and Corey, I can tell you the news from the toss in this match, and I can tell you that it's the Royal Strikers. They've won the toss and they're going to have a bowl first. Let's get ready for match 53. Let's get ready for some cricket. So over to you, Corey.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, and welcome back, everyone. We're in Malta, and it's not raining. It's a miracle, and well done to everyone involved in getting this ground ready, because all I can say is we took a huge amount of water in the last few days. As we have a look at the 2 lineups, Bajiba Blasters versus the Royal Strikers, and interesting to see at the top there, the 1-5-2 and the 6-2-2. Not too sure what that means. Maybe we had a couple of ties. But Narendra Negi at the top there. Looking forward to seeing a little bit more of him. Manuel Augustine, probably the nicest name that will ever roll off the tongue, but also Anil Aloysius. Wowee. Looking forward to this. After a couple of days off with extreme weather, it really poured here, and I'm sure we'll touch on it a little bit today, but well done to the ground crew, everyone at Malta Cricket, because we are back, and it's a miracle we are back. It really did come down sideways, and it's so good to bring you another 6 live games, as long as the weather's also good in Gibraltar. I think we've touched on a few times that obviously playing cricket in February in Europe is an amazing achievement, but the weather gods sometimes are raining down on us. As I welcome back Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to be here. Hello, everyone. And yeah, it's just so nice to be back, isn't it?
Hi, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, I have got a bit of field news. So it's that patch just around mid-on. You can see that. That's the patch on this ground that it does flood. We call it the quicksand area. So that's probably the only area that's slightly of concern. I know the boundary's been brought in a little bit at long off because there's quite a wet patch just behind that. So that's a little bit shorter. Look, main thing is we're getting on the park. And yeah, Storm Helios was crazy. We had flash floods outside our hotel. We went to grab lunch the other day.
Poor option.
And we were wading through knee-high water.
Yeah.
It was crazy how it gets. And when we were here in 2021, we had probably similar levels of flooding, if you like. Well done to the ground crew, to everyone who basically has worked hard to make sure that the surface is as protected as possible. Of course, we had the covers going on Wednesday. Remember that? That's the last
fun.
play we ever saw. And that was a bit of a mission itself. But look, nice and calm today. No wind at the moment. What have we got? About 12 degrees at the moment. So, yeah, 30-minute delay to this game. But that's just because we got the half an hour to play with, and so there'll be no reduction in overs. And right now, blue skies. Hello to the robot as well. Robot update coming as well, Corey.
Yeah, save it.
Hello to Kai and to Sada, to Harry, to VW in there, to Danush, and everybody else. To Santosh as well. Neville, Jay Corduroy in the chat as well. Say hello to us. It is Sunday. Sunday Cricket's back. Jice Matthew, he's a guy that was having a brilliant series before the interruption. And just those numbers up the top, they were wins, losses, and no results. So, yeah, 1, 5, and 2. The Blasters need to get moving. Here's the first ball of Sunday cricket, and it's a wide. And, the old traditional start. But, the players, they must be more excited than anyone to get back out there in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. We watched it pour down for 3 days, all for this wide. And this is a bit of swing movement. He swings it a long way.
He really does, doesn't he? And so, it's the first run of the day. Gets this one more online. Or hustle through for a single. Yeah, so maybe let us know what you did with your time off. I mean, we did a bit of everything, didn't we? We tried to get out of the hotel at times. We went and watched some of the test match. We had to catch it while it lasted.
Wow, another replay, Vinny. What a nice push to the offside.
This is also Elsa's directing debut. Elsa, welcome.
Welcome, Elsa.
Elsa was meant to get 3 days of training. Those 3 days were rained out. So Elvira, unfortunately, has left us at the moment, and so has Karina. So we didn't get to say a special goodbye to them, but special goodbye, and we'll see them again soon. Launches straight and gets plenty of it. It's going, and it is gone. Maximo! And Kohad, remember, he had only had a high score of 18 on the network before. He was batting in the bottom 5. They threw him to the top of the order. He scored 63. And, well, if this is a sign of what's to come, he's looking like he wants to continue making runs.
Yeah, pretty nice shot to start his day. Over-pitched, and he got a lot of hang time on that.
And you don't see Jice Matthew getting taken down like that often. He's been one of the bowlers of the tournament. Here's the comeback ball. And it's a good comeback ball. Whistles past the outside edge of Kohad.
Yeah, what a ball to come back. Well bowled, young Matthews.
So welcome, Elsa. And
yeah, welcome.
I'm excited that she's here with us. And also welcome to Martins, who has joined our crew, so replacing Elvira and Karina. And wishing them the best and seeing them again soon, hopefully. Probably in cards, but Kohad, got to get him early. Goes after this. This is more off the end of the bat this time, and he's gone straight down the throat of Priyan Pushparajan, the captain, who's also having a very, very good tournament. Doesn't matter what he's doing. The captain seems to get in on the action. So Matthew goes the journey, but then gets his man the first wicket of Sunday cricket. It's 8 for 1.
Yeah, it's taken a couple of days for this wicket. This one just on the bottom end of the bat. He hit his first ball for 6. He played a miss, and that's right off the toe end, swinging away. He'll be disappointed to get out after. When you hit your first ball for 6, sometimes you feel you're on.
That's the game, isn't it? It's kind of Sydney or the bush. If it's in the middle, it gets over the top. But you could see it hit right down the bottom of the bat, didn't it, of Kohad. So, yeah, 6 and out for him. And the Blasters, I suppose, their issue has sometimes been having enough batters. But I look at their batting lineup and I have a look at, Kalyan listed at 7. I mean, he's a recognised batter. You got the Neggies in there. Look, it's always going to be a little bit tough. You think about Siddiqui as well. He's listed at 10, and he was a late addition to the team. He actually looked like he could bat a fair bit as well. So let's see how we go. But Royal Strikers are one of the most improved teams, I think, over the last 12 months with the recruiting they've done. They've filled some gaps. They're a team that needed some batting as well, Royal Strikers, but they've got Pushparajan in. And, Narendra Negi coming to the crease. I know it's one of your favourites. Still getting ready?
Yeah, I got a question. So if you get to the crease like that, to me, he's not ready to face up. So this should all be going on to the time. That's what I'd be saying as captain.
I agree with you, but here's where it gets awkward. Sometimes then you'll have the fielder helping him with their helmet and all these things, and then so it's a bit callous to then stand by, watch a guy struggle with his helmet, and then appeal for timed out.
Hey.
But it sounds like your style of coaching.
Listen, it's a cutthroat world. Any inch works.
Can you imagine that? Fiddling with the guy's helmet, just continually sabotaging.
Well, if you can't get your helmet on yourself, then there was obviously a mistake. But no, he's a good player. He's the key to their lineup, Vinny.
And he gets his opportunity before the end of the first over. And he edges and it goes around the slip. This is going to be four. I mean, we saw this with this outfield. It can be a little bit soft underneath, but balls that roll along the outfield tend to go pretty quickly to the boundary, and that was no exception.
Yeah, it's a good ball as well, isn't it? Full, a little bit of shape away, just a little bit, and he hangs his bat to dry, but it skews away quickly. That actually, for the amount of water we had, that raced away.
Yeah, and we saw it before when we had a bit of rain at the start of the tournament, that, okay, the top layer actually isn't too bad. It's just underneath. So when balls come from the sky, they tend to just plug. We haven't really seen a plugger just yet. But I want to say hello to Bajendri Yadav as well. Hello to Helix, to James Stewart. Nice to have you with us. Hopefully everyone has a wonderful Sunday. Wide, well left by Nuggy.
I wonder what all the viewers got up to for 3 days. Pretty unprecedented that we got 3 days cancelled in a row.
A lot of weather around Southern Europe, so even Gibraltar. I know that's been a bit of an issue. So, look, yeah, let us know what you've been up to. Pretty interesting time to be in Malta as well. Nagy pushes this away. Look at one and retains the strike. The score at the end of the first over, 14 for 1. Yeah, the Feast of St. Paul was a public holiday, bank holiday here on Friday. A lot of celebrations carried over to last night. So we went into Valletta last night. I know you didn't join us for that one, but there were fireworks going off. There was confetti getting thrown from balconies. Yeah, there's a lot going on. So yeah, let's have a look at what the supercomputer's thinking. Now, this is a bit of a surprise with the Blasters. 5-run favourites, according to the supercomputer. They've only won one game from their 6 completed. Strikers 6 out of 8. What's going on with the supercomputer?
Is the supercomputer like a 1995 load-up computer? Because I feel like sometimes it just guesses.
I just think, well, sometimes the supercomputer surprises us. Maybe it's got water damage from the amount of storms we had.
We did have a lot of rain. I've got some good news as well. Successfully played rain card.
Yes.
Don't often play a rain card so well.
You actually have an image of a rain card, don't you? Like an R of hearts or whatever.
The room card was played pretty well.
Jason Jerome to bowl over number 2.
Oh.
Good one. Just enough movement, so not the big hoop.
Well,
maybe.
Not just that's a great ball, Vin.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, though. It doesn't hoop from the hand. It goes late.
That's a lovely, lovely delivery. This one, did it deck away or did it go more in the air?
I think it decked away more than anything. It looks pretty straight there, and it just leaves him.
You don't need that on a Sunday morning.
Sometimes they're the balls you're just happy to survive. Don't know if the curators only mowed one half of the pitch, so it's difficult for right-handers. This one comes in, and you can see Nagy a little bit careful. Yeah, so let us know what you got up to. Sada saying Nagy time has come. Well, he's there. Bajendra's asking where the storm's going on for the last 3 days. Well, we had a lot of rain from Wednesday afternoon through Thursday and even Friday night. The rain kind of stopped by yesterday morning, but the issue was that the field had taken so much water, it just wasn't possible to play yesterday. Oh, just taps this away, and it's caught by Aloysius at the second attempt. We almost dropped the undroppable. He might have popped his finger back into his hand, but he has caught it. No pain, no gain. 2 wickets down, and, well, right now, Aloysius in some discomfort.
Well, here we go. The keeper's come running in hot. We might see an early medic here. He's actually popped it up on the rebound of the catch, and I think it's hit him right on the tip of maybe the index finger.
And look how far this ball comes off the tip of his finger as well.
Oh! He might have a dislocate. Yeah, you can see with his right hand straight away, he knows something's not right.
If you've ever done that, you'll know how painful it is. Sometimes in basketball, you see it when a ball lands right at the end of the finger. He's an important player, Aloysius, with the ball on the bat. I think he's going to have to go off, and you can see straight away that
there's definitely big concern from everyone else. But he's putting quite a bit of force. A dislocation, maybe trying to go back in, or...
Yeah, what happens with those? Yeah, they end up just swelling up the knuckle so much when you get those.
Well, hold on, Vin. If there's anything that can bring him back, only one thing in the world that can bring him back is magic spray.
Can you go back to the medic there for a second? Was he wearing Crocs?
Also Crocs.
Let's have a look.
Well, hold on. The batsman's got sunnies on as well. It's all happening all of a sudden.
Amar Sharma's come out. He's ready for action, like a Sunday stroll. Amar Sharma, national team player, off spinner as well, but he's listed behind the stumps today. Yeah, let's have a look at the magic spray situation. He's pretty unconcerned about it. But
Did you ever see Brian Lara bat in Sunnies?
I don't think so. The first person I remember seeing in Sunnies was Sankaguru Singer, and he would even wear them under lights.
Yeah, that's cool. No, there was a test series in England, in the Windies. Steve Harmson bowling. They get the first wicket, and Lara walked out with Sunnies under his helmet.
Wow. Wait for this. Sharma in at 3. Pushes and runs. Yeah, if he was playing in England, I would have been really surprised if he was batting in Sunnies.
Is it arrogance or suave?
I think it's not that accepted. But, I mean, if you wear them when you're fielding and even some people wear them in the bowling, I don't see why not. There's some really bright days.
Does it alter the colour of the ball? Is it unfair?
No, I don't think so. It's actually good for your eyes to protect them, isn't it? Yeah, in some sports, it's not that unusual. In cricket, we've got our own kind of norms, which some people challenge. Jerome's bowled a really good over. And now, well, this is sliced away, and it's going to be another one. So can you believe what you're seeing? And it's the 12th man that's come on, Tansir Tahir, who came on after Aloysius popped his finger back into his arm. But now that's going to be a 3rd wicket in the power play, and the Blasters' top order is faltering. It's 15 for 3.
Well, 12th man comes on early, and he takes a catch. It was there to hit, actually, but pretty loose-looking stroke, and he made good ground tracking backwards. Big celebration. Not often the 12th man gets on and gets involved straight away, but he does here. And right now, after a couple of days delayed, the Blasters, well, they're on the ropes.
Like I say, they do have a bit of batting, though. They've been attacking. I know they need to be. This is Pavan Kalyan, who's coming in at 5. Yeah, so we still haven't seen Devendra Negi. Still got Dinesh Siddiqui, played a nice one the other day. You got Gautam, who was the first man to go, but you've got Gary Shankar still. So, look, not the greatest start. They've still got time to work their way out of it. Kalyan pushes. They won't get a run here. So what a good over from Jason Jerome. 2 for 1 off the second over, and the score is 15 for 3.
Yeah, 15 for 3 as we'll catch up on how the table's looking, and we'll go through that quickly, and then we'll go into what's really important, some big news that I need to ask Vinny about. It's been brewing up for a few days as well, so looking forward to hearing what you've got to offer me.
I will, and kind of know what you're talking about. First, let's have a look at this. You know what? It's been a great week for no results, if you want to look in the 3rd column.
Yeah, no
So
results.
you're asking before what those numbers mean. It means wins, losses, and no results. Obviously, get 1 point for no result because of some of the rain that we've had. But, yeah, so everyone getting 1 point from those matches during the week. They won't be rescheduled. I don't think there's any time to reschedule them. So gives everyone an idea of where they're at. Jace Matthew is going to bowl over number 3. As he normally does. This is a nice little glance, and that's fairly raced away for 4 runs. What a shot by Sharma.
Well, I'm not too sure how the outfield's gotten quicker, considering the amount of water we had, but that has flown away. He walked across off stump. Gorgeous little flick.
Yeah, he's clever here because he doesn't try and hit it too hard. And also, I mean, he's a fair way outside the line, so even if he does miss that, there's no real cost.
That has flown away off the outfield, though.
You've got to give credit to the ground staff here. And Jerome, no good deed goes unpunished. He ends up basically bowling a double wicket over and then having to chase that one to the boundary. And no run the next ball.
Yeah, so Vinny, I know it's on everyone's lips. Tell me, what is the latest with Robot Update? Because on our final day before the rain hit, you were telling me double purchases, cancellations, there was controversy. Where are we at?
Yeah, so last time I spoke to everyone, obviously we raised enough money for 2 robot mascot costumes.
Well done, everybody.
Which is over a week ago now.
Yep.
Sharma, a bit more attacking this time. And, well, gets through the slot machine, Lawrence, who then forgets how to walk. Bit of the baby giraffe in that from Roshan, but they will get a couple. Yeah, so then I ordered them. 5 days later, so last we saw on Wednesday, they had cancelled my order because they did not respect my credit card and they sent me the money back.
Very worrying.
So I'm happy to report some good news over the last few days. So pretty much all of our resources that were going to cricket has now gone into robot securing. Oh, a bit lucky to get away with this one. So the good news is they've accepted my payment.
Well done.
The order is being processed, and so I don't know exactly where it is. I don't have any shipping updates.
So we've got 4 robots coming.
No, we've got 2 robots coming. They cancelled the first order. The robots are in production / on the way to Khartoum.
So did they say why the first order was cancelled?
I'll tell you in a minute. First, Matthew is hunting for a 4th wicket. And that was an interesting one because...
Inside edge, I think, Vin.
Yeah, but I mean...
Only thing. If
close to his foot. Maybe see a replay of this.
If he doesn't get an inside edge on this, I think it's plumb.
No, I thought it might have landed on his foot.
Yeah,
He must have got the bottom of the bat there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, to answer your question, there's all these extra verification steps you have to do the first time you make a purchase. And I guess maybe I missed 1 or 2 of them. Anyway, hyper secure payment. Oh no. Well, this is going to be for... And Kushi Kapaka, who's normally a keeper. This one just goes straight through the peg. So the pressure valve released. It's the end of the power play, 25 for 3.
Tell you what, there's some sore fingers out there, and there'll be some sore heads for the captain if the fielders keep missing this. This was hit straight to him, and it's the old nutmeg.
Didn't get all the way to the ground, did he, there? And he tries to make up for it by chasing it, but...
Have you... Sorry
ideal.
to interrupt. Do you see those games where sometimes in India and Pakistan where there's a bit of dew and the outfield gets lightning quick? This is racing right now.
It's kind of consistent with what we've seen so far in this tournament, though.
This seems quicker. I've seen 2 little block pushes that have rolled all the way to the rope. So maybe the scores, if people get in, will be a little bit higher.
Yeah, potentially. We haven't really seen any high balls landing in the outfield. I think that they won't run as well as the balls on the ground. Good news, Aloysius is back with 10 fingers that I suppose are operational. First balls are wide, just grabbing some of the line. But yeah, nice to see him back out there. Well, while he was off the field, though, Tunsia Tahir took a catch. So no loss in the field. But Anil's been a really good addition to this Royal Strikers lineup. Good to see him back out there. Pretty well bowled. Like getting full. Kalyan can't quite deal with it.
I'm glad you've worked out the robot fiasco, because that means definitely in Khartoum at some stage.
The next step is the robot actually arriving. So, I mean...
Still a big worry.
Yeah. We don't know the quality of the robots, but I am happy that they've accepted the order. And they even threw in an apology in the email to me.
Did they?
It wasn't in the best English I've ever heard, but it was basically sorry for cancelling the order. Yeah, so...
I think they would have been in shock that it's been reordered. It's probably the first robots bought from the company in 40 years.
This guy's getting scammed twice. They did, to be fair, they did give me the money back straight away. Hello to Prakash as well, who's watching from Bulgaria. Nice to see you with us, Prakash. Hopefully you're well. And yeah, a few people pretty excited, I think, that the robot's on the way. Edged and dropped. It was a bit of a tough one. It was kind of going down off the bat of Sharma. And Sudasanan, who's normally a pretty good keeper, he got there, but he couldn't quite hold on.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed he didn't hold on to this in the end. Yes, it's an underneath edge and it flies low to the right, but you want to hold that.
Now wide. So he's certainly trying to go that off-stump kind of line, isn't he? Yeah, so... Yeah, Lee Tuck mentioning Blaster's definitely missing Gaurav Maithani. Actually heard that Gaurav might be playing over the weekend, but of course that was washed out. And player we have seen play for the Maltese national team recently, Sharma, who also plays for the national team. He gets this down to long on for 1. And Louis Bruce is in the chat. Hello, Louis. How are you? And yeah, I did hear the weather's a bit better in Gibraltar. So... Joe Wegasadi is covering the commentary there. Rico has arrived on the island. That's the news. I heard it. It's still in the weekend, but as we see a single here. So yeah, so Rico on the island, and I mean, he's been an elusive character at the moment. He's all around the world, all around the Europe. Anyway,
Mr. Man of Mystery, isn't he?
But yeah,
Rico, a little bit of Austin Powers.
Rico will be with me tomorrow. And Pista just asking when will Rico come? Yeah. He'll be back on commentary tomorrow. Nice looking shot. But, fielder should handle it. He does. You can see it's still a little bit slippery out there. Does well to keep that to 1, actually. Samuel Thomas out there. It's the end of the 4th over. 31 for 3.
Yeah, good fielding out there. Try and keep that to 1. And Blasters, after losing those early wickets, and slowly trying to get themselves back into this game.
So what else? We went and watched the cricket the other morning. Was it day 2? It's the start of day 2 or the end of day 2. We went into St Julian's and we took over a whole pub.
Yeah, that was a good mix. We had a little bit of social time, a bit of rest, organised a lot of things for the ECIs coming up. It was very helpful, actually.
And after all of our talk, when we last were on the air about it being impossible for left-handers to bat, you and I went to that place and had breakfast and watched two left-hand two left-hand lower order batters just carve up the Australian attack.
Typical Australian media crying before a ball's bowled. Absolute garbage.
Yeah. Well, your career going pretty well in the media.
No, honestly, I used to think the English media was heavy on the footballers and the English cricket team. Australia's gotten worse. I honestly think they're a bunch of sooks now. Yeah. I'll be honest.
There's a lot of just filling columns.
People just they whinge and whinge, and there hasn't even been a ball bowled. Just get on with it.
Sharma.
Well, run out chance if he hits here. Yeah, he's gone. Easy dismissal. It's a bit of a yes, no, maybe. You can see the batsmen are remonstrating with each other now. Unfortunately, it's going to be the 4th wicket. Good piece of fielding, Vinny. And it's an early Sunday morning and a run out always hurts.
Yeah, communication is key, isn't it? And they kind of rebuilt to an extent. Let's see exactly where it goes wrong here. So he hits it and then, never looked at each other. Maybe we can show that one. They never look. See, he takes his eyes off Sharma. In fact, he never looks at him. So Kalyan's really his own worst enemy there.
A bit of both, because he hits it and Sharma's also looking at the ball and just running as well when it's not his call. So I actually think both are
that's a good point. I mean, just look at your partner. You see the hesitation is what did that. And so it will be the run out of Kalyan. To be fair, couldn't really get going. Faced 5 balls for 2. That he is the 4th wicket fall. 32 for 4. And here's Dinesh Siddiqui, who we saw come into the lineup.
Like him.
Pretty new he's new to Malta. He's only been here a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks now. And he's registered for the Blasters, and here he comes. Yeah, so it's a question firstly from Pista, asking if Rico comes, is it goodbye, Corey? Not quite.
Said Corey or Vinny, actually, Vinny.
I think he was asking me. So I actually, during the week, I've got a few things to do at ECN head office.
Didn't you just have 3 days off?
But I was in Malta.
Wow.
Flooded in.
Okay.
So I'll be on with Rico tomorrow. Rico and Corey will take you through the middle of the week. I'll be back on Friday.
Does that mean I do Maximo while you're gone?
If you want.
No, not ready. Another few years and I'll be ready.
You actually can press Rico with your ballet. So yeah, all 3 of us are here this week, essentially. Of course, we've got the ECIs. We can talk about that in a minute as well, maybe. Savio Thomas on full toss, just patted back by Siddiqui. He's extra careful for his first ball. So, yeah. Louis saying thoughts about Alan Border's comment about Steve Smith's thumbs up to Jadeja.
So once again, he's been doing this for years, but because we lost, they go. He's in.
Yeah, Border's probably hated it for years.
When he bats, he's a bit autistic. He's in his own bubble. He's admitted that, but. Get on with it. Who cares?
Hooked away by Siddiqui. It's a bit of a top edge, but it is flying. And, well, again, it's gone all the way. So, Maximo time. And Dinesh gets off the mark. And maybe a bit of a top edge, but had enough to carry the rope.
Yeah, big top edge. This one kept flying and flying and flying. You could see the players were hoping that Matthews would be able to get himself under it, but it just kept travelling the distance. And in the end, 6 runs.
What I will say is this. Your blanket burning the media. I don't think Alan Border, I don't count him as the media. I think he's got a bit more weight, doesn't he?
But he's a pundit, but they're just trying to find every article's negative. Everyone in Australia is always negative.
You're allowed to have an opinion, though. Media's just expressing their opinion. The problem is
shot.
People follow it blindly. Yeah, that's a proper shot, isn't it? And it's going to beat the sweeper. So Siddiqui can bat. I mean, he's a guy we saw listed at 10, but once we saw him peel off 4 boundaries in a row the other day, we thought, there's a bit about this guy. And he probably calls himself a bowler who bats a bit. But, I mean, as you can see, it's just a proper cricket shot, that one.
That's a gorgeous-looking shot. The shot of the morning for me. The old traditional cover drive. Good batting. And this resurgence continues.
Yeah, so they'll take the 4, and that makes it 43 for 4 after 5. And just a reminder that a fair bit going on in the world of European cricket. And you know what? We are almost at some international cricket time. Wait for Jerome, who just go for one here. He only went for one in his whole first over. So, believe it or not, the days are ticking past, even though we haven't had a lot of cricket. But we are now just over 2 weeks away from the ECL. And not just that, we are 6 days, I'm going to say, away from the ECI Internationals for men. 8 days away from the ECIs for women. So, yeah, lots happening in the ECN universe. Jerome, so surprised he didn't get the second over straight away. He's been right on today.
Yeah,
So,
I spoke to the guys over the weekend and very, very excited to play in the inaugural ECIs, Austria, Malta and Spain. Super exciting. I mean,
super exciting.
How often do you get to get the T10 boys together? It was only once a year. Now it's more opportunities for more players, and wear the national colours is always a great achievement.
It certainly is. Jerome, again, outside that off-stump channel. Yeah, what do you think about, so some good news. We were talking about an 8 a.m. start. I believe it's now an 8:15 a.m. start on Saturday. How do you feel about that?
There's a couple of tricky parts about that, maybe the dew and the breakfast times, but it is what it is. They're here to play, aren't they? So we'll just make it work.
Corey will say, you know what? I've taken you guys so far. It's time for you to start coaching yourselves. I'll see you for game 3. Well bowled. Jeez, Jerome's had an absolute barnstormer here. He's been biding his time, but he almost put everything where he's wanted it so far this morning.
Yeah, good delivery. That last one was a peach. But no, looking forward to it. I'm sure the Austrian team and the Malta team also are very excited. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of cricket, 9 games, 2 days. I think each team plays 6 internationals. Yep. What a great opportunity.
Yeah, some new faces in your team as well at the international level. Goes inside out this time, Siddiqui, and we'll be happy that he makes the stop there, the fielder. And Salocious, he's probably got a bit of finger trauma still, but he does make the stop. That'll be 2.
Yep, 2 more runs to the total. No, yeah, right. We've got some new faces. We've got some older faces. We've got some faces that only just started last year. We've gone with a pretty big mix for this tournament. Chris Monos Mills will come as captain again, which is exciting. We're welcoming some players back. Yeah, what a good opportunity.
Yeah, very good opportunity. They might want to check this boundary, but I'm not quite sure that we've got it on the shot. So I think they'll have to go with what the eyeball was there.
Yeah, we are playing on 2 runs saved.
Slower ball. He waits and he hits it pretty well. That'll be 4. That's a smart bit of batting, really, because first he had to pick it, but it's difficult to kind of manufacture the pace to get that over the infield. But he placed it perfectly. That brings up the 50 as well for the Blasters. 50 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, and a misfield, unfortunately. It was hit extremely hard, and it's a catching opportunity if he had to set his feet. So in the end, it goes for a boundary, and these little mistakes right now are opening a door for the Blasters.
Yeah, so Sharma rocking the speed dealers out there. Nice looking shot from Siddiqui. They're both batters on 16. Just Matthew, a bit expensive by his standards, but Jerome was the star, wasn't he? 2 for 8. Now, it's a pretty good guy to come on as 5th bowler as well, Priyan Pushparajan. We mentioned played cricket all around the world. He's played in the UK, he's played in Liberia, amongst other places. Liberia and West Africa.
Unbelievable.
Harshal asking, are there extra games today? Well, no, because of the sunlight, we can't really squeeze extra games in. Sharma goes away and
well, we've still got six games when you include Gibraltar. So if you want to keep watching afterwards,
definitely. And yeah, Louis saying that they should get back on in Gibraltar tonight. Siddiqui, it's become quite important, I think, to this middle order. Hello to Selvakumar Murugasamy as well. Nice to have you in the chat. Hopefully everyone's enjoying their Sunday. Let's see where he bowls to. He's been good on the drive, hasn't he? Maybe Priya might dig it in, or does he go for the stumps? He does dig it in. And yeah, he probably hasn't been as comfortable on the back foot than this so far compared to some of the drives we've seen. We did see him hook a 6, but it was a bit edgy. Yeah, but the Blasters on for 80s here. I mean, that's probably a minimum they'd want. It's a Royal Strikers batting lineup that's been in pretty good form. This one sneaks past the outside edge, another dot ball.
Yeah, really good bowling from Pushparajan. I'm looking forward to watching him bat again as well. He's had a very good tournament since he's been involved. Royal Strikers still ahead in this one, controlling that rate. But these two batsmen are set. One of them needs to go big.
Yeah, true. Maybe sneaks across outside off here a little bit. Goes on the dab anyway, takes his medicine, will get one. So yeah, anything you want to ask us, I know it's been a while, let us know in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. We always love the fact that we can chat to you. Anyway, both batters kind of racing each other here. 17 apiece now. Sharma gets the strike back. He will do the keeping today. That takes his bowling away from the Blasters. He basically charges a little bit. Gets a drive down to Jason Jerome. He's had a great morning so far.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here, the Strikers. They've bowled pretty consistently. There's still, the outfield's not perfect or pristine conditions, but good enough for play, and they're getting on with it.
Bajendra asking how many games will we play today? Well, it's 4 here in Malta, 2 in Gibraltar. So it's as scheduled, basically. Matches 53 to 56. And then Gibraltar tonight. So, yeah, 7 overs down. The score is 53 for 4. And the ECL's coming up. And here are the groups. We're only 15 days away from a start. And, yeah, Hornchurch, got even more information about them. They've got Shoaib Malik's brother, Adil Malik, who actually captained in the Abu Dhabi T10. So he'll have some experience, I'm sure, to pass on.
Who's that, sorry?
Adil Malik. It's Shoaib Malik from Pakistan, his brother.
Really?
Yeah, we play. 15 days to go until we start. And
is he as a wild card or?
I think he has some association with the club before.
Well, because we've had rain, that's come quickly. 15 days, Vinny.
Super quickly. 15 days
you know what that means? It's empanada night.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, oof. Aloysius to bowl his second.
Hello, calories. Smoked down the ground.
I'm going to have an empanada strategy because I have been pretty healthy for the most part.
No, you haven't. But
except for the rain days.
What if we made it just 2 nights a week? Only 2. It can't be a 3 or 4. That's not okay.
2, but it's unlimited.
2 in a carvery, and I can meet you there.
Yeah, okay. There we go. We've just shaken hands on that. Yeah, done. 2 in a carvery.
Yeah, 2 in a carvery.
Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday.
Per week, and that's an amazing ECL.
Yeah, it's funny that we are looking forward to the food almost as much as the cricket.
And the catering. Hey, the catering.
Oh, the catering. Yep.
Victoria Cervases. I love our 2 big events here. I don't know why, but in my head, I enjoy the ECL more than the ECC.
They really do have catering staff that'll go the extra mile as well.
Yeah, top of the hill.
They're very accommodating.
Do you have a favourite? I don't know why, but I just love Champions League. I like the concept of it. ECC is phenomenal as well, not downgrading that, but I love the ECL. I
think I like I like them for different reasons. I think the thing with the ECL is that any club cricketer in Europe, and they might not be the best cricketer, they have a path to go all the way to that tournament.
Yep.
If they're part of that team. Top edge, Danish might be in trouble here. Locious has to try and keep his fingers on this time, and he's going to have to go. So you can see that Siddiqui just wasn't as comfortable, was he? Off the back foot, and he skies that one, but still handy contribution from Danish, but he goes for 17. It's 54 for 5.
Yeah, this is the type of pitch you don't want to run down the wicket because it's so bouncy. See how he comes down? Makes it very difficult indeed to play a cross-bat shot, and it costs him his wicket, so he has to go. And unfortunately, another wicket for the Blasters. But yeah, I think I like the ECL because I just feel like there's more teams that can win it. I like the idea that out of 31 teams, I reckon you could put 12 on paper that have a genuine chance.
It's going to be unpredictable. We're going to see some smokies as well. I mean, there might be some favourites for the championship week, but, you know, you just look at how things can change really quickly. I mean, Carlton from Scotland last year won every game, lost the final.
Yeah, they ran into who was the big man that whacked it in the final? Poor old Brescia.
Yeah, Ali Raza Islam, Baba Hussain as well.
A good team.
Yeah, finishing third, the Italians. Aloysius into Shiv Singh. Little edge away, and this will run away. Jobby can't catch up with it, and that's going to be 4. So change as good as a holiday. Shiv just goes to deflect, and he gets it fine enough to beat Manuel Augustine. 4 runs.
This is one sort of pitch, though. If you do have a short third man, he has to be fine. Everyone's got him quite wide. That there is going to that sort of floating slip short third.
And you make him earn it. Make him get more bat on it to beat you. I think that's a bit of an unearned boundary, that one. Well, another one that's going to pop up on the offside. This time it's going to be caught. Well, as easy as you like. It's the old one-hand scoop catch. And I think that Kushi Kapaka, he let one go through his legs before earlier. This is a lot better. And
oh, they've missed the hug there, unfortunately. It's a funny old catch. It's nice and casual. It is Sunday after all. And it's an awkward-looking shot. Pluck.
It's just trying to,
watch the hug.
Angle it away. Yeah, it wasn't an easy hug. And it's just a drive by a 5 to start and then a missed hug. So Shiv does get 4. Guess you call that a good T10 innings in your book, don't you? Although he probably wanted to last more than 2 balls. He's the 6th wicket to fall. It's 58 for 6.
Yeah, it just hasn't worked very well for the Blasters this morning. Helix in the chat saying he enjoys the ECL a little bit more.
He says sadly he's with Corey. Don't be sad about it.
I'd be sad. He has to agree with me. Me and Helix are natural enemies on this universe.
And we get to see some new kits. I love every year the ECL kits when they come out.
Have some of those been released?
I just saw the Hornchurch one. Obviously based on the club's colours normally. There's some pretty intricate designs on there. Another ball. This time just beats Kapaka out for 1. Hassan Ashad, the new batter. This will be the end of the over, so he'll retain the strikes. 59 for 6 after 8. You really need to get 10s off this or better. Then you're setting something in the 80s. Otherwise, looking a little bit light on. Blasters batting first here on day 14.
Yeah, you're right, Vinny. Can they go 10, 10, 10? But no, not for 15 days. A lot can happen in 15 days.
Yeah, we got big week. I think, who was that? Marnus asking, will I be attending the first ECN admin conference in Geneva? Well, it's actually Zurich where our new offices are. It's the first time I've been able to see the new offices.
You're having a conference without me. Yes.
You'll be busy. You're too important to spare. Bowled him. Top of the stumps. You can see Ashar just went back, tried to cut the ball. Actually hits the top of middle of the leg in the end. So Pushparajan right on the money. And the Blasters running out of resources at the moment. In the 9th, it's 59 for 7.
Oh, it's the length I always talk about. Top of the stumps length make it awkward. But he made it even more awkward by trying to hit it on the offside. It hits you're right, top of leg. And he tried to cut it. So yeah, you see cramped for room, not the right shot.
Bit of a nothing shot. But I mean, he probably had that in his mind. He just wants to knock away a 1. So he probably had that mindset. But unfortunately, Arshad has to go. And this will bring number 9 to the crease. I'm a bit surprised, actually. Haven't seen Devendra Negi with the bat yet. This is Mera, who's coming out at 9. Yeah. Tell me who you're looking forward to watching at the ECL, Corey.
I think, obviously, the English team's always exciting at the start, but the Guernsey team, Drew, again, we have an affiliation with a little bit now. Roma CC, all the left-arm offies. Punjab Lions, Nicosia, they were very surprising. They're
Big
good.
Guri.
The Irish team, the Portugal, there are so many good. And the format, well,
yeah, it's going to be fast-paced.
Because it's 3 days for a group and you only get 1 round-robin game each instead of 2, you're going to see a big team knocked out early. I guarantee
So you only have 4 matches and straight into finals. That's the difference. You don't have 8 matches to settle. You've got 4 matches straight into finals on the 3rd day of play. So, yeah, it's going to be great. Under lights as well. Priyan was on the stumps and Mera gets a fair bit of it, and then this is thrown straight up at the sky.
Well, it's the moon underarm.
There's some hang time on this. Mera's off the mark. Have you got that replay?
Well,
talk me through the trajectory of this throw.
Well, I think what he was envisioning that the bowler was a giant, and he's thrown it straight up to the moon.
Bit of Jack and the Beanstalk about that. Anyway, another similar direction. This time, Sharma finds the fielder, just the 1. Yeah, so the shoe phone celebration Selva Kumar's just talking about in the chat. Yeah, of course. There's going to be more of those moments this year.
Do you think that we should allow any type of celebration and you can't be reprimanded as long as it's not actually in the face of the batsman?
100%.
I reckon I would love to see some more rogue celebrations.
This is just sneaking past the off stump.
I don't want to see like chainsaws and windmills. I want to see crazy stuff. How do you feel
about more coordinated team celebrations? Like NFL style.
Bring in the NFL and football celebrations any day of the week.
You've got a full 90 seconds to basically choreograph something.
Yep.
Last ball of the over. It's been a good one from the captain. And this is another ball which is hanging in the air. Just gets away from the infielder. And so what an over. Only 3 off that one in the end. All happening in the 9th and all happening for the striker. 62 for 7.
You ever played FIFA?
Back in the 90s.
See, when you're playing a FIFA game, you just hold L1 and press triangle and it would give you like a random celebration and they get crazier and crazier. And that's what we need in the T10s, especially at the Champions League.
I think the players will need no encouragement. They're going to love it. And yeah, so stay with us for the ECL. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you make a really good point. never mind who will win the whole thing, even who will make it out of the group. I mean, they're going to be super interesting. They have finals every 3 days of play.
It's going to be chaos. It's going to be utter chaos.
Hope the weather stays good. Obviously, getting all the rain out the way now in Southern Europe. So yeah, hopefully we don't have any interruptions. And playing under lights as well. A lot of players will be playing under lights for the first time ever. I'm sure about that.
I know some teams really struggled under lights at the ECC.
Thomas comes in to bowl the 10th. The first one picks out the field.
The other thing as well, what I like is sometimes when you had the group stages of double round robin, it gave teams an out, whereas you don't really get that out anymore. And by Thursday, instead of the week sort of dragging on, we've seen a lot, it's 6 new teams. Six new teams. I love that.
Sunset Beach is going to be a revolving door. Sharma sneaks out in front of the stumps, wants that onside, he'll get it, turns down the run. He's obviously feeling he's the man that needs to get a boundary or two to drag this into the 70s.
Yeah, it's up to him, isn't it? There's only a few balls left in this innings, and he needs to get one out the middle.
Just think about Hornchurch, because obviously they're the one we keep talking about, because he certainly would be expecting a lot from them, and they'll be in Group A. I wonder if it hurts them a little bit. They haven't seen any of the format
surely
before they come out. Surely they'd look at last year a bit. Full toss.
Who did we have from England last year? Tunbridge.
No run. Yeah, Tunbridge.
Surely, I think if you know you're coming, you'd be going into the YouTube almanacs and you would have watched a few.
You would think so, but Tunbridge Wells had their shocker of a game as well, where I think they got I won't say too big for their boots, but they probably got a bit complacent, and then Drew blew them away in 19 balls, the highest power play we've ever seen on ECN. Thomas with 3 to go. This goes straight, but he hasn't quite got it. Sharma is going to get off the strike. He's going to say, look, I'm going to have to take this run now. Over to you, Harsh.
Well, there's always, I think, a little bit of extra pressure on the English team in particular because they're the biggest cricketing background of the country. All these players play on turf. They play on good facilities. They train weekly. They have good conditions, good ball. So a little bit of pressure, but I think they're going to be very good.
So we're going to miss.
And you can hear that. Did you just hear the effects might go? So what I like about that, the energy's out there.
Yeah.
The energy's still there.
That's it.
These are the things that you don't think about when you're just watching a game of cricket, but when the team's chatting a lot and you're batting, it's a bit of pressure.
Oh, definitely. Okay, last ball coming up, 64 plus this. Full toss, they'll have to run hard. Surely not getting 2 here, they run it back in. So 65, the Blasters. I think those early wickets just hamstrung their innings, didn't they? They never really batted their way out of a hole. And they've managed 65, but that's all they'll get. 66, the strikers would fancy themselves to chase these down. That's, I think you got to say, it's a pretty complete performance from the strikers. Their pace bowlers doing the job. I think Jerome was excellent early. They just kept picking up the wickets. Sharma battled hard, didn't he? Ended up with 21 off 20. And Mera was there to finish it off. But yeah, Siddiqui 17, the other player to reach double figures, but no one else was able to get more than 6. So pretty rough start to the day. Also just 4 wides in the innings as well. So, well, finally the cricket was back. And yeah, super happy to get on the park. And so early wickets, always the key when you win the toss and bowl.
Well,
Matthew was good, wasn't he, early as well. And yeah, Pushparajan took a simple catch there. Jason Jerome. He bowled so well. 2 wickets in his first over, really set up this innings.
Yeah, really good bowling from him. And well, this was an interesting one, so we thought he might have hurt himself a little bit here, Neil Locious, but he continued on the field and bowled very well indeed. And overall, the Royal Strikers, it's the old adage, if you take wickets early, it's very difficult to come back from. And 3 wickets in the power play basically shifted the game completely in their control.
And look, they did kind of have the right approach, I feel. It just didn't really work out for them. That was a nice little touch shot from Sharma.
Yeah, it was a good touch shot. The outfield was very quick indeed. Well, they tried their best to get themselves back into this game. Unfortunately, it was never going to be easy. This was a bit of a goober of fielding from backward point, straight through the legs, the traditional nutmeg. And the Royal Strikers, you have to admit, after not playing for a few days, they looked quite alert in the field with this run out.
Yeah, they sure did. They just picked it up quickly and sent it through back to the bowler. And that's an easy one for the umpire. That's what happens when you don't communicate. Aloysius, good to see him come back, though, after his injured finger, and he was more than useful with the ball.
Yeah, he was more than useful with the ball, Vinny. Another wicket fell, and Well, they took complete control. They kept the middle overs pretty tight as well, and everything the Blasters tried to do, they just couldn't get away with it. And unfortunately, not many runs on the board, 65 for 7 as we look at the scorecards.
Yeah, and so looking at this, it was Sharma, 21, not out, top scored, 17 for Siddiqui. No one else reaches double figures. Pretty disciplined with the bowling as well. I think they bowled good areas, only 4 runs in wides. 65 doesn't look like enough, but we have seen scores like this defended in Malta before. You'd have to play almost perfect cricket, though, and disrupt that striker's top order. Plenty of wickets. Jerome with 2 for 8, the best of the bowlers.
Yeah, 2 for 8, very good. 2 for 12 also for Aloysius. A wicket apiece for Matthew and Pushparajan. 65 for 7. It was a very good bowling display, and you imagine they will go in as hot favourites to chase these runs down. So that takes us to the halfway stage of this one. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
I will give the batting order. And 88 will be number 3. Opening batting coming?
നീ പതറിപ്പാടാ നീ നിന്ന നിൽക്കുന്ന കിട്ടിയ എനിക്കൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ വേണ്ട കാണിച്ച് നീ ഇവിടെ കാണാം അതെ നിന്റെ കൈ ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ
Good too. Are you alright, my brother? Listen, I'm saying this in front of the comments. I give you permission to bowl.
You're not playing today? No. That's all right. No homework. No homework today? We didn't even see the bowling. Just fish.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. Great to see the sunshine out, and it is Sunday cricket on ECN. After we lost 3 full days to rain, we are back with a vengeance. And Strikers, they were in good form before the rain interruptions. They've continued it on this morning, restricting the Bajiba Blasters to 65 off their 10 overs. So 66 will be the target. And so looks like the Blasters are going to start with Dinesh Siddiqui to open the bowling. His guy seemed having a bit more of a central role with this team since he joined them midway through the tournament. Royal Strikers, though, I mean, that one thing that they have needed is runs. And that's something they've improved a lot, their batting so far. They would think this is just a routine chase. This looks like Siddhasanan, who's going to face the first ball. He's out there with Chamkur Singh. Let's roll. 66 to win for the Strikers. Probably a bit high, but good start from Siddiqui, right on target. Siddhasanan certainly has had some good moments. Both these guys have hyper attacking. They've got lots of batting to come. And that first one getting a bit of bounce. We have seen a bit more bounce in this pitch than we saw when it was fairly freshly laid back in the November series late last year. Right in the money. 2 dot balls to get us started. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo joining me once again in the commentary box. Corey Ruckus. Corey, welcome back. And
Thank you, Vinny.
yeah, these Strikers don't fancy the chances in this chase, I think.
Oh, you'd imagine so. 6.8 required and over. 10 wickets in hand. As a batting side, you'd want to win this 99 times out of 100, but it's a funny game. It'd be one of the lowest defences, wouldn't it?
We saw Southern Crusaders defend 64 once against the Sea Warriors. That was here in Malta. All-time lowest score defended is 60.
60. I was just about to ask that, Vince. That's cut away into the offside. Nice looking stroke, and they've settled for 1. Yeah, I was going to ask if there's ever been a defence in the 50s.
No,
I'm surprised,
that's the next
actually.
frontier. So the funny thing about the 60 defence, it was Prague Tigers, and it was their first ever day on ECN cricket. And they pretty much had 2 guys that could bat, and that was it. And when they got rolled for 60, we were already talking, it was second game of the day, we were already talking early lunch. We were saying, knock this over in, no time at all.
Yeah.
We just a team that hadn't won a game yet ever. And they proceeded to keep the other team to 34.
Yeah, wow,
So
incredible.
it was crazy. Barbarians in the air, it'll be safe. And bit of a chase coming.
Good fielding.
Yeah, Kalyan's had some issues with the boundary in this series so far, but that'll be 2 runs. So, yeah, the question in the chat from Helix, did we play cards like all cricketers do in rain delays?
He's
Vinny and
close.
Corey?
I played a legitimate rain card. So didn't play cards, but a legitimate rain card.
Should we try and get your rain card up on the screen so we can...
It's pretty good, isn't it? I'll send it to you now, Vinny.
Explain, maybe, is it an Australian expression, playing the rain card, or is that worldwide?
That must be worldwide.
It basically means you stay out a bit later than you normally would, or a lot later. Knowing the cricket will be cancelled.
Assuming, putting your full trust that the next day is a washout.
Can backfire.
It's backfired many times. I remember one year in Holland, we had a lot of rain forecast on Saturdays, and man, the boys decided to play a few rain cards, and let's just say it was the most sunny day ever at the cricket.
Can happen. Well, we played some virtual cards when we were having a coffee doing our laundry a couple of days ago. We played some virtual card games on my phone to pass the time. Chamkur Singh likes to go aerial. Oh, and steady. Almost hits a return catch back to the bowler. They won't get a run there, but yeah, half a chance for Dinesh.
No, I think it was for mostly during the rain. We had a few movie nights. You played a few little games with your crew, but it was a good opportunity to catch up on some work. I'm glad the cricket's back finally, though. 3 days is a bit much. 1 day was a pleasant treat. 3 days is a little bit too long to be waiting for the cricket.
The 7-day-week schedule don't really factor in game days off. It's been a pretty good first over. Just kept them in the game. A few more overs like this required, though. Doesn't break through with a wicket, however. And the Strikers, after 1 over, they are 5 without loss. Well, here's the thing. When matches are abandoned, it makes it pretty hard to get a golden ball. So we've just chugged along. 27 matches since golden ball now.
Hold on. No way.
So that's,
we had a golden ball last day we were at work.
Yeah, but so a match abandoned still constitutes a match in the series, right?
No,
so
I don't like it. Not fair to me.
Well, that's match abandoned is still a result, right? Still counts as a match. So
No, but It's not. Don't give me the eye.
That's the way it's done. It won't change. Narendra Nagy to bowl over number 2. This is called wide. Just went a bit too much.
Would have thought you'd have 3 days to update all the graphics, Vinny, on your 3 days off.
Dealing with you. It's a full-time job.
We are next to each other. We're roomies in this trip. It's a little bit much, isn't it?
Might be requesting a change.
What
Well,
about-
well, Rico's coming in. Maybe Rico wants to swap
I'm
rooms.
sure he's busy.
Knocked away for 1.
It's funny because
No run away.
being right next to your room, I
Yeah.
hear everything, and that might have been.
Nagy has been one of the most important players for the Blasters. It'd be disappointed he couldn't score a few more with the bat. Well, he just pretty much tapped this straight up in the air. It's going to take some catching, and it is taken. That's well done by Devendra Nagy, who holds on to it. So they need early wickets, and they get one here. And the Nagys combined for the first wicket strikers are 6 for 1.
Well, what's better than 1 Nagy? 2 Nagys. So bowl from Nagy, caught from Nagy, and it's an awkward looking shot. It's sort of like a check drive. He didn't trust himself to go through with it. Yeah, maybe try to whip it and play a little bit elegantly, but he has to go. And right now, the Blasters doing enough to stay in it.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Chamkar Singh, he's going to have to go. He does like to get aerial, but yeah, just got the contact point wrong. Yeah, so just going back to in the chat, let me just explain why the abandoned matches still count, because everything in the system, in the supercomputer of all supercomputers that are all tied together, it has a result. So if the result is match abandoned, by definition, that's not a golden ball. But it does mean we get up the figures pretty quickly.
Oh, look, and there in the background, the tarp, you can see. Just
Now, that's the black monster in the back, and didn't
That
that
was
take out?
funny.
That took out some victims the other day.
That was absolutely hilarious the other day. Glad that we were able to get the covers on eventually. 7 for 1 here.
Yeah, well, they need to penetrate this top order. No doubt about it.
Well, this is the man, isn't it? This is the key wicket. He's been sensational anytime he's come to the crease. The captain, Pushparajan, a little bit of a global cricketer. Nice guy. He'll be looking to see these runs off. If Blasters have any chance, they need to get him out for less than 10.
Yeah, you'd say so. But Nagy is swinging it at the moment. Yeah, is the big man at the crease, and he just drives pretty well. Sends back his partner. So yeah, you'd say mate, probably your best chance to get him is with the new ball when it is swinging around a little bit.
Yeah, you got to hope that you can entice a false shot. Maybe he reaches at one and gets an edge through to the keeper, or leaves a bit of a gate through bat and pad, and you can blow the stumps away. But so far from what we've seen this tournament, he's one of the best batsmen in the country.
This is away past the infield, but it will be 1.
Yep, just a single. They think about an overthrow, but not on. Random question from Vinny's wife early. I'll let you answer it as well. Asking me who my favourite WWE superstar is.
Okay.
Mine was Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Okay.
I loved him. He was amazing.
Tell you who mine was back in the day. Oh, well bowled. Oh, my word.
No way.
That's a terrible decision, I have to say. Let's have a look at it.
Oh, well, let's slow this down. But that looked like that was cannoning into the stumps. It's a leg-cutting, slower ball coming down. That's out.
Maybe.
No, that's out. Well,
Okay, we don't see the exact line of it there.
lucky.
It was such a good slow ball. Well, maybe it was a bit harsh there. Maybe it was a bit more leg side than I thought, but still couldn't see it missing. And that's one thing, if you can't pick
Whoa.
it, maybe the umpire doesn't pick it either. That's the end of the over. It's 8 for 1.
Because he was trapped on the crease, I don't think that ball had much further to travel. But let's have a look at the table. This is why it's a big game for the strikers who are in control. A win here, they stay in that sort of top echelon and they catch the Crusaders on points. For the Blasters, they're behind. They've got 2 games in hand though, so it's an important morning for them. If they can try and sneak away with a victory, it would help them, no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Anyway, 8 for 1 after 2.
8 for 1 after 2. Last over of the power play. Big over in the context of this game. They'll be looking to get a couple of boundaries while the field's tight, that's for sure.
Here's Siddiqui coming back. And Pushparaja just blasted through the cover region. That'll be 4. Not the worst ball, but you can see he's a class player. That was a class shot.
Yeah, it's on the up, isn't it? It's not the worst ball you'll ever see, but when you've got a player in this much form and batting this well, this is what he does. That's on the up. That's a great shot.
There's no half volley. He probably doesn't move that off the straight, Danish. That's the only thing so far. He's bowled well, but yeah, he's been pretty straight up and down. For a player like Pushparaja, knew exactly what to do with that one. This one does find the fielder. Yeah, that's got to hurt you though. You don't get the call when you really need early wickets. Okay, Siddharthan hasn't really hurt you so far, admittedly, but it did seem like that rolling leg cutting slower ball probably straightened down the line. Got to get the captain. Got him quick. Not quite run a ball pace so far, Royal Strikers. We know they can accelerate and take this game away very quickly with this man at the crease. Goes up in the air, inside out, some concern, and he's caught. Well, great fielding from Shiv Singh out the boundary. They asked, they delivered, and well, they don't get Siddharthan, but they do get the captain. Priyan has to go for just 5. Big moment in this contest. Siddiqui with a big wicket is 12 for 2.
I said, Vinny, less than 10. That's the key. That's the recipe to success. And he swats it away on the offside to deep cover of all places. One man just sitting out there. He picked him out. It's a good catch in these conditions.
He'll be annoyed with himself because he got a bit lazy at the contact point and just went inside out towards the field. And you see they should have held his shot a little bit longer.
Honestly, when you got one man at deep cover, I remember you're just trying to put bat in. If you pick him out, it's a pretty rough ending. But oh well, this
is Corey's rain card that he always puts in our work group chat when he says that's his strategy. So you can use that if you like. If you're anywhere around the world, copy that rain card. Send it to your captain.
So what you
coach.
do, you see any bit of rain, and if you officially play a rain card, you're allowed to actually get as intoxicated as you like.
You don't have to say that.
Well, yeah, because it's going to rain the next day. And if it doesn't rain, you're in a lot of trouble.
We promote responsible drinking here
I can safely say it was one of the great rain cards ever played, because that first night was a doozy.
When we saw the flooding, we saw definitely didn't set an alarm the next day.
Do you want the other card now?
To be continued. Siddiqui gets the big wicket. Now, Sharma behind the stumps can't handle this one.
Have you ever played a rain card and it's backfired on you?
Oh, yeah. Several times. Yeah, that's the worst thing. And then you have perfect sunshine the next day.
Yeah, I've played with a few players that saw the forecast and thought, yeah, definitely we will be having a rain card. And in the end, it backfired and you're at the cricket. And I think cricket has to be the worst sport in the world with a hangover. It is the #1 by a mile. 9 hours? 9 hours?
True. This is Raju, the new batter.
I think the funniest is in that the sort of social lower level, you play a rain card, it doesn't work out for you, and then you end up umpiring a bit, you're just standing in the searing heat.
Yeah, probably you're right. It's the downtime in cricket that kills you sometimes. Yeah, in those longer form games.
In cricket, there is a lot of downtime in the longer formats. Even in a 50-over game, if you get out for 15 or less, you're sitting there for most of the time, and then you get the tea break, and you go as crazy as you can on green cordial.
Well, I want to wait for this last ball from Siddiqui, but I had a bit of a theory, because as you know, I played cricket and baseball at like a first grade level. Oh, this one could be gone as well. He's not in control of this, just outside the fielder's grasp. They're going to come back for 2. Played cricket and baseball at a reasonably high level. What I noticed is cricket teams seemed a bit more socially tight-knit than baseball teams. And I had a theory about it, because I thought in cricket, you often are spending long periods of time together. For example, when your team's batting, if there's a partnership, you're spending a long time together. Baseball, because you're chopping and changing probably every 10, 15 minutes. You're up, you're down. When you're batting, everyone's batting quickly, it's getting ready to bat. You don't tend to have those in-depth conversations as much. So I just noticed that, having been in both dressing rooms. Not that it can't happen, but yeah, it just seems that in cricket that you really get to know people a lot better in your team.
Yep, very
More of a
true.
lifestyle.
You spend a lot of time together, a lot of time. I remember those grueling days, like 92 over Saturdays, and you'd be in the field chasing a little red ball. I always stood at cover. My friend was down point. You just think, what are we doing?
I mean, I can have long conversations now with the guy who fielded at first slip for a lot of my career, and I hadn't spoken to him for a couple of years, and I can get on the phone with him.
Yeah.
And it's just like, haven't missed a beat.
Whereas in T10,
he's my real estate guy, so it's
not enough time in T10.
Yeah,
T10 you don't make enough friends.
So yeah, so T10 it might be a bit different, just because there is always a lot more happening. Narendra Negi with the ball now. Oh, this one is probably a bit more leg stumpish, but that's that slower ball again. Raju just gets a bit careful. We said that when we were watching the test.
Yeah, that one is going down. So is that a shot? Is that a shot to you?
Yeah, I think he intends to play that and then just isn't good enough to get anywhere near it. You know.
Not for me.
That's a shot. So, yeah, we were saying this in India. Wow.
Raju's trying to hit that as hard as he can.
Hey, what? If at first you don't succeed, that was one of the great all-time. That's the first swing. The second swing was even bigger. Look at this. And he says, that's what I meant. I actually think the second swing was bigger than the first one. Next ball is called a wide. Yeah, so, yeah, we were talking about playing in India, and don't play around your pad. That old school of bat and pad together just gets you in trouble these days, doesn't it? Because any flick on that front pad, see you later. There's that slower ball again when he doesn't locate it.
Did you have any good dressing room games that you would play on rain days and things like that? Was there anything that was a core of your team?
We played a game. The one that springs to mind, don't know if I can say the actual name of it, but let's just say I'm going to describe it as ball.
Yeah.
All right? The first half of that wasn't ball, it was another word. Good slower ball from Negi. Doing well to put the brakes on here. So we'd use a hard ball, sometimes a tennis ball, but everyone had to lie perfectly still and horizontal, and you would lob it in the air and you weren't allowed to move. And the idea was to hit your teammates in an uncomfortable place.
What a game.
You could not flinch.
No wonder men don't live as long.
No flinchies. That's the one that I thought of. I think 2 here. I like the way they turn fast, but they decide against it.
I remember being a younger cricketer, and it was more fun in the change. These days, everyone just goes on their phone. They're just in there. But back in the day when I was playing down in Perth, like
you weren't allowed to have phones.
You wouldn't have it. So you'd have you'd be playing cards a lot. You'd be just chatting away. It was a little bit more in depth.
Yeah, that's true. Here's a bat on this slow ball from Negi. He's used it well, but
just quietly. It's a boil over building up here. It's only 20 or 4.
They got the wickets that they wanted early in the power play, and now after 4, the score's 20 for 2. So they're going at 5 and over, and now suddenly that required rate. Where are we at? Just under the 8 and over. So I'd still say the Blasters an uphill battle to get back. Looking at some of the batting to come. I mean, Lawrence is one guy I think we might see next. Siddhasanan has been slow, but he can break out at any time. So still have to be playing some pretty good cricket to get out of this, the Blasters.
Oh, there's Maxi Hook enjoying himself.
Maxi working hard.
Not a boy.
Playing the old tug-of-war with himself there.
What are your thoughts on the shorts? Brave?
There's a bit of sunshine today. Yeah.
I think
Maxi does like to show his knees a bit more than average.
I was looking at the forecast. Besides maybe a bit of drizzle tomorrow, it's steadily getting better and better, like 15, 16, 17s and sunny. So I think for the ECIs, in particular, we're going to have perfect conditions, Vinny, which is a great result.
Great result. Only 6 days away from that.
Yeah, 16-16 on the ECI weekends.
Well, that's actually a good stop from Sharma. He's not a regular keeper. First ball from Devendra Negi, heads down the leg side. Interesting that the keeper's up here to the slow mediums of Devendra Negi.
I like it.
Yeah.
If you're good enough, why not?
That's the thing though, Sharma, by his own admission, is not a wicket keeper. Anyway, did well to make that stop. This next one angles in towards middle stump. Glanced away for 1. So yeah, you just need to keep the pressure on as long as you can through this period of the game, Blasters.
So with this 66, where would that sort of rank in the lower? I think you had a 63 defended, you mentioned, or?
There's a 64 that was defended here.
Yep.
It'd be the second best defence we've ever seen in Malta.
That's not even the best in Malta. That's a shame.
So 64, the Crusaders defended back 22nd of November 2021. They held the Masita Warriors to 45. It would be equal 7th in scores defended.
Can I ask, as that's pushed into the offside for 1, so how does that work with, so I remember at the ECL last year we had that rain and Pack Care and all the teams were playing shortened games. So how does it work
You
in
disregard.
So shortened games.
Shortened games are disregarded.
So even a 9-over affair is disregarded?
Disregarded.
Wouldn't you just, yeah, I guess it's too complicated.
I guess too complicated. Most games are 10 overs, so when we talk records, that's what we talk.
Okay, yeah. Did you ever have a defence in one of those shortened games which was crazy, like a 30 got defended or anything like that?
I'm trying to think. There were some lower
Because you could
scores that got defended.
technically average it out on what the run rate was that was defended.
Yeah, but it's not.
Too
That's theoretical.
It's not
Yeah,
as
we
nice
only-
as
we
a
only-
round number.
Yeah, we only deal in the practical. The actual. Little edge. This is going to run away. And the fielder, well done actually. He's able to pull himself up in time, but they will get a couple, so they don't concede that boundary just yet.
Well, if you thought at the halfway stage Blasters were in trouble, well, they're finding back incredibly. This was pretty good fielding by our man out there, Mira. He kept it to 2. And they're just building enough pressure on this strikers lineup who are making a bit of a meal of this chase.
Just noticed another name on this sheet, but well, this is the one that they wanted. It's too short, and Negi puts his hand up to say, that's on me. Raju goes large, Maximo! And finally, they have the 6 runs that breaks the shackles. Bit of archery in the background today as well, Corey.
Well, you wouldn't want to go and collect that ball, Vinny, because you wouldn't want to narrow to the side of the body. Nice shot. That 6 relieves a lot of the pressure.
Yeah, just not a good ball. The line and the length both a little bit off. So these are the lowest totals defended, and you can see Royal Strikers actually 67 have once defended 67. On the other end of the ledger, that was against the highly fancied Knights.
Oh, wow. Prague Tigers actually won by 26 runs.
Yeah.
That's a comfortable win.
And see Southern Crusaders, that was back 22nd of November 2021.
Where's the one that you and I were in? Oh, no.
Gozo also defended 65 against AUM. That was a huge boil over. And that was back in the last series here late last year.
What was the final between Sweden and Germany where they did get there in the end, 9 wickets down? What were they?
66, I think they chased down.
I reckon it's a matter of time before the 60 gets beaten comfortably. Some team will defend a 50 or something like that.
I'm waiting. We've been waiting for it for a while. A defence in the 50s. Shiv Singh, he's going to bowl
How many?
over number 6.
We started to... Oh, they're going to get 2 on the missed field here. Good running, good alert cricket.
Ooh. Well, he
well,
might have got this.
Oh, hold on. Do you think that's out? Finney has his bat plugged.
He might have plugged, just going on the divot.
There's a big divot, so he could be out here.
Yeah, so...
It might have been given out on field.
He's already walking.
No way.
So Raju might have been run out in unlikely circumstances. And yeah, we'll get a look at this at the end.
Okay, this is the one, and this is where I thought this was a good bit of running because I thought the missed field would be an easy 2, but does his bat plug? Great work from the bowler. That's out. What a pickup by the bowler.
Such a good pickup. Shiv Singh's a really good fielder.
Oh, it's a half volley, and he takes it on the bounce into the stump, and he's gone. That's brilliant. The bat never goes in, and he's out. Sensational bit of work.
Yeah, look at that. Straight in the hand, and
Gone.
then takes the bails.
Yeah,
and
easy.
yeah.
And he's already, he gave it out on field. So brilliant work by the umpiring, the officials, and Spring Productions. Well done. There's a big wicket.
Making something out of nothing. And now this is sliced up in the air as well. And the Blasters, they are on fire at the moment. 2 wickets and 2 balls. Sudasanan scratched around for 5. And is there a ball over on the cards? It's 32 for 4.
Well, Singh's come into the attack. He's affected a run out off his own bowling, and then he's gotten a wicket as well. Left arm, they always work for some reason. It's a loose shot and a good catch. Tell you what, Spring Productions crew are having a barnstormer at the moment.
Great work
on
by the
debut.
guys. Yeah, well done.
We've got 2 people on debut right now in their own first ever game.
Doing a fantastic job as well.
It's just tough.
Yeah, but they're doing a good job. Don't know about the strikers batting though.
Just
all the hard work in this game. But
how many times have we seen run-outs like that, Vin, where that throw comes in and the bowler misses it? That take on the half volley, that could be game-changing. And right now the Blasters are in this contest. They could defend something extremely low. Surely not. Team hat-trick on the line.
I'm just checking that. Maybe it was one short, because they didn't even get given 1 run the first of the over.
Even better. Heading to the leg side. Just a single this time. So the Blasters came out. They didn't get many runs on the board, but they've taken wickets, and that's all that matters. They're trying their best to stay in this contest, and they're doing it at the moment.
What's happening?
Nice looking drive down the ground this time for a single. Yeah, a lot happening. I think still when you talk about cricket and games you want to see, I think a low scoring thriller is sometimes always the best. High in the air. Is this going to be another catch? It couldn't be, could it? It is. Another wicket goes. What is going on? Kalyan now takes the catch at mid-on, and the wheels are falling off for the strikers. It's a huge collapse. I don't know why they're batting like this. They've had a good tournament so far. They're at the top end of the table. This is a loose shot. He tries to hit it for 6 when really they just need to be working the ball along the ground for a while. And the wicket's taken. And Vinny, the wheels have come off.
You gotta take your chances. And Kalyan, remember he had an interesting time in the field so far in this series, but he takes it no problem at all. I mean, look at the rate required, though. That's the thing. It's still very reasonable. It's under 8 and over, but who can stick around long enough? The other thing is, yeah, the bowling has been pretty relentless. I think there haven't been too many bad balls.
Well, Singh's come in. He's got 2 for 3. We've also had a run out affected. It's just all happening at the moment. You have to admit, Blasters, they're making a game of this.
Yeah. So I can tell you that we've got just a little bit of a scoring thing getting fixed. Because that first ball, the over should be 1 plus run out. I think they scored it 0.
Yeah, great over. This is sensational from Singh.
Fielding has been brilliant as well. As we get to the end of the over, talk about the scorecard. I've got it 34
for 5?
6. 34 for 5. No, 34 for 5.
This is what we've got coming up, Vinny. And look, I'm going to have to say goodbye to you because you're going to Gibraltar.
I will be for the women's. Yeah, but before you say goodbye, I'll be saying hello to international cricket involving Spain, Austria and Malta, which starts on Saturday. And you mentioned that you're pretty excited about that. Chance for me to have a look at a couple of new players as well. They haven't played in the Spanish shirt before.
Well, I spoke to Quinny, who's involved with Austria, and he said the same. Some new players and give some people a bit of practice in the winter is a great addition. As the first ball, this over's push off. That's a dodgy single, but a little bit of luck where the ball trickles away and they get 1.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're having to fight for every run at the moment, aren't they?
Well, it's just 66 to win with 10 overs and 10 wickets at the start of this chase. And, they are making it difficult for themselves.
Yeah, another.
This is better.
Yeah.
What you want, well, it's 8 and over. You want these two, just bat on ball, let's get the ones, and the odd boundary will come. Getting caught on the rope after a few wickets probably isn't acceptable at this time. The boundary will come if you play good cricket strokes. But there's a lot of pressure on these two right now.
Oh, that's a big swing. And Aloysius has played some good shots in this series. It's hard to know where the line is between bravery and
stupidity.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a better word, but you don't want to overreach. I need 8 and over, not 18 and over. The way Aloysius is swinging.
So this is the thing. If those 2 balls he played cricket strokes, he's getting minimum of 1. they've had a lot of dot balls. Push Parajan getting out early. Yeah, I know he's a good player, but they have more batting than this.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a shock at the moment.
Blasters doing a number on him at the moment. Oh, how's that missed? How has that missed?
How did that miss the stumps? Wow.
Nagy. This must have gone over, I guess.
It's gone over middle and leg.
Oh,
What an
if
over.
they hit him on the pads, you'd say there's no way that's gone
This
over.
pitch has a lot of bounce still.
Now, it's going to be another dot. So, all right, that's hardly anything off that. Nagy's got to go somewhere and be quick, he says. No real time issues. Nice seeing them hustling. End of 7. The score, 36 for 5.
Well, those dot balls now have all of a sudden changed this context a bit. They almost need 10 and over. This is a huge capitulation. Huge capitulation.
Not over yet, though. Basically, yeah, 10-10-10. If you take the pressure off, then you can lose this just as quick as you've gotten a winning position. So, your Royal Strikers uphill. And it's going to be Shiv Singh, who got such a good first over to come back. He took 2 for 3 in the first. And this is going nowhere. Another dot ball.
I think
You going to call this?
If you had told me at the halfway stage, I would have said 1 in 100 shot this. Honestly, the way that the Strikers have batted in the last few games as well. I love a low-scoring thriller. It's the best thing in cricket is a low-scoring thriller. Better than high-scoring games.
Where we're at the moment.
Good dot ball. Singh's bowling himself into a man-of-the-match contention.
You know,
here.
his fielding's been brilliant in this series as well. And that run-out typified it, the way he took that ball from the outfield. But also he's done some very good outfielding himself. Bowled well. Batted okay in the middle order. And they get some bat on it, but again, it's not going to go all the way. Kalyan cleans up.
I know these two haven't got too many off the square just yet, and I know it's an early call, but completely honest, I have a tingle. This game has a weird tingle to me because we've had 3 days off.
Sada is saying that you owe the 80 supercomputer a bit of an apology.
Nah.
Because it had the Blasters as 5-run, 6-run favourites. Aloysius has to check his shot. Just get one. Now once. Push that rate up, and now we're into a ball territory.
Crazy cricket has led them to this situation. They should not be on this score.
Some birthday news. Pavel Florin has had a birthday. Johnny G has a birthday coming up.
Happy
Johnny's in the
birthday.
chat as well. Yep, he's in Australia at the moment. Goes after it. Doesn't quite get it inside half of the bat, but it will be the boundary that they need to relieve the pressure. Kapaka, he's been swinging hard. This one, he gets just enough. And important runs for the Royal Strikers.
This is that gap where I think teams should be putting a fielder. It's in between mid-on and mid-wicket. That's out for my team. Yeah. That's a gap it always goes to.
So that makes it 6 off the over. Sadeki couldn't quite get there. Another boundary be handy.
Good game.
Such a good game. Got to hold your nerve with the ball. Shiv does. Locates it pretty well, but he's going to come up with a wicket, and it's going to be Kohad that takes the catch. It was a wide full toss. Kamaka reached at it. They could only find the fielder. So just when there was a sign that the Strikers had found someone that could reach the boundary, goes straight after. That's 42 for 6 at the end of 8.
I'll tell you what, left arm bowlers in T10 cricket work, because that's a loose ball, but because batsmen run to the leg side often, he has to reach. It just works with the angle as the big man comes in.
Yeah, so here's a guy that really could change the game quickly. Manuel Augustine, Jobby, as they call him.
Jobby?
Yeah.
Nice, good nickname.
Yeah, so remember he came out earlier in the series, he whacked a 4 and a 6. He won't be on strikes, that's the end of the over. But, yeah, he's one guy I would want out there if you need quick boundaries. I suppose he hasn't batted for that long in the series at any point. But you need to gamble. But yeah, you're right about batters tending to sneak towards the leg side and making those kind of balls hard to reach, or hard to reach easily. Here we go with Gautam Singh, and this is launched straight up in the air. Fielder has plenty of time to get under it, and he catches it. Narendra Negi with the catch. And well, the Strikers on the verge of a boil over. And look, the Blasters really need a win. They're at 1 win out of 6 completed matches. And you can see they're doing it right, running hard, but Nagy wasn't going to make a mistake there, and it's 42 for 7. Aloysius goes for 3.
I can't believe what we're witnessing. I had no idea that we we're going to see a collapse of this proportion, and unfortunately, if you're a Strikers supporter, you're probably sitting at home pulling your hair out right now.
It's going to be a long way back. You need 24 off 11. Augustine stuck down the wrong end at the moment. Savio Thomas comes to the crease. We've had a look at Savio's numbers with the bat versus Marsa.
Well bowled, really well bowled Yorker. No, Vinny, they're on 43. They still need 23 now. They've fallen so far behind, it's quite incredible.
Beauty of ECN cricket.
You always say it.
Yeah, 1 in 100 was probably underselling the possibility of this. Now Jobby whacks it hard. I think I would have been looking for two there. Oh no, well, it's gone to the wrong end. They would have got to. And I think, yeah, Augustine, I know he's no stall gift runner, as we'd say in Australia, but had to be looking for two. At least looking. Now it's over to Savio. Gets a thick edge. Runs away. They'll only get one this time, or will they? Just dive straight over that. Thomas is pretty quick between the wickets. He gets two. He's at 21 off 8. Without a boundary in these next two balls, it just looks way too much to get in the last over.
How many boundaries have they hit in the innings?
Let me tell you something though. Yeah, I'll tell you how many boundaries they've hit. They've only hit 2 4s and a 6. Somebody's going to have to bowl the 10th over that hasn't bowled yet.
Oh, that's always pressure. It doesn't matter though. They're gonna if they have over 17 runs to play with, you're probably doing it.
Because they bowled 4 bowlers out in the first 8 overs. So you got Galton bowling this one. You're going to have to someone else to bowl the 10th. I wonder who that'll be. Last ball of the 9th. Get some bat on it. I think this will just be a single. So 9 overs down. 47 for 7. It means you need 19 off the last. New bowler coming.
Weird.
Think about the pressure on the new bowler that's coming in though.
You'd hopefully, if you've got 19 to play with as a bowler, you'd be wanting to do that. This has just been a poor batting display, to say the least.
Yeah, so get ready for the 10th. Let's see who's in the hot seat here. I think they're going for Cohard in the last over. So it's funny, Cohard was probably a bowler that bats a bit. Now he's turned into a batter that bowls a bit since he's gone to the top of the order. So 19. Yeah, Corduroy dropping a few scorers and statisticians in there. All right, time to go. Got to pretty much go at everything now. Oh, this could be gone, you know.
Tight.
I've got a feeling he might be gone here.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be tight.
I'm calling this out. I hate to say it. No one probably thinks it's out, but my spider senses are tingling here, and I don't think he gets the bat in time.
Well, I'm only going to get a quick look at it. Interesting slot selection. Oh, pretty tough. It's going to be marginal. I'm with you, Vinny. Your spidey senses are pretty good. Oh, he's safe. Well done.
He's just made it.
Yeah, he's just
well
made
done,
it.
Jobby. He's just snuck in there.
Yeah, good running.
Very close. See where the bat actually hit the line. It was like just on the inside edge of that line, wasn't it? So well, it's probably good for the game, isn't it? 18 off 5. Jobby gets the ball that's short, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! This game just got real. And Jobby, the man I said, I think he's the one that can find the boundary. The one that's too short and too directed towards the leg stump from Cohad gets the treatment.
Well, is there a late twist? 12 or 4?
And to tell you what, that pitch just seems 5 metres longer now for Cohad.
Yeah, you'd expect maybe a wide or two. 12 or 4. Augustine, he finally hits the boundary for the Strikers.
Terry's fingers are tingling. There's a few people tingling here. Are we going to have a golden return to ECN cricket?
I hope so. That would be a nice way to bring it back, wouldn't it?
I'm trying to calculate maybe 4-6-1 dot.
Yeah, 4-6-1 wicket, yep.
Launches high, doesn't get it go, got to run hard. Savio's coming back regardless, but it's not going to matter, he's gone. So 6 and out for Augustine. You've got to say credit to the Blasters. They've held their catches. Dinesh Siddiqui comes a long way in off the mid-wicket boundary to grab this. And really, that looked like last roll of the dice time as Jobby goes 6 and out and the score 54 for 8.
I think that's such an important catch. I reckon if he drops it, it's 2 runs and he gets back on strike. So you feel now the Strikers not not easy. The lower order batsman has to come out and hit a boundary first ball.
Yeah. So where are we at? 12 off 3. 4-6-1. It's hard to see him doing it without a 6 somewhere along the line.
Need a couple of wides.
Yeah, so Jason Jerome, he bowled really, really well. He's got a chance to be a hero. He's got 0 time to settle.
Tell you, I'd be taking that helmet off the field behind the keeper. That's a wide? Yeah, it's called. I think it's a good decision.
Do you reckon that gets a little bit of the line?
That touched a bit of line for me.
Umpire's call. Have a look at the tram line. Is the ball completely inside the line, or does it get a bit of a...
That's a wide.
That's a wide, yeah.
Good decision.
Took his time, but
Good
he gets it
umpiring.
right. This one isn't
Run.
a wide.
Yeah, good running. Get yourself on strike. That's okay. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, so... Again, Jerome probably not thrilled about it for the batting average, but Savio's right. He said, well, I'm the one. I'm been here slightly longer. I'm batting higher than you. Forced the keeper to throw to the other end. So strategically, that's
the right decision.
It's unselfish, even though I don't think it was his choice.
The only thing that's wrong about that, I don't think Jerome knew that was the plan. Jerome should know if I miss, I run. I think only one person was in on the plan.
Even if he ran straight away, I don't think he was making it.
Doesn't matter. You should probably get told by your partner.
So... Well, they're only just checking the wickets. That's 9 out as well. So it also means he can't get out because the game will be over. You need a 6 and a 4 to tie. You need 2 6s to win. Cohart's come back well after going the journey earlier in the over. Savio, over to you to keep the game alive. And he doesn't. And so, well, they're going to do this. The Blasters, what a story for them. And this could just be the start of their competition. They're going to go to 2 and 5 with a couple of washouts. Savio looks depressed, not ready to face, still thinking about life. You got to play perfect cricket, almost perfect cricket. Remember, they had the LBW, didn't go their way earlier in the innings, so credit to them, the Blasters. That's launched high, and Sharma takes 2 gloves off for no reason, and he drops it. Well, I don't know how much Sharma's thinking.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. What's he doing? Why would you do that?
So normally you take the gloves off if you're going to throw. He throws both gloves off and then drops it. That's a bold strategy.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen on a cricket field. That's number 1 by a mile.
Lucky they didn't need one to win.
Why would you do that?
Well, he's got the tongue out, but I tell you what, let's concentrate on what did work for the Blasters, and they end up winning this one. What a defence, 65-55, and the Blasters defend a very modest total here in match 53.
Yeah, well done to them. That's an amazing defence, a low-scoring thriller as we see, and they deserve it. They deserve all the plaudits. Here's the highlights. This was the first innings.
Yeah, well, talk us through it. I mean, there was a bit of everything in this game. In the end, I mean, we talked about the importance of holding catches, and I think Blasters hit that and caught it. Anyway, what I will say is that Siddiqui is been a pretty handy pickup. The Blasters
huge pickup.
have been able to call him in all departments.
What's that tell you? If someone's walking around the field and you've never met them before, bring them in for a game of cricket because they'll become your best player. He's been a point of difference. This was the big one. Push Parajan out. He's been their key. A little bit unlucky, I think, to be caught out there, and it's game.
I also think he doesn't stay on his shot, and you've got to be aware of the guy out there. He's too important, I think, to take that kind of a risk. Look, could have gone well from it, didn't. And then this was another important moment, wasn't it? Shiv Singh, a really good pickup, and that was a run out where Raju couldn't quite get there. So, yeah, Sudasan at the other end, he never got going during his innings, did he really? And yeah, when he went, very next ball, writing was on the wall for the strikers.
Yeah, the writing was on the wall because they just couldn't get it away. Unfortunately, they were losing wickets at the wrong time. Shiv Singh was left arm and bowled beautifully. For me, he was the point of difference in my man of the match. Not too sure who they'll select, though. So many good players put their head up. Credit to the Blasters to defend something in the 60s like that, to take 9 wickets. They've done a fantastic job, and they deserve the points this morning.
Yeah, they do. And look, like I said, they really need the win. They kind of risk to be in the drop zone. Jobby just snuck in here. I thought he might have just been out, but the replay showed that he was in by a couple of millimetres. And, well, even though he would go on to hit a 6, they just ran out of puff. And, Yeah, well, Amar, he's not a regular wicketkeeper. He said, look, I might be more comfortable with my gloves off. It didn't really work out that way. But look, who cares? It's going to be 65-56, in fact, in the end, because they do get that run from the last ball. But no one clicking at all. 11 from Raju was the result. No one else getting into double figures. So, yeah, it was a bit of a rough one, to say the least, but in the end, the Blasters, they deserve it.
Yeah, they deserve it. 56 for 9. Nobody really showing anything. Raju made 11. And 9 extras in that 56. Phenomenally batted collapse. And the bowling, well, these guys can keep their head up high. Shiv Singh, for me, 3 for 9. And let's not forget how good his pickup was with that run out. That run out was a huge moment in the game. And for me, he was my man of the match. Not too sure who everyone else will choose, but 1 apiece up there for Siddiqui, Negi, Singh and Kohat as well. What a great bowling display.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting rematch when we return. And we'll be back with more cricket after the break. Match 54, and it's the Strikers batting first. They're out for revenge. We'll see you shortly. Great to be back on the park. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you in just a few moments' time for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground. Vinny Sandhu here with you, Mr. Maximo, for ECN. And now we're rolling into the second match of the day. Just a reminder, the first three matches today, they are 30 minutes behind the original start time, but we won't lose any time. We'll still have 10 over cricket for you all day. And in match 54, once again, we'll see the Royal Strikers taking on the Bajiba Blasters. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Just over there, Tyrone Peters has the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Second game of the day between the Royal Strikers and the Bajiba Blasters. Bajiba Blasters to call this time. Heads and tails, sir.
Head.
Head is a call. Bang, it's a tail.
You're gonna bat first.
Are you going to bat?
So it is the Royal Strikers. Once again, they win the toss. Priyan Pushparajan has been pretty lucky with the fall of the coin. This time they've decided to bat first instead. So in the first game of the day, they wanted to bowl first. This time they want to bat first. And I think that's a good move. Even though they did pretty well bowling first in the first game, gives them a chance to kind of build a total. I think all these experiences are important. I've got to say the captain, Priyan Pushparajan, has been brilliant no matter what he's been doing in this series. But I was really impressed with the bowling of Jason Jerome earlier. I feel that he got it right on the money. They really choked the life out of that Blasters innings, and they only gave away 4 wides. I think for the Blasters, their top order has to stand up, doesn't it? I mean, it's another chance for Kohard maybe to provide some magic at the top of the order, and Narendra Negi, again, he is the one guy they would love to stand up and just, I suppose, give them a fighting chance in this chase. Let's go over to Corey Ruckers as we get ready for the start of match 54. Strikers winning the toss again. This time they want to have a bat. It's over to you, Corey. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thanks very much, Vinny Sandhu. And here is the first ball. Quick turnaround. Here we go. Big play and miss to start this one. I do like the quick turnaround like that. We don't need for me to boom up the players walking on because we just saw them. Let's get back out there. The Blasters and the Strikers just played a low-scoring thriller where the Blasters took the chocolates. And I think everyone's a little bit surprised by that result. But well done to them. They bowled extremely well and fielded well. One of the key recipes to success. So Siddiqui with the new ball. He's been a very good pickup. Pushed into the offside, and that will be the first run off the bat in game 2 on this Sunday. Great to be back live on the network after 3 days of rain and extreme amounts of rain as well. So good to have everybody back and into the action. Well done to everyone in the ground crew for making this outfield serviceable for play. This time pushed into the offside just for a single. So the question will be, will the real Royal Strikers turn up? I don't think we saw anywhere near the best of their batting in the previous match. Play and miss outside the off stump. This one, opportunity to welcome back all our viewers in India by FanCode. And here's a quick late look at the two lineups. No real big changes, but some big players. The Negis are very important for that Blaster side. And Pushparajan, he missed out in the last game for the Strikers with the bat. Will he come good in this one? You always think good players don't miss out too often, so I wouldn't be surprised if he plays a good innings in this game. Oh, that's going to be 5 wides. Siddiqui completely loses his line. The ball swung, gave the keeper no chance, and after a very good start to this game, with 2 only off 4, that's going to be a free 5. What an unfortunate way to concede the first boundary. It swung, and Siddiqui has only got himself to blame. Play and miss this time. So it's been a pretty good start here from Siddiqui. He's been in the bat a lot. If it wasn't for that 5 wides, this would have been a sensational over. on a thick inside edge to end the over, which will scamper through for a single. And a little bit better for the strikers with no wickets in the wickets column. They'll start on 8 for none after the first over. As the sun really starting to sneak through, and we have a look at the run rates by day, and obviously we've lost the last few days, but before that, teams were starting to figure out the wicket a little bit better. I think there was a 10.9 day right there. That's where I think you want to see the T10 action. These are the most runs in the series so far. Quite a shootout, only 30 runs separating top to bottom there. Yadav and Pushparajan. Basil George, for me, has been the standout player this tournament. He's batted beautifully, bowled beautifully, and batted with a bit of style. Bilal Qadir, he's had 13 wickets, and Alwyn John at the bottom there, 8 wickets, with everyone else logged in between. But plenty of cricket to go, and I'm sure those leaderboards will change a few more times before we're finished with the ECS Malta. With the ECI is also jammed in between, and the Gibraltar series, there's plenty of cricket coming up. Well, big no ball call by the umpire, so he must have overstepped pretty comfortably. That means it's free hit time. Oh, it's that slow ball that he bowls so well, but it's flicked away, and well, it might trickle across the rope. It will. So a nice boundary there for Raju. It goes for 4. And that's the first boundary off the bat in this one. So a 4 off the bat, little tuck away off the legs. Negi goes back to that slower ball often. He does like it. Just couldn't get that one in a better direction. This time digs it in high on the bat. And yeah, it's going to get away again. Good batting. There was a moment there I thought the fielder might have been able to steady himself, but it's a Maximo, and it's the first 6 of this one. It just kept on travelling. As we see the expected scores for this one, and well, I'm never going to doubt the supercomputer again. This one's saying it's going to be tight, tough to tell. I think we're going to see some better batting from both teams, though. I'd like to hope so. There's that leg cutter once more, and this time respectfully playing to legs. Look at this, they're 20 off 9 balls. In the previous game, if they had just done this, they're probably on their way to victory. As I welcome back good friend co-commentator Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. Good to be back. Yeah, abandoned Siddhasanan at the top of the order. He's out of chances. Raju was that one that looked okay before he got run out last game.
Funny game, isn't it? 20 off 10, and they were chasing 66. So if this was the previous game, they'd need just a casual 46 with 10 wickets in hand.
It's a funny game, but I don't hear any of the Royal strikers laughing after not being able to chase down that 66.
Crazy.
It's a salt into the wound on the leaderboard as well for lowest totals defended.
Swat down the ground. He didn't get a finger on it, I don't think. Well, they're going to check the limited review system. I don't think he got a finger on it. I think Negi's being a little bit cheeky, but he's saying he did. Well, I thought it was far away from him. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, so the only issue here is, has this ball touched the bowler?
Oh, mate.
Umpire's kind of in the way there.
It's going to be umpire's call. It's going to have to be umpire's call. Does he feel he got a hand? Yeah, I think he's going to give this.
There. Yeah, the replay isn't going to show us. The umpire actually shakes his head straight away. This is the best look we've got. This is the best look we've got.
You know what? Unfortunately, sometimes, or fortunately, it's an honesty policy.
Yeah.
It really is this, because cameras are never going to be completely conclusive, and he's been given out. So yeah. It's one of those ones where you got to trust the fielder. And I'd like to think the sportsmanship would be there, but it's out. And what a,
and I think
what a bad way to get out.
The batter asked the bowler, did you touch that? Because there was no question that he was out of his ground. He was stranded. And so they needed a wicket from somewhere. They got one from nowhere. So, yeah, it's 20 for 1. So have a look at this. Now, Bajiba Blasters are on the lowest totals defended board. You know who they knocked off in the bottom? Royal Strikers who defended 67. So
That's a double whammy.
Not only are they on there for the wrong reasons now, Royal Strikers, they also lost their spot. 67 not making the top 10 anymore. Anyway, Nagy, like I said, that's a bit of help from the universe, but he manufactures the first wicket of this game, and after 2 overs, it's 20-1. Sudasanan comes out at number 3.
You ever been out like that?
Once, yeah. And I was batting really well.
Did it hurt?
I was a late call up into the next grade up, and I'd had to drive about an hour to get there because the keeper above me had been injured in the warm-up. Came out, smacked 39, and got out exactly like that, and just kept walking.
That hurts.
Smacked back at the bowler, it bounced off him really.
Yeah.
It was more of a deflection than just a finger tipper.
That has to be one of the most, yeah, that just hurts.
Yeah. And because it's not really your fault. People talk about run out, backing up and all. Gets the batter to flirt with this one, Sudasanan. Interesting that they have gone for Sudasanan at 3 instead of Pushparajan. I would have thought that Sudasanan, if you didn't work up the top, you don't put him at 3, you maybe put him 6.
He's a bit caught on the crease, isn't he? But let's see if he can get going in this one. Yeah, pushed into the offside, so he'll be off the mark as they get through for the single.
Yeah, I'd like to see, if you're going to throw someone up the top of the order, I would have thought maybe you go someone like Jobby. I don't know, someone that likes to just smack boundaries. And
Where's the
got the power play.
Where's the chat, Vinny? No one in the chat's giving me much.
Well, we did come back. I actually thought it'd be 30 minutes delayed. It was just a 20-minute delay. Made up a bit of time.
High in the air, catching opportunity. No, it lands between 2. A bit of yes, no, maybe that time.
Proper plugger though as well, wasn't it? See balls coming from the air, penetrating that surface. It was going nowhere. I guess clever placement. More by luck than design though.
Yeah, he gets lucky there. That was half a chance if someone read the ball clearly and early. Good little start this time for Royal Strikers. They'll feel a little bit more comfortable after getting rolled for a score under 50. You feel a bit better with an opening partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what both teams have done quite well today is they've hit their spots. They haven't bowled too many wides. The day started with a wide, but since then, not too many. And that's certainly what contributed to the fact that we've had 2 very low totals so far.
High, Miles. If he catches this, it's a miracle. And he does. What a great catch. That is so difficult. Vinny, he hit that straight up.
Yeah, there's a bit of the cricket zombie about this from Nagy as well. You're right, it was high. He said, I think this is mine. It's my ball. I've bowled it. I'm going to take responsibility. And the skipper, where he catches it, kind of running with the flight, so to speak. He has to go around the stumps. He takes a left turn at Albuquerque and catches it behind him. So, well, I've got to say, some of the defence has been wonderful here at the start of day 14. And so another wicket falls. It's 22 for 2.
And good to see him just doing his straps up as he leaves the field.
Sudasanan has not had a good day at the crease, I think, to say the least. He was put down to number 3, and in the end he's got to go.
Oh, no.
He's dropped the bat, ceremonial bat swap.
Okay, I want to... Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
This is going to be a meaningless rant.
This is...
Go.
Can you explain to me
Yeah.
why we even film it?
I just normally...
No, just saying in the future,
Okay.
can we just not have it annoys me?
Well, you don't always know they're going to swap bats.
By 85% of time, Vinny. I just think in the future, ECL, I don't want to see it.
You know
I don't
how-
want to see the equipment go. It takes away the grace of the game.
I mean, it's reality TV.
I'm going to send something into the robot.
You know, the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace, has its has its charm. Yeah, the bat swap. That was when it went wrong anyway. Pushparajan to save the day. And he gets a bit of captain action to start us off. 22 for 2 after 3.
It's a simple. You're good at this. You help the production, and you're very knowledgeable about what looks good and what not.
Yeah.
When the batsman gets out, the walk off actually is important. It's more about the new batsman walking on. So we only have to go on to the new batsman when he gets to the inner ring, and then we introduce him.
True. Well,
I was looking for an argument.
I'm not going to argue with you. In fact, I have a feeling like you won't be arguing too much in the chat for a while, as I believe one of our wonderful moderators might have timed you out for 5 minutes.
Was it you, Vinny?
He's been a bit quiet in there. Try and get something going.
Oh,
Here comes over number 4.
all the twos. 22 for 2.
All right.
The
So here's
fielding
Dinesh.
has been good. I've enjoyed the fielding this
I
morning.
mean, that's some very good catches.
Oh, it's a Jaffa. Good keeping as well.
Surprised Sharma didn't have time to get his left glove off before he tried to stop that. I think that will be one that'll go pretty well on social media. The double glove discard.
That is, I don't think I've ever seen. I don't mean to be mean
To
to him.
overshadow from the
That is the
defence of 65.
Dumbest thing I've ever seen on a cricket field, and I've seen some things. The double glove ejection for a sky baller's keeper, it takes the cake.
It's the equivalent of like popping a wheelie across the line when you're winning the MotoGP.
Edged away and is going to balloon away this time. Top spin on it. It'll go away for 4. A much needed boundary.
Yeah, they do need somewhere. Charm Costing's one guy that can elevate. We know that. Loves to hit the ball in the air. So it's more of a thick outside edge than anything, but still, he'll take the runs.
Vinny, I've seen some things, but that takes the cake. That was hilarious.
You're not wrong. Yeah, be sensing an opportunity here, but yeah, Pushparajan, you only face the one ball. You always feel he's a bit of a key. Do you know what's funny in the chat as well?
Oh, good delivery. Bit of glove, I think. This could trickle away as well.
I think it's straight off the rib cage.
No, I think it's glove.
You think
Otherwise,
so?
he'd not be running. He's definitely got some glove on that for me. Let's have a look what the umpire signals.
Yeah, I have a feeling.
Could be
Hard
maybe.
to tell.
Very hard to tell. Good running, though. Oh, a bit of forearm.
Yeah, didn't feel like it was bat or glove, but
It's a painful one.
Jake Corduroy saying I need a weather wall during the intro. Remember the Dulux weather wall? Tony Gregg would stand in front of it and would be have the players' comfort, it would have the temperature. It looked like something you'd fill up your car with.
Nice looking shot straight to the field up. Misfield, and they'll get through for a single.
So I timed you out in the chat to wind you up. You know what's so funny is that Marnus and Kai have both also tried to time you out, but I beat them to it. They're all sticking the boots in.
Why would they time you out?
I don't know. Just everyone's jumping on.
Just because Marnus faked an ACL.
Personal.
Dig, dig.
How's your Sunday going though? Tell us in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. We'd love to hear from you. Danish, a couple of balls to go.
Shot. Nice looking shot. And they'll scamper back for 2 if they're good, and they are, as the field is a little bit asleep there.
Yeah. Nagy gives away an extra. He's probably daydreaming, probably thinking about who's going to bowl next.
Do you want me to send you our squad list and we can go through it later today?
That's
Would
a
you
good
like to put that
idea.
up?
Maybe we can talk a little bit about the
Or
tri
do you want
series
me to
coming
make
up.
something so you can put a graph up, or do you want to just...
Why don't you just send me your squad and I'll put something together for you. Okay. Last ball the over isn't going to be bowled just yet. Yeah, the weather wall takes, and then sticking the key in the pitch. You must remember that from Tony Gregg.
Yeah, everyone, I think, remembers
Eventually,
that.
I think they banned it. The ICC had to ban sticking keys in pitches. Wow, gets this slightly wrong. It's the top edge, hanging in the air, and, well, goes to ground. And Kalyan, he's found himself in the infield, so Pushparajan gets a bit lucky there. It's the end of 4 overs, 32 for 2. Yeah, so next weekend, the ECS will take a break. So we can have ECI cricket. That's international T10 cricket for the first time outside of an ECC. Let's have a look at the standings here. You can see Royal Strikers missed a trick, didn't they? The Blasters did a number on them, and it drags the Blasters further out of the bottom 2, which is where you don't want to be at the end of the round robin stage, because the bottom 2 are automatically eliminated from proceedings. Time for the 5th over. And Shiv Singh's going to bowl. He was pretty important as well, wasn't he, in the previous game?
Oh, I've sent you something, Vinny. See if you... I know you're good at your little graphs and your little things. See if you can get that on something.
Yeah, probably would be good if I didn't do it while I was commentating.
No, you're multi-talented as Shiv Singh. Mr. 99 comes in again. Oh, a little bit of round arm that time. What a gorgeous flick that is. Push Parajan gets that away for 4. Boundary much needed just for himself as well, for confidence. And a good shot.
Yeah, nice shot. It was straight off middle stump, so if he missed it, he was going to be in big trouble. But
A little bit round arm that time.
yeah,
Good batting.
you know what I like about Shiv? He's actually gone over the wicket and been pretty effective. He always likes to go around the wicket. I think he's showing he's a bit more multi-dimensional.
They listen to the comms, Vin, I think, sometimes, the left armers who come around and then they go back. He bowled so well the previous game. And this time he's been moosed down the ground. Big 6. Balle, balle, balle. We're going to have Rico back tomorrow.
There he goes, back tomorrow, and we're hearing plenty of that. If this guy gets going, he could be saying it a lot. That was not a bad ball. See, slight forward press.
It's lovely
He
technique.
goes late, doesn't he? So he doesn't really want to show the bowler what he's doing.
His setup's almost immaculate. Looks very good. Head forward, over his front thigh. A little outside edge for 1. Oh, he's kicked it away. They could go 2. Good running from Push Parajan, sorry. And that's a bit of a mess up because he's back on strike.
He's always looking for extra runs.
Well, there was never a 2 there. Big misfield.
Yeah, just think Push Parajan being there, the longer he's there, could bat the Blasters out of the game. Blasters will have to do something pretty special to chase 100 plus, you'd imagine.
Yeah, while he's there, they're going to hit something big, you'd imagine, as this is 6. Maximo, that's 2 in the over, Vinny.
Yeah, loving life at the moment. Brings up the 50 as well for the Royal Strikers. Making up for lost time. That ball came down with a thud.
Yeah, good batting. He's in now. The dangerous man. He missed out earlier this morning. It does happen. You never... Oh, well, look at that. Bit of cleaning of the ball.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
I think it's all right.
Must
It's on-
add a
it's on
mark on
TV.
it. This time back to Singh, who bowled so well the previous game, but he's been taken to the sword a little bit in this one.
He sure has.
Pushed into the offside. Really good batting. A brilliant over for the Strikers. They needed that. It's a steadier. The over actually goes for 19 in the end. And after 5 overs, the Strikers are 51 for 2.
Yeah, so, yeah, to have the 50 up in the first half, I think you're feeling good for 100 plus. But, you know, there's still plenty of cricket to go. And I think that the Blasters have a confidence they can win games from difficult positions based on what they did last time. But, yeah, I just think it's you got to stop Push Parajan, stop him sooner rather than later. Narendra Negi, he's had a bit of a golden arm, hasn't he?
Yeah, this is a good matchup. This is a key moment in the game. If Push Parajan bats the overs, you know they're going to hit maybe 120 potentially. He's so destructive. They need to get him out now. And Negi, he wants to be the man to do it as he comes in. No ball 6. I reckon he's got enough of it, does he? Yeah, he does. It's going to be a 7. And we said this was a big matchup. Unfortunately, it's 1-0 to Push Parajan.
Yeah, and worst possible start really to the over, isn't it?
Front foot. Good call from the umpire.
See if he goes to his slower ball. That's been the weapon for him so far.
When you see this, it's actually quite amazing that they didn't chase the runs in that earlier game. Phenomenally bad.
What a difference one player can make, eh?
Yeah, well, that's 7 off the first, and he's got a free hit now.
Negi, what's he going to go to on the free hit?
Well bowled, wide Yorker. And you can see he shuffled across. He wanted to favour the leg side, but it's a very good delivery.
Yeah, just think most bowlers have been pretty good today, getting their channels right. Bowling that off-stump line, not pushing it too wide either.
Slower ball swatted down the ground. It's in a big pocket of space, and that'll go for 4 as well. Mid-off tried his best to track around to it, but it's another boundary. And starting to get out of hand here for the Blasters. Coming down the crease, turning it into a half volley, inside out. Over wide, extra cover. That's very good batting.
Yeah, certainly momentum shift in this game. Now goes the
Shot.
uppercut, and that's going to go miles. And, wow, nice bit of fielding. Well, that was always going to get away from the fielder, but that was good work by Harsh Merit to keep it inside the field of play.
Did very well. When this man's in full flow, it is exciting to watch, have to admit. He has all the shots. He's racing away. And if you're a Blasters supporter, you need him out immediately. It's starting to get quite destructive out there. Down the ground this time, and a bit of foot fielding for Negi the bowler. Always a little bit risky when you do that, but good stop. Handy dot ball.
Negi, couple to go. Last roll of the dice time for him.
Slow ball comes down the crease, cloths it straight to mid-on just for a single.
Bit of luck there as well, because there's every chance that would have gone out. Looking for a second, it's not quite there. He beats him in flight, basically, Negi. Pushparajan. Yeah, he wants a drink after this over. Don't know if we'll get one or not, but Negi has one last chance to take a wicket. Chamkor Singh has been the silent partner so far in this partnership.
It's going to be a wide, so they'll get another bite at the apple. And Negi obviously likes that sort of rolling leg kind of slow ball. Probably hasn't had the control in it in this game as he did earlier this morning. Not as easy when you're under the attack as well. 27 off his spell so far. Oh, what a glorious looking stroke. Does he have enough bat on it? No. He's gone, caught. Nice catch in the end by Siddiqui, who can do no wrong today. It was a gorgeous looking strike, but it just didn't sound right off the bat, and he has to go.
Yeah. And so Negi does get his wicket in the end. It's not Pushparajan, but it's Chamkor Singh who goes up and away. Likes to elevate, doesn't he? Nicely taken by Danish Siddiqui. He just continues to build his way into this lineup. And so that will be the end of the over as well. So 66 for 3.
Well, this is what just a quick update on this. The robot has been reordered. Thank you to everyone's contributions. And good news, it is on its way to Spain.
It is. Well, I don't know if it's been shipped yet or maybe it's being produced, but the one good thing that came from the rain break is I could really turn all my attention to securing this robot. So yeah, we don't know when it'll arrive, but we are expecting it kind of... Yeah, we think it'll be, well, they've told us, it will be in between the 21st of February and the 11th of March. So potentially it might be there by the halfway point of the ECL, maybe before if we get lucky. So let's see.
2 robots. Unbelievable. Thank you to everyone for their generosity and supporting the cause. Looks like Devendra Negi this time. And he's got the task of trying to stop this onslaught.
Here we go.
Oh, he misses out on that one. Look to pull it hard into the leg side. Big mistimed pull shot just for a 1. It's a good result because they'll get Aloysius on strike, who hasn't faced a ball just yet. Aloysius' job is not to eat many dot balls yet. A 1's gold dust, really. Get the big man back on strike.
Yeah, a bit of a rough start to the morning as well, Aloysius. But anyway, this time he's going to go leg side and he's going to go out of the ground. Maximo! Well, that's one way to face your first ball as Negi goes the journey.
Well, it's just a completely different performance from the strikers who couldn't even chase 66 in the earlier game. Yeah, they look a different team. All of a sudden the sun's shining. Maybe the confidence is back and they're in control.
Yeah, I'll certainly be happy with the attitude of Aloysius, I suppose. Takes a bit of pressure off Pushparajan as well.
There's a dot ball. Well bowled, keeps it inside the tram line.
Devendra Negi took a very good catch earlier in this innings.
This is what you don't want. I know the 6 was nice from Aloysius, but could he have got that cut away? Could he have hit that for 1 just to bring Pushparajan back on strike? That's better. Get some bat on it. Make sure that score's still ticking over. Oh, good match awareness. A fumble by the keeper, and they'll get back for a second.
Yeah, very, very good work there.
Just the little 1%ers from the strikers. I reckon that they would have had a quick team talk in the changeover and said, look, wasn't our best performance. We need to come back stronger here. Oh, nice looking stroke over the offside. One bounce for, well, Aloysius has come to the party as the 12th man out there. There's a little bit of foot fielding. Another boundary, and they're racing away.
Yeah, the horse has bolted now, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. They've taken control. And they're looking at a big score here. After 7 overs, the Royal Strikers have got themselves well poised on 79 for 3. As we have a look at what's coming up tonight, Rugby CC and the Pirates will be back, match 47 and 48 from Gibraltar. They've also had a bit of wicked weather, you could say, over on that part of the continent.
It's been pretty unrelenting, actually, at the moment in Southern Europe. But, yeah, Rugby CC and Pirates tonight. Some pretty interesting matches last time those two teams played each other. They split at 1 apiece, and some close finishes. So, Joe Wigasani standing by. And big welcome to Joe, first on his own. Rico has arrived on the island in Malta. Expect him here tomorrow morning with me for day 15. Let's get into over number 8, and Gautam Singh is going to bowl it.
As that's flicked beautifully in the leg side. 4 more to Push Parajan, who's staring down the barrel of a 50 coming up. He's raced to 40. It's a half volley on the leg stump, and what a shot.
Yeah, really good shot. So the Royal Strikers just building a steady total now.
Yeah, you feel that they're on for a big score here. Complete contrast to the game we saw this morning, that's for sure.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Doesn't get that one, but they should get a single. Oh, as the fielder gets a little bit confused by himself. I don't know what he's doing there. Just nutmegged himself on purpose. He can only get the one, though.
100 looks a shoe-in. Still, if you can get these two, maybe you can put the brakes on.
High in the air, doesn't get it. Can he get back? Oh, he can't. He takes a spill, the big man. Oh, it was tough for Singh because he actually, as he turned to it, he had to go around the stumps and couldn't get there in the end.
Yeah, the stumps have been a bit of an obstacle for some of the fielders.
Look at this, Finn. Just difficult for him. Turned and then, oh, got to go around those stumps and down he goes.
Remember the old game you'd play after play where you have to put your head down on the bat and spin around a few times. Well, this one is just going to spin out of the ground. What a shot that is. He goes large. Maximal Pushparajan to 47. He's made all the difference to the Strikers batting.
Good players don't miss out twice in a row. No, they really don't. And he got out early this morning. We said if they got him out for less than 10, they might win. That happened. And in this one, he has come back with a vengeance. High in the air. Is this his 50 or is he going to be caught? God, nice catch from Siddiqui, who doesn't drop a thing out there. Push Parajan goes, but he's done a lot of damage while he was at the crease.
Yeah, Siddiqui's been great down the ground, and they've used him in that key position. And so, you see Gautam just kind of rocks in. It's the kind of ball Pushparajan will feel he should have hit it for 6, but he gets it slightly wrong. And, yep, takes it in the breadbasket.
Good cricketer just to pick up who's walking around the ground.
Brilliant. Pushparajan won't make 50, but he's got his team in good shape. It's 91 for 3 in the 8th.
Vinny. Outlaw the bat swap. I want you on this. Before ECL, if I see one bat swap at ECL, I'm walking out the box.
Okay.
Full pay.
No, the door's
Full
the
pay.
door is always open.
Full pay still. There's the man. So this man was walking around the field the other day and said, I've just rocked up in Malta.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind playing a bit of cricket.
Yeah.
The Blasters have acquired him.
Good
He
time to
now
come.
opens the bowling, opens the batting and fields it deep mid-off. Oh, thank you very much.
Kai saying, can't wait to see you wearing the robot outfit in the chat.
No deal. I might not be in it. We're going to keep it like the Stig. No one knows who's in the robot.
Binge Watcher saying, Pushparajan, great potential to play for Malta. He'd have to fulfill the residencies, though. I think he's only been here a few months at this stage.
I think you've got a long way to go.
Jobby almost dragged that onto the stumps. End of the over. It's 91 for 4. All right, you asked, Corey, and I'll show you your own Spanish squad.
Well, yeah, because you're going to talk to Quinny from Austria.
Yeah,
today.
yeah. So Quinny from Austria Cricket will probably be with us in the second half of this game as a guest. But anyway, here you go. There's your Spanish squad, and yeah, fair few names we know pretty well. And even the debutants there, we've seen them on ECN, haven't we?
Well, we're trying to reward some domestic performances. There's the regular names we're getting some practice in before the T20s. What's going to be a big test, no Cammy, no little Latif, who we're very reliant on in T10 bowling. So the bowling group's young. Matty, Shafat Ali Saeed, Raja Adil back in for T10. So, and the two young spinners, Gaurang Mayavanashi and Amir Hamza, very young bowling, but the batting's experienced. I'm excited. I'm excited to see the guys, see how they go. And it's good practice for the ones that are also going to the T20 series the week after.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great to see how they go at the next level. It's Shiv Singh, over number 9.
There's no practice like match practice, and that's what I'm looking forward to for a few of the guys. Even though T10's a different beast.
And all 4 of those debutants are from the Barcelona region as well.
I'm sort of blessed in a way that I get to commentate and coach Spain, because I got to see a lot of the domestic performances in the previous ECS. So we've tried to reward guys that did well there, and you don't often get to have too many debutants as that's hit down the ground for a single. Yeah, you don't often get to see so many debutants, but since I've started, we're trying to really grow the group. I think now, after this trip, I would have had maybe about 19 debutants play for Spain, which is exciting.
Yeah, that is super exciting.
That's a lot. Whoa, and that's exciting, because no ball. Get your arm the other way. No ball. Whoa,
I think that's a wide, because look, where it bounces past the stumps.
But it goes past. That has to be a no ball.
No, you're showing your ignorance again. If this bounces,
that's a no ball.
It's not.
I'm off the air.
Are you saying for height or not? For off the pitch?
For whatever. You can't
so
just do that.
To be off the pitch, to be an off-pitch no ball, it has to pitch before this line of the stumps. So that's
that's a terrible rule.
Well, I think it's a terrible rule at all. It should be no ball for off the pitch. It should just be a wide. So it means it's not a free hit. Not that it matters. Try to hit it anyway.
Terrible.
Do you know why? Because the reason there's a no ball for off the pitch is they don't want some sort of craziness to happen where the ball comes back and hits the stumps, like hits the edge of the pitch or something like that. When ball pitches past the line of stumps, that can't happen unless it comes backwards. Your brain's broken, isn't it?
Horrific.
It's good umpiring, though. They got it absolutely right. Still a divot there.
Edged and gone. Nice catch. He keeps his gloves on. It's a very good decision by the keeper, Sharma, to keep the gloves on this time, and he takes a nice catch.
Yeah, very nice catch. And, yeah, Sharma, he's been thrown into that position, to be fair. And, yeah, it means they miss out on his off-spin bowling, but to be honest, the kind of medium paces have done the job. You see, Manuel Augustine tries to horn that one to the leg side. Has to react to the deflection quickly. But, yeah, nice work.
I'm not your friend or colleague. Who are you looking forward to seeing? You know, give me, like, so I've spoken to her, give me who you're looking forward to seeing and what, in Spanish colours?
Daniel Doyle Kaya, can't wait to see him out in a different setting, you know. I think that'll be great. I'm super excited to see the debutants. Baba Khan, let's see how he goes against international opposition. I think that'll be interesting.
Big step up.
Yeah, all the debutants really. Mati Rahman, super excited that he gets an opportunity as well.
What about Princey? Awais?
Well, Princey, I hope he can walk again. The last time I saw him, he was getting carted off the Montjuic field in Barcelona after trying to bat with a torn hamstring for about 3 overs.
Jeez, he batted well in the ACS, didn't he?
Yeah.
He started to show his full array of shots, I think getting more comfortable in his own skin. Slight delay here. Not too sure for what.
Maybe just a scoring thing. But yeah, Quinton Norris, he'll be joining me for the second half of this game. We can talk Austria. So we're talking about ACI stuff.
Yeah, I think young Matty and Bubba as well. You'll see also for Badalona Shaheens. Also, for the Badalona Shaheens in the ACL, I'm pretty certain they've picked up Hamza Salim Dar and Raja Adil as wild cards. Yeah. So you've got 4 players there that get a bit of practice in before the ACL as well.
That's going to be
You'll see Ishan as well for Pack Eye Care. You'll see, actually, Chris Daniel, Hamza, Ishan, Raja, Baba, Matty, and Shafat Ali Saeed, who's registered at Pack Eye Care. You're going to see about 9 of them at the
Wow.
ECL.
How about Always Ahmed? Bit of a recall for him.
Recall for him as coming over as the keeper and seeing how he goes. Looking forward to him coming in the order and having a hit, but try to get his guys as much practice as possible. They've all been sitting at home watching a lot of the Malta ECS, so hello boys if you're at home, and I can't wait to see them all. As we're back to the action after that small delay, and high in the air. Will it land in some space? Oh, he gets fingertips to it. They go for a second note, just the one, and that's an opportunity missed.
Yeah, so they're headed 100 plus the way things are going. It's good timing. As Quinny's going to come in for the second half to talk Austria, and your lunch has arrived as well, Corey. Last ball, the over coming up. Hacked away by Aloysius. It's inside edge on this one. And does take us to the end of 9. So the score is 97 for 5 after 9. And Corey's turned his nose up. Looks like some sort of halloumi and salad.
Whoa!
Hey, speaking of the ECIs, we don't just have the men's, we have the women's. And have a look at that. Now, these girls look like they mean business.
Tell you what.
What's the light?
They look fierce. I'm a little bit scared. You ever seen those like vampire movies?
Looks like they might have upgraded the lighting system at the Europa point by the time that happens. Well,
hey, they look good. That's a great little graphic. Well done.
Nick in the background doing a great job.
Shot.
10th overtime.
Oh, that's actually probably a good foot, but they'll get 2. As long as he's off his treadmill, and he is 2 runs.
And just gets back.
Can we get that back up? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Give us a look at it.
Give us another look. That's just a bit of time, but there's a little bit of Twilight about that. A little bit of the vampires have come through. I like it though. It looks cool.
Just got that back down in time.
You can't put that much effort into graphic and only show it for 5 seconds. We're going to have to get that right up.
Fair enough.
Inside edge. And they shall scamper through. They'll think about 2, but it's never on. It's in the inner circle.
Still going to, I don't mind that. Force the throw, perhaps. Maybe there's a strategic way that you could get Aloysius back on strike if Kabaka held his crease.
High in the air and caught. So a wicket goes. Kapoka trying to do the team thing. Can only edge it to that fine third man, which we talk about, and a good catch.
De facto slip, isn't it?
Yep.
And that's well done by Hashmera in that position. So look, I wouldn't say they've batted them out of the game. I just think that the Blasters, they're going to have to bat really well. But we know that they routinely pull out 1 or 2 large chases. We've seen them chase 128, 130, those kind of scores.
There we go. Yeah, well, that's an awesome graphic. That
Now,
really is cool.
Are they the same person or not?
Yes.
This is what
Whoa.
Are they sisters? Or this is what's confused me.
Who is it, actually? Is this made up, or is this someone that plays cricket?
I'll get back to you.
You wouldn't want to
Are
run
they the same person or not? Just with a different expression.
potentially, is that
Just saying what everyone's thinking.
pulled into the leg side? Hey, how come us men haven't had a nice graphic like that?
Not good looking enough.
That is actually quite cool. I'd like to. That could easily go on everyone. You should give that to the 4 women's teams and get them to post that on their social media. KNCB and Italian cricket. That's a really nice graphic.
Good point. Couple to come.
Shot. Has he found the man? Yeah, he has. What a good catch that is. Well, when he first struck it, thought that was going away for 4. But he made good ground and snared another good catch.
Yeah, Shiv Singh's fielded really well, hasn't he? And so he makes no mistake. And yeah, got a good piece of that, but will be the 7th wicket to fall. Aloysius goes down swinging. And the score 101 for 7.
101 for 7, you're right. So only 1 ball remaining. The 100's up this time. Good little ending here from the Blasters. They've held their own. Could have got away from them, but they've taken a few wickets.
Marnus asking, will Matthew Rahman and Baba Khan be playing for Badalone and Sheen in the ECL?
C.
Answer is, yeah, C.
Oh, he sweeps it onto his stumps. What a great shot to end the innings. It's not easy to do the duck fake and then sweep it onto middle stump. And he's done exactly that.
It's quite incredible, actually, that dismissal. So look, 101 for 7.
For 8, yep.
Sorry, for 8 after 10. 102 the chase. I mean, Blasters, they're going to have to bat well. But
Game on.
But if they can turn their batting fortunes around, maybe get a bit more out of Nagy at the top, maybe Kohard comes good. You got to dodge a few good bowlers, but still, I think the game very much alive here as we're halfway through match 54. 101 on the board for the Royal Strikers.
This was the first wicket. A little bit of hard luck as it was a finger tipper back into the stumps. A terrible way to be dismissed. You always feel a little bit unlucky as a batsman if that is the case. This ball was high in the air and was a lovely catch off his own bowling from Devendra Negi, the brother. He did very well indeed. And then it was the Pushparajan show. He came out and showed why he is such a talented cricketer. He hit the ball to all parts. Siddiqui was doing his thing down at deep mid-off, taking a couple of catches for his trouble. But overall, we saw a better innings from the Royal Strikers. It was the batting that we were sort of expecting from them in the previous game. And they had a little bit of luck with some shots landing in the gaps and a few tumbles towards the fielders as they were trying their best to get wickets. But overall, it was the Pushparajan show. He's a talented cricketer. And until he was dismissed, he hit a lot of boundaries and helped them get over the 100 mark. Siddiqui, he did his job very well out in the field. And Shiv probably wasn't his perfect game. He got hit around a little bit, but was good enough to come back and take a wicket. Really good counter from him. And a pretty good day at the office with his left arm medium pace. As this took us to the very back end of the innings. And, well, this is a beautiful shot. This is what they teach the kids at home. You couldn't do that a million times if you tried. The little sweep into the stumps. Really good batting. And he had to go. Don't try that at home. If you get it, don't sweep it into your stumps, kids. Not the right way to go. Unlucky, really. Got a fair bit of bat on that. Takes us to the end of the innings. 101 for 8. Quick look at the scorecard. That man in the middle, the captain, 47 off 20. Well done to him. A little bit more support from the openers. A quick 13 and a 9. 10 extras. No one else really getting in. Besides Aloysius also with 18 off 13. And that helped them get to the 100 mark. So that takes us to the bowling scorecard, shall we? And have a look at how all the Blasters bowlers fared. A decent effort. 4 wickets for Singh in the end. 4 for 16. Potentially a man of the match performance if they get up. 1 apiece for a few of the other bowlers. And overall, a decent effort. But I think the Royal Strikers have their noses ahead in this one. So that does take us to the halfway stage. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. And it's great to have your company as we get ready for the second half of what's been a pretty entertaining match so far. Pretty entertaining doubleheader, in fact, between these two teams. Pajiba Blasters taking on Royal Strikers as we finally got underway once again. 3.5 days of matches were rained off. And this is a change, isn't it? They put Danish Siddiqui at the top of the order. Well, he's climbed all the way from about number 10 up to number 1 within a week. So almost ready to go. 102 is the target. Jace Matthew to swing around the new ball. Here we go with the second half. And swing it he does. Gets away from the keeper, but they don't get an extra. Yeah, so Danish being used at top of the order. And yeah, ordinarily we've seen Kohad up there. He's done his dash, I guess. Gautam Singh at the other end. So yeah, it should be interesting chase. Goes with the swing this time, and he's gone. He's gone for a duck. It's well caught by Kapaka at backward point. The swing of Matthew does it again. And not for the first time, not for the last time. Jace gets the new ball to bend. And you got to feel for Danish a bit. Wasn't the worst shot. He kind of threw caution to the wind. He tried to go with the movement, getting on the front foot. But the fielder was in the way. And Cushy takes a good catch, so not the ideal start for the Blasters. 1 for 1 after one ball. And see Jace Matthew, he's pumped up. Don't forget the Strikers. They couldn't chase down 66 in the last game. A bit of a shock loss. Amar Sharma in the shades comes to the crease at number 3. And as we alluded to in the previous innings, we're going to have a special guest commentator this time as Corey pops off for some lunch. Joining me is the Austrian national team manager, Quinton Norris. Quinny, welcome to the commentary box.
Thanks, Vinny. Good to be here.
Of course, you are part of our Blue Crew as one of our integrity officers, and obviously you're in charge of the player and match official area at the moment, which is a pretty important job. It can be a bit of a demanding job in the elements as well. We'll hear about you in your trials and tribulations in a second. Sharma comes to the crease, gets off the mark. Yeah, firstly, before we get on to Austria chat, how have you enjoyed your time in Malta so far? Because you've been here about a week.
Yeah, so it's the 9th day today already. So yeah, it's been a good first part of the week. Last end, the 3.5 days of washed out cricket. Unfortunately, that has not been so great, but good to be in action again.
There's Matthew. Big swing and a miss from Gautam. That's the first ball he's faced. Yeah, so yeah, obviously we've had a few issues with the rain, haven't we? And I think we were talking about it earlier. It was quite dramatic where our hotel is with some of the flooding we had around there. It was crazy, wasn't it?
Every time water just kept on coming.
Digs out an outswinging Yorker, gets off the mark. So we've got plenty to talk about. Obviously, you've been heavily involved with this Austrian cricket in general, and obviously the Austrian national team. This is your squad. Talk us through some of the names to watch. Quite a few familiar names on there for us.
Yeah, well, of course, Captain Rasmus Shigewell managed to get time off, so he's one with the bat.
Here's Matthew. Yeah, so yeah, obviously it's always great to have your regular captain out there, and Raz is a sensational player.
Yeah, indeed, he's just growing and growing, and of course continuously captaining. That helps a lot in getting and growing into the role. Then, yeah, so we have a bit of changes.
Let's pull the over coming up. Launches it high. Well, good luck with this. The keeper's called for it. He's got to find it first, and he can't quite get there. Well, Quinny, you probably know that feeling. That's gone miles in the air. It was a steepler. Sometimes the ones that are just landing kind of straight on you can be tough ones to judge. And so Siddhasanan can't quite pull this one in.
Yeah, both of us keeping, and yeah, he just didn't get under the board, didn't steady himself, and yeah, last minute had to reach for it, and unfortunately put it down.
Yeah, into the first over. So it is 5 for 1 after 1 over. 28 matches without a golden ball. We already had 1 in this series. I don't know if we can go back to that Austrian graphic. I'll tell you some of the players I'm always looking forward to seeing, and there's quite a few of them in your squad. Probably one for me is the wild thing, Javid Zadran. I just think in T10 cricket, he's so dynamic.
Yeah, he's one of these players. If he gets it right on the day, he can destroy you. I've had the joy of playing in the same team as him and also against him on the cricket field. and you don't want to be on the end of him.
Yeah.
He also he does everything fast.
For
as you
sure.
say.
Here's Jerome, who bowled really well before. Started with a double wicket over. Maybe we can go one more time back to that graphic because also some big boys in there. I mean, you've got Mirza Hassan. He is one guy I always love to watch in the middle order. You got Daniel Eckstein, Big D as well, potentially.
Yeah, he's there. He's going to be team manager, so I won't be able to make it this time. So he's going to be doing a double job.
Jerome forgets to bowl this one. Also, looking at that, Mehad Shima is one guy I don't think we've quite seen what the best of him with the bat when we've seen him in Austrian colours recently.
Yeah, last time due to family issues or emergencies, passing of his dad, he unfortunately missed the T10.
Yeah.
And
he's a good keeper, though, as well. Gives you another option.
yeah, so he would be one, and he gets another chance, and he missed the ECC because of that, so it gives him another T10 chance.
Yeah, for sure.
And we'll have him and then a debutant, Asif, also who would be a keeping option.
Asif Sazai, yeah.
He had a pretty decent time with the bat in the ECS in Vienna.
Go back to Austria. We talk about Belgium ball a lot, but Austria had similar numbers actually to Belgium last year. A lot of guys that really take to the T10 format. Wouldn't necessarily say they're specialists, but let's just say their games are really suited to the shorter form of the game. Big hitters, fast bowlers, good variations. Jerome went to the boundary the last ball, and now this one could be something similar, but it's well cut off in the infield, just be a single. So he's certainly throwing everything at the bowling at the moment. Hey, so obviously got the ECIs. That must be a really exciting opportunity to have a look at some players and to reward some players for good performances domestically. But also, we'll see a bit of you on the field as well before too long. As Sharma opens his shoulders at this one, has to hustle. Oh, this was an opportunity. The bowler couldn't gather it in Jerome. Yeah, because you'll be captaining Vienna Cricket Club, Vienna CC, at the ECL as national champions from last year.
Yeah, that's an amazing opportunity to actually be a part of that and to step foot on, yeah.
You got some pretty good players in that squad as well. Oh, it's going to be Well, if he hasn't hit this is crashing into the stumps. He must have hit it. That's all I got to say about this. Because let's have a look at it. Oh,
a lot of swing
for these today. I don't know. Back leg. Maybe my eyes aren't painted on right today. Anyway, it's going to cost him because it's going to be for the next ball. This will be the end of the over as well. So Jerome can't take a trick. He's taking that one pretty well. But anyway, next ball disappears and it's 15 for 1 after 2 overs. Hey, maybe they've moved the stumps a little bit to the right today. I don't know. But yeah, so we'll get to see you in Group D. And yeah, I mean, obviously, it's only the third time we've had the ECL. And we look at the table just quickly. Blasters picking a bit of a surprise victory in the last game, defending 65. They'll be hoping to double down here, but they'll have to bat very, very well to do this. Royal Strikers, they're up challenging for one of the top positions. The higher up you finish, the easier your path to the trophy here. Potentially as ECL qualification for next year online. And that's the whisper anyway. Yeah, so yeah, obviously you've been to Khartoum, you've been there managing the Austrian team in the ECC, you've been there obviously with the Blue Crew. But yeah, I think you'll really enjoy being part of the circus. ECL, biggest one yet, 31 clubs. It's going to be huge. Here comes the third over. They go back to Matthew. Pretty good ball. Sharma digs it out for 1. So yeah, as far as your Vienna CC team, some names that we just saw there, like Javid Zadran, Big D, obviously as well. You picked up guys.
Yeah, we'll have Shahil
Momin as well.
Mark Simpson-Parker will be there. So those are some big names that have played national team.
Yeah, for sure. Matthew. This is slightly over pitch and only slightly, and it's going to go for 4. So pretty good batting. It wasn't an easy ball to get away, and again, you wouldn't want to miss it. The umpires have been pretty kind to the batters on the LB today, I think, and he just digs this one out. You know, as an opener, there's a lot of pressure on you, Quinny, to get off a good time. In fact, that's gone all the way. Maximo time. Cashing in and yeah, Blasters fighting on. Yeah, so I'm super excited to see you guys. And what do you think about the concept of playing T10 international cricket outside of the ECC?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea for this. It's, of course, a little bit, we can say short notice, but it's a great opportunity for us.
It's Matthew again. Big hack this time, no contact.
Yeah, considering that we've in Austria at least, the weather hasn't allowed us to get outdoors, so we can't get outdoors probably until March if the weather's good, mid-March, April.
Yeah.
So to be able to come here and play on the next weekend will be a huge.
And you get 6 matches, right? So it's not, you kind of brush the cobwebs away pretty quickly. This one almost gets kicked back onto the stumps, but Sharma was wise to it. Just be a single.
So it's going to be a full-out weekend of cricket, which is amazing for the players, for the team, for all teams that are here, and also for the fans. It's going to be I'm hoping for some bumper cricket.
And I know that you've been heavily involved with the women's setup as well in Austria. So I'm going to show you something you're going to enjoy in a second. This one really takes off. And Sinasanan has some difficulties dealing with it. Yeah, so obviously following straight on from the men's ECI, we have the women's ECI starting in Gibraltar. And don't you think that's a great step forward for ECN as well?
That is absolutely brilliant. Really good to see. Yeah, just hats off for the ECN management to really try and to hopefully it will take off and will work.
I'm sure everyone will get behind it. His last ball, the over. It's a pretty good one from Matthew. Goes for 13, a lot more economical this time around from Jace. And after 3 overs, the score is 23 for 1. Well, I'll tell you what, if you want to show something that gives you the impression of what we might expect from the ECIW, I mean, we had a graphic which got sent through earlier. I think we should distribute to the relevant associations because it's quite striking. I don't know if we've still got that the women's ECI graphic. Anyway, here you go. Have a look at this. Have a look at this, Quinny. That's coming up. See, we want to run into them in a dark alley.
Very good graphic, yeah.
So 4-way series: Gibraltar, Netherlands, Sweden, and Italy. And knowing how much you know about European women's cricket, who are you expecting to do well in that series?
Well, of course, with the depth they have, you know, the Netherlands, of course, you should think some of the names. I think I saw Babette de Leder is going to be there. And yeah, she's a well-known name, of course, to us as well.
And Aloysius starts with a wide.
Out of the other teams, Austria played Italy over the last 2 years and 10 T20I, so I know that team quite well, and seeing some of the names on there, I expect Italy to do quite well, but it is T10 cricket. And
it's going to be new for pretty much all the players there. This one swung and missed, but stays inside the wide line. Question from Ranald in the chat for you, asking a bit about your background. Quinny, where in South Africa are you from? Where are you from originally?
Yeah, I'm from Pietermaritzburg, so easiest one to say. Then same city as Kevin Peterson, John T. Rhodes.
Oh, this one pins him. Gautam. I think this is off his back arm, to be honest. Maybe got a little bit of something on it. No signal from the umpire. Yeah, so, and how did life take you to Austria?
Yeah, ended up being love, of course.
Often was what does it. Sharma faces up. Oh, what's this hit? I think this might have come straight off the bat. Well, I'm not so sure about bias. I have a feeling this did take a deflection. It went straight over the stumps. Have a look at it. Yeah, I think it's off the pad, but it's been given bias. Very harsh on Sudasanan. As a fellow keeper, you probably have a bit of sympathy for him there.
Yeah, that's destroying his stats.
Yeah, I hate bias. I loved him for the other keeper. I was quite competitive. I think now they may be having a word to him saying, would you like to say, has that hit anything? And he's saying no. Saying, all right, if you say so. Doesn't really matter. I mean, Aloysius doesn't care because it doesn't go on his figures.
Looks like Omar saying I got a bit of bat on that.
Yeah.
He wants a boundary to his name.
So they're going for just runs. All right. Well, they have 2 goes at that. I'm not sure either was correct, but Aloysius, he's going to take that to the higher court probably. This is probably okay as well. So Alocia's been really disciplined, just trying to keep it inside the offside wide line most of the time. Zishan Khan in the chat saying, Vinny, I have a lovely man with me right now. Well, Zishan, I agree. Quinny, you've worked really hard in the background as well. So many reasons for ECN, organising ECS Austria with us, obviously. This is away from the fielder, just a single. But then more recently, as part of our blue crew as an integrity officer, and I know that that we've got plenty of cricket coming up this year, but you're taking on a new role, so you won't be really with the blue crew as much anymore. So I just want to thank you so much for being such an important part of the team. As you look back at the Austrian squad again, I mean, Samagol Mesal is in there, and I don't think we've seen him in T10 cricket before. Let's call the over. It's called a white.
He came to Khartoum last year. He played and I think he got a chance in 2 games.
That's right. Yep.
So yeah, let's see how it will all go down on game time. Of course, there's 6 games. Also out in the team, Claire. He will also be making a T10 debut.
Claire Kailash is most famous for hitting our main camera in the 2021 series in Austria. And I'm talking about the main camera. He knocked it out. I actually think he broke it as we get to the end of the 4th over. It's 32 for 1, so they're hanging in there, the Blasters, in this chase. And still that rate's been pushed up towards that tour ball. Yeah, so I mean, you've been involved in cricket for a long time, even before the kind of ECN era. How's ECN kind of changed the landscape of cricket in Europe?
Well, you'll always get, probably, if you think about it, many people saying good things, some people saying bad things. But if you look at the possibility that people around Europe, they would never ever had an opportunity to be live on TV, to be able to have games broadcast to show to families. Also selections, you can see players easier as well, so that can add, so somebody that might have missed out on something or a chance could actually be seen by coaches and everything else. And it's just taking off and setting a map in Europe and showcasing the talent.
I also think, you know, with T20 international cricket being the kind of predominant form now, I think he forgets to run because he's a little bit worried about the appeal, but sadly a dot ball. So, yeah, and I just think if you're practicing for T20, probably T10 is better practice than 50 over cricket, because I just think a lot of the skills translate. It's about decision making and being put under pressure. I think that's kind of a lot of what T20 cricket is. Obviously with all ICC affiliated countries now getting T20 national status. So, I mean, that's been a real game changer as well. At the same time, yeah, since that ruling was made, obviously it's a big carrot, isn't it, to play international cricket?
No, totally. And yeah, and especially with T10 cricket now that came to the fore, the international side of things, you can also have guys that maybe are not set up yet in the T20, or youngsters that you will push through to see how they cope with the pressure, cope with everything, and see how they deal with international cricket.
Xavier Thomas on to bowl the 5th. Almost gets Sharma chopping on. Just need that boundary or 2 and over to keep in touch with this chase.
Yeah, but going back to talk about the T10, of course 50 over cricket will be longer, will be more different. I think T10 is unique on its own. Of course, to prepare for T20 is totally different, because you get, but mentally probably for every ball something can happen.
Yeah, that's true. Hacks across this one, but doesn't beat the fielder, just a single. Yeah, I think you're right. It's a phenomenon in itself, and I think with the plethora of T20 cricket that's available to watch right now, this certainly is something different. It's got its own charm. Reynolds asking in the chat, does Quinny still follow South African domestic cricket? Of course, with the SA20 final on at the moment. How much of that cricket back home do you get to follow these days? Thomas here. Hits it reasonably well. And in the end, it'll just be a single. Doesn't quite get down to the man at long on. So do you still get a chance to follow any domestic cricket, maybe back where you came from?
Yeah, sometimes it's more tricky when you're quite busy all the time, but definitely looking in. I know the home team that I would follow, the Dolphins, they're playing now in 4-day cricket. So that starts. So if I don't get to see it or watch it, I follow it.
Yeah, remotely. That's ball the over. I think these two, they're doing okay, and they've made sure they haven't lost early wickets, but I look at some of the players in the shed. Narendra Negi, probably the most obvious one. They want to get him out there sooner rather than later. This same slipping away after 5 overs. It is 37 for 1. So yeah, they need 13 and over basically from here on in. Yeah, so ECI cricket, there's cricket outside in ECC as far as T10 international cricket goes. The first time we've seen T10 international cricket outside of Spain as well. So next weekend, we've got Spain, Austria and Malta, the hosts, taking part in a 3-way series, 9 matches in that series. And then the women's series starts the next night in Gibraltar. I'll be there for all of that international cricket and a 4-way series. So it's something we've had a lot of demand for as well. Obviously, building the logistics and the behind the scenes is not super easy, but I think it's long overdue that we've got some women's T10 cricket. And yeah, time for them to be put under pressure and be put in some different situations in front of the whole world. It's going to be super interesting. Pushparajant's a good player, isn't he? He's coming on to bowl the 6th. Sharma can't get after him. Get one. So I've got a question for you, obviously with your background in European women's cricket. Do you see some things that they might find difficult or different game dynamics that might be different in the women's game to men's game as far as depth, these kind of things, tactics, how comfortable they'll be in these pressure situations? Obviously, I think boundaries might come in a little bit for women's compared to the men's, but it'll be designed to have the same gameplay or game dynamics as our regular ECN cricket. What do you think?
Yeah, I think let's just continue after the ball's been bowled.
It's a long way across, and it's not going to be out. Pushparajant has a pop at Sharma, who has a look of a dead man walking at the moment. He's just having trouble getting going more than a run a ball. Knows they need over double that now. So he's trying to manufacture something. Yeah, so what do you think? What can we expect? Because, again, it's the first time we've had any T10 women's cricket.
Yeah, I think for boundaries are always quite key. And, of course, some bigger hitters or stroke players, they'll have to look at targeting the boundaries because, of course, they add up very quickly. They are playing in Gibraltar over the complex.
Yeah. Good place to have it. Swing and a miss.
With a multi-surface complex, so the field is quite quick once it gets past, what I recall.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be that they're going to try and defend the boundaries and then going out afterwards. One thing on the ruling, are we going to have 5 out or 4?
Yeah. I haven't seen the final regulations yet. I believe probably it'll be the same regulations as we have here. So, yeah, defending the boundaries, I guess, important. But, I mean, if proportionally, because in women's cricket they have a slightly smaller infield, it'll also have a slightly smaller outfield, so the boundaries will come back a little bit. Again, it's designed to kind of keep everything as much as possible the same as what we normally have in ECN cricket, what's made it so popular. As we get to the end of the 6th over here, they're going at 7s, so not quite as quick as they need to. You've got Narendra Negi sitting in the shed. I think he's got to come out sooner rather than later. I'd actually be kind of forcing him out there at this stage, I think. Jerome's coming back to bowl the 7th. But, I mean, a lot of it will be unknown, and it's going to be a lot of players we haven't seen before on ECN. I know we have covered some women's cricket before, but it's always been T20 cricket, both domestically and internationally. Of course, you were probably part of the Austria-Germany series a couple of years ago that we showed. As we start a new over, it's going to start with a boundary, and it's sorely needed at the moment for the Blasters, as Gautam Singh is going to get 4 here behind square, using the pace of Jerome against him. I just think it's great, and hopefully there's going to be a lot more of this as well. I know that eventually we'd like to have a women's ECL, we'd like to have a women's ECC, but yeah,
it's going to
baby
be
steps.
Yeah, great start, and of course for the ladies that are playing, it's a perfect opportunity as well to showcase what they can do.
This is the format really for Europe as well, to spread the game and to take the game to the world. Well, he goes after this. It's a full toss, and he's nailed it. It's good batting. So back-to-back boundaries as the Blasters. It's been a last chance saloon about this. That rate's ballooned out to around about 14, 15 and over, but this will help. Yeah, so I mean, ideally one day we'd have women's ECC, we'd have maybe an under-9 in the world for cricket here in Europe. Swing and miss. Can't make it 3 in a row.
Yeah, I think for the ladies as well, if you see some of this, like the guys as well, a lot of swings, misses, if they play tactical as well and look to play at their strengths, that's where you're going to hit a lot of boundaries, and pressure tells.
Yeah.
So the ones that can...
yeah, it's about your bowlers getting it right as well. We seem to concentrate on batters and how will they adapt and all this, but you know, I think obviously just the basics we always see, it doesn't matter what level, you know, keeping extras under control, not missing your spots, particularly with length. I think when you get people with better techniques that we do see in international cricket. Goes after this and gets a fair bit off it, and this one's out of the ground as well. Maximo! So this over's gone 4-6.6, so they do get what they need off the 7th, and yeah, maybe the Blasters still have visions of chasing this down. You know what I'm really looking forward to as well, Quinny, is that in the women's game, sometimes in T20 cricket, there's a heavier reliance on a certain amount of players. I feel that we'll see some stars emerging in this T10 format, and maybe some of the players that aren't considered match winners in the T20 format may just be well suited to T10. I'm really looking forward to seeing how that pans out. Here's Jerome. Slower ball. Get 1, but I think a 2. Don't think it's on though. He'll retain the strike. He's got the hot hand at the moment, so why not? 7 overs down. Score is 59 for 1. And just a reminder, more cricket coming up this afternoon. And yeah, looking forward to seeing two teams we haven't seen since before the break. Gozo CC taking on Sweet United. So Gozo, they've improved a lot. They're going to have to against the Sweet United team that swept all before them so far. They're undefeated with 8 wins out of 8. The 2 washouts from the last few days. So that game's coming up. Join us for match 55. And yeah, so I'm always excited to see us take steps forward, which is really what it's about, incremental steps forward. 8th overtime, Pushparajan to stop the madness. It's pretty short. It'll be the one for the over, I think. But yeah, that Gibraltar complex is pretty good. Pushparajan doesn't like that, but I think that's definitely over the shoulder because he was charging, and you got to judge that at the crease. But yeah, Quinny, I'm sure you'll be watching as much as anyone. Harness has a random question for you in the chat. Dot ball this time. 50 partnerships come up, but it's only just kicked into gear. He's asking, Quinton, are you a fan of Quentin Tarantino movies? That is a random question. Your silence says more than words ever could. Here's Priyan. Bowled him, and yeah, well, the captain, he is one player they can rely on. He's batted well in this game. Now he gets it full and straight, and he knocks over Gautam Singh for 43. So the Blasters lose the man that has been working them slowly back into this game. Is it too little too late? It's 59 for 2. This is good bowling, isn't it, from the captain?
Yeah, good ball.
And you can see this is Yorker. It bounces around where that front foot lands. And we talk about Yorker, normally it's a ball that lands around the popping crease, but really what I know is the perfect Yorker bounces perfectly between the 2 feet of the batters. That's literally the toughest place to jam down on it. And yeah, Gautam has to go. Shauna Renanegi comes out now. And last roll of the dice time. Has to have a barnstormer, to use Corey's words, to the last quarter of the innings. Nagy goes straight away, and he mishits it. Could be gone, and it is. So 2 and 2. And it is going to be Pushparajan on a hat-trick. So Narendra, he had Padrash waiting to get out there. He only lasts 1 ball, and really, with him walk-off, I think, any realistic chance the Blasters have of pulling this off. 59 for 3.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be 1-1 for the day.
Yeah, it was very good defence earlier in the day. ECN cricket, you never know what's going to happen. I think it's the equal second-best defence we've ever seen in Malta. It's just that kind of a ground. I think sometimes batters get into a bit of a slump here and they can't get boundaries and that pressure builds. I think, you know, having played this format, I think you probably realise as much as anyone that 8 and over, for example, might look easy on paper, but, you know, when you grab a bat, you get out there and you're struggling to kind of get into your innings. It's a little bit more challenging, I think, than people realise if they're watching at home. Cohard, not a bad guy to come out, faces the hat-trick ball and works it away for one. So, yeah, we've been waiting for a hat-trick, and I don't think we have a hat-trick yet in the season. So, yeah, the hat-trick drought continues.
Yeah, once you hit 8 and over, sometimes in a small chase, losing wickets, you put yourself totally under pressure.
It's weird, we've had a century, but we haven't had a hat-trick or a 5-wicket haul yet in season 2023. When it rains at pause, we had 40 hat-tricks last year, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Still one to come in this over. Oh, I thought there was one to come. Might be wrong. Maybe that is the end of the over. 61 for 3 after 8. My apologies as we get ready for the last couple of overs of this one. And you can see the Blasters just not having enough high-scoring overs, just the one in excess of 10. That was when Gautam started to get going in the 7th. But then Pushparajan shut the gate with back-to-back wickets in the 8th. And Aloysius is going to bowl. SSJ saying, can you play ECS cricket without having citizenship of a country? Yes, of course. You just have to be here. It's different for international cricket, though, because there's ICC criteria to represent your country. Maybe just explain for everyone, you know, obviously to play international cricket, you have to fall under either citizenship or residency qualifications, don't you?
Yeah, it's a citizenship or passport holder, of course.
Lucius to Sharma. Just hasn't got going in this innings, Amar. It's been frustrating.
And then under residency, you have to have at least a minimum of 3 years in the country. And there's also stipulations where you have to show your passport and stamps outside, so you're not allowed to be outside the country for more than X amount of days.
Yeah. I think educating people about this is important if they're playing domestically in European cricket, so that they can qualify for international play as soon as possible. Sometimes they go back to their mother country for slightly too long, and it means they have to reset the clock. It's frustrating for them.
Yeah, that does happen. Of course, during COVID, I think there was a bit more leniencies probably.
There's a short ball. Cohad hits in the air, hanging a long time, and it's caught. Really good catch that by Priyam Pushparajan. You cannot keep this guy out of the game. And so Cohad is the next to go. Came in the middle order this time, but he goes for just a single. The score is 62 for 4. And it doesn't matter what the level, fielding is all important. It's highlighted, it's magnified in this form of the game. And Pushparajan pulls off a really good catch there. Had to come a long way in, didn't he? But took it. He's a leader, isn't he? He's exactly what you want in a captain.
He is. Every time, as you saw first game, he didn't get a big score. They struggled. He got another 40 in this game today, and he's leading from the front. And then also with bat and ball, fielding, showing the leadership qualities he has. Just hope for his team's sake that a few more of them stand up.
Royal Strike has been one of the most improved teams, though, for sure. He's a huge part of that. Aloysius picks up a wicket. Kalyan comes to the crease, and he's going to go straight away. He's going to French cut a 4. Well, why not? Need a bit of luck from here. That's certainly kept the game a little bit interesting. 36 off 7. Need to have one of the all-time great finishes, especially when Sharma's there at the other end, and he's struggled to find the boundary. But, yeah, the Blasters have given a good account of themselves. They have got 2 points, take them out of that drop zone. 9th and 10th get eliminated after the group stage, which is now just over, well, probably 10 days, I think, of group matches before the cut's made, and we head into elimination day next Friday. This is a full toss. It's knocked out to square leg. I think it's probably just below the waist. But Kalyan gets 1. They might just want to have a little bit of a look at this, but definitely felt it was probably interesting. Yeah, I mean, they have been quite harsh on these most of the time. Is that waist high? For me, it's probably just below, but I can understand if they do want to call it. Yeah, probably higher than I realised live, but they'll let the call stand. So at the end of 9 overs, the score is 67 for 4. Hey, I want to say a big thanks for joining me, Quinny. And like I said, we'll miss you being on the tour. You're certainly a full of life character that we love having around. Savio Thomas comes in to bowl over number 10. So, okay, why don't we touch on you personally a little bit then? What's it like being part of the Blue Crew? I bet you never imagined you'd have a job quite like this.
No, definitely not. Well, it's been really good. It's been good fun that you can actually work and do pretty much your hobby on something that you really love and get to experience.
Yeah, well said. Sharma can't get out, can't score this innings.
And as you know, you get to meet loads of people from different backgrounds, learn cricket stories, cricket adventures, travels, the crew you work with, the friends you make. It's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, Sharma pokes this and again doesn't go anywhere, but he survives, moves to 15. He's hit 1-4 in 19 balls. Yeah, but obviously you're still part of the European cricket community, even though you won't really be with us too much on the tour anymore. But we look forward to definitely visiting you in Austria a little bit later this year. We have an ECS planned, so it's pushed a bit too wide, one to the total. And the Austrian series is honestly one of the most exciting series when you look at some of the players that you've got there that are just made for short form cricket.
Yeah, a lot of the guys in the team seem to be quite well balanced. A lot of fights in it, and we have quite a bit of close games.
Always good for a golden ball or two there as well. I remember we had a famous one with Vian Afghan, now known as Donnerstadt, back in 2021.
Yeah, that was really a good game of cricket.
And the wind always plays a bit of a part in that one as well. That Seaman ground is kind of exposed to the elements a little bit as well. Ball can really fly. Always interesting to see what stage of the farming year it is there as well. Another wide as this game is going to go a little bit longer.
Yeah, come early May. Let's see what will be part of it.
Lee Tuck at my Afrikaans is not great. He says Quinny Soki Biltong or Vors.
Well, definitely. The drive wars here was pretty good from.
Vors.
Yeah, can't remember who made it.
All these South African delicacies. I've got to say I'm a huge fan. In fact, when I did play some cricket in South Africa, it was a bit dangerous of how good the food was and how cheap it was. As this one gets past the bat, Thomas searching for a wicket, but yeah, strikers have bounced back well. Just split the series this morning on day 14. Yeah, but South Africa is great. We were talking about some of the South African staples like Wimpy and Spur. And
yeah, Wimpy always good for a breakfast.
Yeah,
always good for some ribs.
And some great breakfasts. Yeah, a couple to come. Just one down the ground from Kalyan.
For those that are after the meat effect, for those that are vegetarian or
yeah, definitely might need to order some bigger
vegan,
suits.
I
if we ever
cannot help you too much.
Yeah, if we ever do go ECS South Africa, and I think I'll be wearing my bigger suits. Last ball coming up. And the Blasters just falling short. They lost their weight through the middle overs. Sharma steps across and diddles the keeper a little bit. They'll get a bye here. It will be the end of this one. It's 101 to 74. The Royal Strikers get back in the points as they firm down in third spot. But the Blasters do take 2 points in a slightly upsetting win. It was upsetting for the Strikers, that's for sure, as they couldn't chase 66 in the first game of the day. Yeah, but well done to both teams. And again, just great to be back out there after we were struggling to get on the park at all in the last 3 days. It didn't go well for Danish, did it, at the top of the order. He went for essentially a golden duck after he looked at a wide. Kapaka had a bit of a red-faced moment this morning where one went through his legs, but he made sure of that one. These were few and far between, though. I think maybe they would rethink if they had their time over again, sending Sharma out at 3 when you've got someone like Narendra Negi there ready to go. Maybe it was a bit too early for him. Savio Thomas, again, he was featuring, didn't pick up a wicket in the end, but I mean, Jerome had a very good morning. Just occasionally, he went to the boundary, but not really. And look, in the end, you just want competitive cricket, and I think here in Malta, we are seeing different teams emerging. We're seeing teams beating each other. And that's exactly how this morning panned out. One win each for both the teams.
Yeah. So first game, yeah, definitely had a chance to make it 2 out of 2, but fighting spirits.
Yeah, I mean, it was on, wasn't it? I mean, it kind of worked their way back in. Then you saw the back-to-back wickets, and then the Royal Strikers really knew that they had the runs to play with. And Pushparajah took a good catch running in from the outfield. And in the end, 101 to 74. 27 runs, I think probably a fair result. Again, Pushparajah was the main difference. He fired with the bat in match 54. And so he would probably be a good shot for man of the match, I imagine. 43 for Gautam Singh. He's the only one that really fired a shot. Sharma laboured for 15. And by the time Narendra Negi came in, it was a large mountain to climb. And he actually went first ball. 2 for 6 Pushparajah, following on from his 47 in what I think was a player of the match performance. Also wickets for Jace Matthew and Anil Aloysius. And a shout out as well to Savio Thomas, who did take a wicket, but he only conceded 11 of his 2 overs. Quinny, big thank you. Best of luck to your guys for Austria next week. Also, we'll see you in the ECL for the NSCC. So an exciting couple of months coming up for you.
Thanks very much. I'll go out and enjoy the sunshine now and working with the next 2 teams out there. And yeah, welcome back, Corey, into the commentary box later. Yeah, well, we'll leave you for a little bit. We'll be back very shortly with more cricket, the afternoon session coming up. And it's Gozo CC. Oh, the entertainers, they'll be on against Sweet United. And can David topple Goliath in match 55, which is coming your way shortly. You're watching ECN. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Quinton Norris. Back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Malta on a beautiful sunny Sunday. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. It's time for the afternoon session and we are starting here with match number 55. This is a game between Gozo Cricket Club. They're taking on Sweet United. Let's see what happened at the coin toss when the two skippers with the tournament referee, Tyrone Peters.
Third game of the day between Gozo and Sweetie. Sweetie to call. So it's a call. She goes in 1 second. It's a tail. It's a tail. Bat first. Thank you very much. Gracias.
Well, I've seen batters running down the pitch. I've never seen an umpire dancing down the pitch. Tyrone Peters eventually called the toss for Gozo, and Jaron Jacob has decided that he wants to bat first. And just having a look at these two teams. Well, Gozo CC, they're 2-4 with 2 washouts. Sweetie undefeated. This is a real test of where Gozo's at. They've improved a lot. Can they knock off the undefeated Sweet United? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Corey Ruckers with me in the commentary box. And Corey, what did you think of the coin toss there from Tyrone?
I missed it, actually. I was out back just having a great chat with V-Ball Yadav, just learning about the ECN and the ECS and all that we do and how he gets around. Interesting. Yeah. I'll go into that a little bit more.
He's listed at the top of the order. Also, he'll be an important bowler.
Well, obviously, he plays in a few places around Europe and whatnot, and he is listed there. And I just wanted to know a little bit about being a journeyman around Europe, and he does have some ties in some business here, so it mixes in with the cricket. He had some friends in Italy, and now he's apparently going to Portugal for the ECS. So it's a pretty cool little setup. He is a digital nomad, so you can go around Europe playing. But he'd probably be the first player on our system that does that. And well, away from that is not people. But how exciting is this? And I tell you what, if they're playing, I'm coming as well, because this looks like a sensation. They look fierce. They look like they're ready to go.
Yeah, they look.
Have you seen the
rescued from somewhere?
No, have you seen the trailer to Twilight? Because Twilight 4 hitting a cinema near you.
Well, don't know if that's something out of
that's
my dreams
a vampire.
or nightmares.
That could be a vampire.
Anyway, we're looking forward to the international action starting in about 6 days' time here, and then we've got the women starting in 8 days' time in Gibraltar. Both those series.
I missed you. I missed the last time. How was Quinny?
Yeah, Quinny was good.
How's Austria shaping up?
Yeah.
Talk to me.
Same sort of thing.
What's the inside word? What do I need to prepare for? Tell me everything.
This is tonight in Gibraltar. We've got Rugby CC versus Pirates. So yeah, stay tuned at the end of play today. Pretty much straight over to Gibraltar. Look, as far as Austria's squad, I told you, there's a few guys that are kind of wild cards for them.
Who have they got that? Sorry, I don't know all their names, no disrespect. Have they got that gigantic guy that whacks it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mirza Hassan.
Oh, Mirza Hassan versus Gorang. Great contest.
He was in one play we talked about in that middle order. Clark Kailash is a guy that hasn't played international cricket, to my knowledge, but he's in the squad. He's famous for hitting our main camera at the ECN in Austria, hitting literally the lens of the main camera,
really,
and breaking it. So that was a monster six.
Debutants?
He'd be one I'd mention. There's people that have had limited opportunities, I suppose.
So it's once again, it's a great vessel to have high-level cricket and give guys a go.
Some players are unavailable. I think no Mark Simpson Parker for them. They do have the captain, Razmal Shigawal.
Oh, he's a quality batsman.
He's a genuinely talented batter.
One of the better batters in Europe.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So almost ready to go. And we've been catching up a bit of time. So
you'll have to get someone on from Malta in the last game, maybe for 10 overs, and you can get someone on to...
During the week even?
As well, it's your preview, is it? No, well, you won't be here, so why don't you do that today, and I'll take another 10 overs off later if you don't mind.
Good luck with that. Here's Rako Afridi, who is going to get us going in the afternoon session. Bowling to the tack. And yeah, Darshan Patanka cannot take a trick in this series so far. Now, he is a multinational team player. And yeah, he just tends to have a habit of getting run out at the moment. But he's off the mark with one. He's out there with Joseman Paulson for Gozo. you feel like they need the tank to fire to get that 100+ on the board to be competitive against Sweet United, who are undefeated from the 8 matches they've played. Slip in place. Sneaks down the leg side for a wide. Wakar's a pretty good player with bat and ball. I want to welcome back everyone to the chat as well. Hello to Muthu. And yes, of course, hello Muthu. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Raj Khan as well. Nice time to say hello to me in the chat. Zaid Aziz watching on as well. That's a good ball from Afridi. The first two didn't really move at all. This one angles in and seams away. And Paulson, not good enough to nick this. If you nick this one, you're in good form.
I don't think anyone in the world's nicking that. Swung about half a metre, Vin. That's gone a long,
especially
long
when the
way.
first two haven't done anything.
Oh.
Then you get one of these, and then I like the way he shapes, pretending he left that.
Played it. It's like it's one of those ones. Oh, played inside it. Played inside it.
Can't. Goes the half teapot.
Do you know who the best player was at the old play inside it? Marcus Trescothic. Do you remember him?
Yeah.
He'd always do the playing down a different line of it. Loved that.
Yeah. Probably not too much demand for that in T10 cricket. Afridi just seems to not have any rhythm with his run-up at the moment.
First time he's maybe not had perfect rhythm in the run-up, but he's been sensational this tournament. Also, I'm a little bit worried. I've had too much sugar in the break.
Uh-oh.
Vinny, I had about 4
I got
coffees.
you those gummy bears this morning at the shop. Don't know why you got me. I'll let you have those.
I have to, remember how we used to do coffee watch? I've gone overboard.
This is your peak as well. Middle of the day.
I think I've gone Red Bull, 4 coffees, packet of gummy bears. So the sugar intake's teetering.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Well, Andy House has joined us, by the way, part of our week 3 crew here. I'm thinking I might go for a mac and cheese with him tonight.
Wow.
Things angled into Paulson. He does get some bat on it. He gets on off the mark. So Gozo CC. I mean, they've come a long way. But Sweetie, they've also come a long way. They're the team to beat at the moment here in Malta. What a good opportunity for Gozo to see if they can knock them over.
Absolutely. One opportunity for Swicky United to stay dominant in this competition as that's pushed into the leg side for
Tech's a little
Sigel.
bit careful. I can understand that after he's had a bit of a run of outs.
It's a very difficult thing to be so carefree and relaxed when you've been out early a few times.
No doubt.
So last ball of the first over. Afridi, even though probably not his perfect over, he'd be happy at the moment. Hasn't given too much away. Can he keep this down to a dot, a single, or maybe even pick up the first wicket for his team? Oh, that's a big play miss. And what a good over from Afridi. It's a bit of an appeal, but more one of those ones just asking a friendly question, but definitely not out for me. So that takes us to the end of a very exciting first over, and the score is 5 for none.
Let's have a look at the supercomputer. It's been pretty spot on today. The first time anyway. Predicted an upset.
Oh, it's getting a little bit.
Was maybe a bit generous to Gozo. There's only 17 runs between them, but expect the unexpected. That's what ECN cricket's all about.
Here's our European cricket globetrotter, Vibor.
Yeah. So yeah, I knew there was a digital nomad. There we go. See, it looks fine to me. Anyway, let's get back to the action. Just a few wides first up. This will be 2 wides. Unless that hit, in which case it might have been tight. But they hustled through 2 free runs. And that's one thing I think the teams did pretty well this morning. They didn't bowl too many wides, didn't bowl too many extras, and as a result, we saw a pretty low-scoring arm wrestle in the first game of the day.
Yeah, you're right. It was a low-scoring arm wrestles. Will this be high-scoring?
Jams down to Yorker. Turned around by Patanka. He's probably got some flashbacks with them running between the wicket follies earlier in the tournament. But
yeah, sorry. So yeah, keep going on about a little bit about the Austrian side, because you just finished talking. Can you give me a quick summary of what you thought?
Look, it's guys that are picked very much because their ability to play T10 well.
T10 specific.
Yeah, so I think it's not that they can't play T20 cricket, but I think we're seeing now that countries have come around to picking guys that are suiting the format. I think originally they just take their T20 team and put them out there and say, okay, learn. But I think we're seeing that, some of the skills required, particularly things like middle order batting and things like that, I think that it's quite different, the skill set you need. Oh, this is close. Maybe just climbing a little bit. And then they have a half an appeal. I think this one for me was just bouncing a little bit over the top. But keep you on their toes. We have seen the bounce carrying a lot of balls over the stumps. I think that was one of them. Paulson was off to the races, but then got back just in time. So, yeah, I mean, I think all three teams, what we will see is that pretty much all of the players would have played a fair bit of the format, so I know what to expect. Well bowled by Vibor. Contrasting the women's, where I'm not even sure any of them would have played T10 cricket before.
A good question. I don't think so.
Very little.
Don't think so. I think it's something that could catch on in their domestic structures as well.
Yeah. Well, if it means that you're playing more games, more opportunities, I think that's a good thing.
Well, I know in the Netherlands they're playing a lot of games now, the women's team. I think there's 7 or 8 women's clubs that are in a domestic structure.
Beats the bat again, so unhittable at the moment. Vibor Yadav, he had a bit of a chuckle about, for all his highlights here on ECN, the one video that's gone absolutely viral all around the world is him missing stumps from point blank range in the last over the other day.
Why do you think people enjoy the bloopers more than the skill?
This is something that's funny. People say, oh, you're only ever posting that stuff. That's not true. This is in the air, squeezed away. Oh, doesn't quite go to hand. Near the end of the over. Paulson is 2 off 10. He needs to do something or get out of the way at the moment. It's 8 for no loss after 2. Yeah, it's not so much that we don't post enough positive stuff. We'll just post everything, but the things that tend to get reshared and reshared and reshared a lot of the time is the viral stuff is a bit of a blooper. Nice having that one from Imran, but couldn't quite rein it in. The 2 overs down, Gozo struggling to get going. Have a look at this. 2 undefeated teams at the moment, Southern Crusaders and Sweet United. Sweet have only had 2 washouts though, and that's why he top spot ahead of the Crusaders. Wakar comes back to bowl his second and tries to knock Paulson's head off.
Yeah, good delivery, really good delivery. Gets it up high, just past the old shoulder. Good bowling. He's got a lovely little action. He's had a good tournament with the ball. He'll be looking to continue it on here.
Now, one thing that I'm happy about is that we had a fair few washouts, but the Southern Crusaders versus Sweetie, that's something that I've wanted to see for a while. Another swing and a miss. Oh, outside edge.
At what stage are you going, Paulson? It's time. Look, 2 off 12, Vin. In the power play.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it?
I know he's your opener in that, but at some stage you've getting tough on him. He needs to get a boundary this ball. I can't imagine the pressure he's feeling right now.
Yeah, you're right. I was going to say though that they didn't have the washout between the 2 undefeated teams, so they'll play Wednesday afternoon. Should be a good one. Yeah, Paulson comes good. Are you ready to drag him? And
dragging him.
That's interesting. I think this is okay, but I probably just want to have a look at this. Is the foot touching the rope at the moment it touches the ball?
I think he's just got down on that in time. Tough to tell. Don't advise foot fielding at the best of times. Foot's good there. Here it comes. The right
my suspicions. I think he hits a leaf.
How he's able to keep that back on the side of his foot is quite phenomenal as well.
He's hit a leaf, and that's why I saw some movement, but great camera work from the guys at Spring Production. In the air, he's gotten this wrong. Keeper comes around, he'll take a simple catch. Hari Krishnan
keeps his gloves on.
Yeah, well, that's one way to do it. And so Sweetie, they build up the pressure and they cash in with a wicket, don't they? That's the first one to fall here in match 55. It's 10 for 1.
It was just a pressure valve trying to release, and it couldn't. Unfortunately, he goes, but maybe goes OCC. They'll sort of feel that Paulson, it might be best that he's out the way now. It gives someone else a chance to get runs on the board.
It's a tough one, isn't it? It's the old sunk costs fallacy, if you want to use a term, where you're just hoping he comes good. And, well, Gozo, unfortunately for them, not really able to do too much with this power play at the moment. As Goram Data comes to the crease at number 3. Now, he went viral for another reason the other day. He took a ridiculous catch. It bounced off the keeper. And let's just touch on that. That was a crazy golden ball finish we had the other day as Gozo were able to pull one out in the Warriors. The Warriors at one stage needed 2 off 5.
Basically everything about that game was crazy, Vinny. It really was. But his catch was one of the best highlights I've seen on the network. Something that I'm sure he's gone back and watched quite a lot.
Yeah, I bet he has. In isolation, it was a ridiculously good catch. Full stretch dive, one hand, left hand as well to his wrong hand. And so he's got the job to do with the bat now. Slowly been improving the tape job as well on his back. Nope.
It's extremely high.
Been nervous by the extensive arm movement of the umpire there as well.
Yeah, no, people.
Missing.
Yeah, I think people sometimes forget the bounce in this pitch. It's going over the set of stumps, definitely.
Missing leg stump as well, I think.
Yeah, there's a few things wrong with it.
Yeah, you don't know if you don't ask. And I like that he actually stops to get another full breath in there and a full appeal from Wakar. He's an emotional character. Last ball of the over. Driven by Data. Sends back the tank and says, you can face. So the tank only faces 2 balls in the power play. A lot of them got eaten up by Paulson. And they're playing from behind at the moment. After 3 overs, it's 10 for 1.
Yeah, they are playing from behind. That's a very, very steady power play. And unfortunately, not the one that Gozo CC would have liked.
Gozo. They're famous for various reasons. I'm calling them the entertainers because they are always providing entertainment. First match they ever played, they got bowled out for 6. The next day, they actually got their first win in ECN cricket. So a team that got bowled out for 6, they won. And you know who that win was against? Sweetie United.
Wow.
The very next day. So they do have form beating Sweetie United. Umar Khan's going to bowl the 4th over. And almost ready to go. Pretty nice conditions at the moment. 14 degrees is expected temperature today, and we've hit that. Sun's out.
I think the big thing about today, Vin, no breeze, no wind.
Yeah.
It is still as a dime.
Makes a difference to the players' comfort out there.
I think cricket is a still sport. I reckon if the wind's ever above 10k, you should call them in.
The wind is such an important factor, isn't it?
Yeah.
Certainly in Perth, where I play most of my cricket, it made a huge difference if you're hitting the wind or not. And you have different strategies almost from different ends. Also impacted the sideways movement the bowlers would get. I want to say well done to all the players because I think they've been really good at keeping to time in this series. And there's been urgency between the overs, which I think is good for the viewers. The tank goes after this one. Maybe a bit lucky to get away with it. Just get a long single.
That was an outrageous looking drive. Back foot West Indian style.
Swashbuckling.
Swashbuckling. Good, Vinny. Oh, yeah.
Reasonably good position, but just didn't quite time it. Need to go maybe a little bit more inside out, try and carve that behind point, but it was almost a straight bat drive. Over to Data. Gets the ball on the stumps, works away, but again, just a single.
You know, when you have one of those innings and you just can't get it off the square, it gets to you. But right now, it's happening to the whole team. They're just trying their best, but they're going at 3.6 and over.
Wazza saying Caribbean flair. Hello, Wazza. Nice to see you in the chat.
Oh.
He's kind of premeditating back at the moment. I suppose that movement took it back past the inside edge, just missed the off stump. So, yeah, the tank just struggling to get going. A bit short of cricket as well. He's one player we might see in the Malta team. Actually haven't had a peek at that team yet, so maybe I'll try and dig that up before the end of the day. Now this is more like it. Something he can turn on, he'll get 4. So this time it was short enough to go back, and so the tank, well, can hear a grumbling. He gets his first boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. He goes deep in the crease and plays a gorgeous looking pull stroke. Gets a much needed boundary and 4 more runs to the total.
Yeah, so the Malta team, Darsha Patanka is in that team. Now he goes again, playing off the back foot, whips this away. And it'll just be a single, takes us to the end of the over. So 4 overs down, it is 18 for 1. So a better over with 8 off it, but still a little bit below par. I think it's the Sweet United team which wants to continue their winning ways. And if I look at the Malta side, got Heinrich Gericke.
Yeah, quality player. Quality player. Not too sure many people would have seen much of him. He hits it a mile.
Took
us out for a nice dinner the other night.
Yes, he did.
Fighter pilot.
Yeah, he's such an interesting guy. You got Varun Prasath, Basil George, Boom Boom Basil, Natasha Patanka. You got Afi Khan, who's been in really good form. He'll probably do the keeping, I'd imagine, and also obviously provides another bat for them. Hassan Ahmed to grab the ball. It's a long way back, but again, with the extra bounce, proper climbing, and maybe going down leg side. Niraj Khanna is in the squad. Ryan Bastians from Southern Crusaders is rewarded with some good form.
That's good.
Got Fanyan Magal from Masa, obviously, with his kind of balls off the wrong foot, and he's quite a powerful top order batter if required. Zishan Youssef as well from Southern Crusaders, Wazim Abbas. Whipped away, and this will just be another single for Patanka. What else have we got there? Wazim Abbas, who we've seen in the series. Fazil Rahman from Gozo CC. Milton Devasia getting an opportunity. So nice for him. And Madhusha Rashmika, the Shusha. So, yeah, I like look at that squad. There's a fair few names that we've seen in this series. And yeah, some names that I haven't seen before playing for the Maltese national team.
Well, it sounds like everyone's getting a good go and a good squad out, which is the most important thing at the end of the day. Should be good fun.
Sure it will be.
What a great way to start the season as a national team. I don't think many other national teams in Europe would have done much so far.
Yeah, for sure. Goes after this, but it's down towards the bottom of the bat. And, well, still gets enough to get it past the fielder. Kind of overruns that one, doesn't he? So 4 runs. And, well, a pressure relieving boundary, but Data gets a bit lucky.
Yeah, gets a bit lucky this time, and it's a boundary that is much needed. Hit down the ground, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way. It sort of plugs before Vibor, and he runs past it. Starting to build a little bit, Gozo. Still, the rate's not great, but can they get going? Pull shot this time, has he? Hit a pocket of space, and he does well out there. That's Qasim Mohammed, as they should double back for 2. And that's good. In the end, they'll definitely just check to make sure he's reined that big hit back in. I believe he did. Yeah, good bit of foot fielding. Foot fielding's been good today.
Yeah. It's been a good day for the feet. All right. As they're trying to get something going. Still not quite run a ball pace.
Oh.
Well, how do you like some of that? Going forward to drive it, get something upstairs. Jumps off length. 5 overs into this one. The score is 25 for 1.
Yeah, steady as she blows. And, well, something not steady about this, Mr. Maximo and myself, if you do want to get in and interact with us, what are we doing with our hands there, Vinny? Is that like the awkward, we don't know what we're doing, but we are doing what we're doing?
You're like, you know, when people rub their palms together like they're about to get into a nice meal.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm just hanging.
You look. Is that how you hang?
That's my normal stance.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, you look like someone that's about to greet someone and drive their Lamborghini into parking. You're a valet.
Well, I'm expecting a Lamborghini from Carhest, our rental car partners.
Really?
Made very good friends with their owner. Tank is in a bit of a twilight zone here, isn't he, at the moment?
When do we start rocking up in a limousine? That's the next step, isn't it, Vin?
I told you I want a helicopter.
The Maximo copter.
That's one thing. One day, maybe.
No, but if you do want to interact, feel free to slip into our Instagrams or into our DMs, and we'll get round to it as quick as we can.
Whips this away, but again, it's not quite in the middle. Hanging in the air and caught. Nice bit of fielding, and, well, you know, That's Afridi likes that Afridi celebration. He guards the boundary. He takes that one with ease. The tank fails to fire on the return to action here in Malta. He has to go for 14. The score, 25 for 2.
Yeah, more like a toy tank today. Just never got going at any stage. Nice catch in the end. Celebration, not bad either. And another wicket goes.
Yes. Unfortunate that he picks out the fielder, but really on his day the tank normally whips that over the ropes, doesn't he? But yeah, just more of an edge than the middle of the bat. So Jaron Jacob will come to try and rescue this innings, coming in a tough spot really. Okay, wickets in hand, but the scoring has been sluggish to say the least.
Yeah, very sluggish indeed. Just one of those innings where they haven't found a way to get into it.
Give credit to Sweet United as well. They haven't given too much away. Jaron can't get it off the square, but he will get a run. He's off the mark.
Yep, helpful. Always nice to get off the mark, irrespective of how you do it. What can Gozo get to here? Maybe best case scenario is 75?
Yeah, that's very optimistic.
Yeah, best case scenario.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the 2 wickets down.
10s from here.
We're not in the tail, we're in the middle. Like, we're not talking about they should struggle to get it away. These are good batsmen at the crease.
You see the intents there, but just be one.
This is where instead of the intentometer, you might have to start talking about the executometer.
Yeah, you're probably right. But, oh well, funny things have happened. We've seen 65 defended earlier today. This is Mohammad Ajmal. I know you're a big fan of a left-hander.
Always.
He's pretty reliable for Sweetie.
I just think there's something in this format that our left armour, the angle going across the predominantly strong right-handed batting sides just helps. It means you're going against a natural angle to hit it for 6 on the leg side. Do
you think it's probably not just a T10 thing? It probably is relevant T20 as well?
I think in T20 people play the ball on merit more, so when they bowl outside off, they get hit on the offside. I swear it's T10, it's still batsmen are... Oh, he's taken that viciously in the chest. Yeah, Jaron. That hurts.
Yeah, well, he wears his heart in his sleeve and he wears the ball in his heart that time. It's 27 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, that's going to be a shiner. I hope when he gets home, he gets some treatment on that.
I think it might have been off the glove, you know.
Same thing.
If the keeper throwing the stumps, it might have been interesting.
Well, would you throw it at the stumps at this stage? I mean, you wouldn't take any risks.
Yeah, true. Just maybe to get on the stats sheet. Weeble Yadav certainly threw at the stumps earlier in the tournament, and he hasn't stopped hearing about it since, and he missed.
Jeez, this is just not looking great. I mean, maybe they could have gone Wasim Abbas up top, and he can actually, when he hits it, it stays here.
Yeah, one of the names we will see in the Malta national team next week. So yeah, true. We should talk about best case scenario. For me, 10 and over is best case, 67.
I had a message come through here, Vin, from Siva on our...
Well, Data does have a go, and he picks out the fielder in Yadav. Well, that one catches him more than he catches it, but it'll work. And so, worst possible start in the 7th over. Bilal Qadir has such a knack of picking up wickets first ball, and that's what he does this time. It's 27 for 3.
We're at 27 for 3, and another wicket has fallen. Just all not going to town and to plan for Gozo CC. It's tough for them. You have to feel for a batting unit that just isn't clicking. And when it's like this, unfortunately, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, you're right. So you got a message on the social media, Corey?
Yeah, just saying, loving the commentary. What was your thoughts on the first test? This is from Siva.
It's funny how getting a lot of messages from Indian fans asking me what I think. I think it was a fair result.
Yeah, go India. I've always been a big fan.
I'm pretty neutral, and I think sometimes, look, it's hindsight's 2020. You kind of can't criticise selectors and praise them for the same issue, which is they picked Murphy as a bit of a bolter, a bit of a hunch-based selection. They also picked Renshaw and Hanscom ahead of Head, hunch-based selection. So they're kind of getting crucified for one and not the other.
Oh, the cow helmet's back, Vinny.
This must be Indika Pereira. Yeah. Flirts with this one. And I thought maybe it's time though.
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
I know you're a big fan of that.
Someone's going to be telling them soon it's time to really go.
But still, have a look at that cow helmet. Where do you even buy one of those? Be a wide, so I've got to run here. So yeah, positives. Yeah, Todd Murphy for Australia. I think they maybe all this chat about it being so hard for left-handers and all that.
Yeah, that was
gets
the
in their head.
media are just crazy, but I don't think the players would be talking about it that much. It's usually the media overblow things like that, and everyone jumps on board.
Indigo gets off the mark.
Yeah,
and so we actually watched the Jadeja and Axar Patel partnership, didn't we? Because we watched it the other day.
I always think people blow expectations out the water. India haven't lost a test series since 2000. And we just beat South Africa at home with the South Africa's worst ever batting lineup, and everyone goes, oh yeah, we're going to go to India and win. Just put it in perspective. It's a long shot anyway. But people don't manage expectations. No practice matches before they went there.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Just scheduling that. Welcome to the new world.
Hanging in the air. Again, stuck in the infield. Pereira turns for two. Won't get there.
Yeah, well, this is the new world, unfortunately, with the amount of fixtures and
But
these
wasn't
franchises.
it that they instead of a practice match or any days of actual match practice, they chose to kind of make their own pitches and basically have a glorified net session.
There'll be some
with a Ravi
there'll be
lookalike.
There'll be some logistical things with that, and that lookalike thing. They've been doing that for years all over the world, all different teams. It's not a new thing.
I used to do a pretty good Jeff Thompson impression. Where was my call? Anyway, this is going to be just worked away for one. So, yeah, boundaries have been hard to come by. We're 7 overs into this, and it's 31 for 3. We've had 2 fours and no maximos in the innings so far.
Well, it's a grind, people. It's a grind.
Can be. But, I mean, look, one thing I love about it, it made me realise a personal opinion, which is I'm not saying the pitch is doctored or anything like that. Certainly was, you know, if you're not doctoring the pitch at all, you're not doing your job, right? I'm so pro pitch doctoring.
Why is it called doctored? It's not even doctored.
Because
it's
you're
just
basically manufacturing it in a way to suit your team.
It's not manufacturing. Every ground has to have its style. Otherwise, it's just plain old boring.
15 days to go. We promise we won't be doctoring the pitch at Cartmart because it is artificial.
Well, think about it.
But, yeah, look forward to that. Just over 2 weeks away from the third ever ECL. Arslan Ahmed's back in the 8th, and Nick Pereira can't catch up with this. Yeah, I'm just pro. That's what a home ground advantage is. Mate, yeah, I was always like kind of pro it. I'm very pro it now. If you can make the pitch suit your team and make it real tough for the other team, of course.
You know what? I'd rather these than the Pakistan pitches where it's like 2 for 600 and things like that. That's what I'm not a fan of.
That was hard work.
That's always hard work. Oh, nice shot from Indika Pereira as it gets into the gap. And that is the third boundary of the innings.
Yeah, and so relies on a misfield here. Umar Khan has to chase it back into the bushes. Indika just tries to use the pace of the bowler. He's tried this shot a few times. This time he does get some bat on it. It's badly needed boundary. Only the third boundary of the innings for Gozo. Yeah. And Vinny's wife in the chat. Spot on. That's the partnership you and I watched. The two left-handers, Jadeja and Axar Patel, batted really well. Also, I think, actually, you take... I'll call Axar a tail ender. Maybe it's a bit harsh on his batting. But that's his natural conditions. He's grown up in batting, right? So his general cricketsmanship is coming to the fore, whereas the Australian tail enders just looks very out of depth. It's going to be 4 more, and Pereira goes back to back. So, yeah, Gozo trying to make something out of this innings. Still grounded in the 30s, but back-to-back 4s for Indigo. Good batting.
Yeah, good shot. It's short, it's wide. He stays leg side of it so that he can get it away. And back-to-back boundaries, much needed. Can they go again?
Yeah, the Australian tail enders, a bit like shooting fish in a barrel, wasn't it, when it got down to the bottom half?
Yeah, it's a long tail.
Yeah, just
keep your expectations small. Don't overdo it.
I'm enjoying the series though. Well, this time he gets a thick inside edge. This is rolling, and it's 4. Well, the third one not as convincing, but 3 boundaries on the trot for Indika Pereira as he drags Gozo up into the 40s.
Well, it's a one-man show at the moment, and the man is Pereira. He's doing everything he can to keep his team in this game.
I see that they've drafted in Matt Kuhneman, the left arm
so this
spinner.
this is good because he's very good and he spins it at pace. Very good. Ashton Agar bowls it backwards. I'm so happy they've brought him in.
So tell us any changes you're making for the Australian team for the second test. Starts Friday.
Is it Friday?
Yep, Friday is 5 days away. So assuming Kuhneman's there and available.
Yeah, I don't know what the wicket's doing.
Swepson going home for the birth of his first child. Good timing, because I don't think we're doing playing anyway.
Yeah. Is Cameron...
Let's talk the batting. Let's say Cameron Green is available.
Yeah, then he's your second seamer, and you play a longer lineup. You don't need to take... I'll let you go for this.
Well, I will, but it won't go anywhere. Just a single. So what are you doing? You're bringing Head and Green back in, and you're dropping Renshaw and Hanscom, or do you stick with Hanscom?
Long tail.
Renshaw's got to go, especially with his knee.
Yeah, but you don't need Boland to play. Boland's not going to be overly effective.
That's
there.
bowling. I'm talking about batting first.
I'm going Cameron Green for Boland.
Okay.
They need longer batting, right? I think Head could open instead of Warner. I think Warner's really on the ropes in Asia.
Wow.
I don't see Head in the middle. I don't think Head's making a run in the middle order in Asia. I'd open him.
So do you...
Tell him to go get on with it. I don't think Warner's got a good
If anything, you could... Kawaja has some history batting in the middle order. Warner has none.
I think they're in a weird spot now because they went 2 right-arm offies. They've got to stick with that now, and it sort of takes away with one bowler bowling it the opposite way, but you've got to find a way to make that work. You have to have someone spinning it back in.
You've given me a... That's an interesting thought. Opening with Head.
I'd go Head, Kawaja, Smith, Labuschagne, 5.
So you're dropping Warner.
Yeah, yeah.
I would have thought you could, if you wanted to open with Head, you bring Kawaja down in the middle order where he's a bit more comfortable with the the spinner.
Kawaja's numbers in Asia opening are actually quite good. Warner's a bit backwards, so nice shot from Pereira again. Another late cut for 1. Yeah, I go a little bit different with that. Go Head at the top with Kawaja. Smith, Labuschagne, 5. I'd stick with Hanscom, 1 more. Because he actually is very good against spin, and last time we were in India, he was our best batsman, so they've done that for a reason. 6 Green, 7 Kerry.
Bowlers. Well, bowled him. Yeah, you're right. And Jacob had a pretty unhappy time in the crease. He couldn't really get anything going with the bat. And Bill Al-Qadir, he's a wicket-taking machine, isn't he, for Sweetie? He has the second now, and in the 9th, 47 for 4.
Yep, 47 for 4, another wicket, and... Good ball. Tough to play this. Coming in late. Full straight. You miss. I hit.
Yeah. Jaron, you see with his pitches, probably right between his feet. Yep, that's perfect Yorker length. Right between the feet.
I mean, if you're happy to go 2 seamers, just a Cummins and a Green.
Yep.
Then you can play a longer batting lineup.
This is the other reason that I'm anti-bowling, Captain. You know, because sometimes, like, let's say that Cummins... Fantastic bowler. Say you're playing one genuine seamer and an all-rounder. What if he's not the one you want to pick? You want to pick a Stark or you want to pick a Hazelwood or whoever? You know, I don't think it's that smart for stability. I think Steve Smith, for me, probably was a better choice. Now, first ball is launched down to the ground. Maximo! Centre Raj coming out really low. There's only 9 balls to go. That's the first 6 of the innings. It's also the first ball that Centre Raj has faced.
Yeah, nice shot. It's a half volley, and he gets it out the middle of the bat. And the 50 up for Gozo, and you can hear their players and supporters are absolutely wrapped.
Was I saying need more positive batting like Head, none of this defensive side of batting? I mean, that was probably a criticism.
I don't think it matters who they
Easier
pick.
said than, yeah. You're not wrong there. This is a full toss. He charges at it and gets 1. But then you saw someone like Carey came out with a very attacking plan to sweep and reverse sweep everything, but then he didn't last too long at all either. Neville's got a very good question in the chat as well. He's asking, why in Australia do they say wickets for runs, not runs for wickets? And
don't know why.
I looked this up before and I couldn't get a definitive answer. I think some other countries will do it. Some flip-flop. But yeah. Up and away from Pereira. Just get 1. It's the end of the over, 55 for 4. I got to say, because, see, bowling figures, we always say wickets for runs. It doesn't really make sense to me that you say runs for wickets.
Yeah.
That's Neville. And so, let's head into the last over now. Gozo finally cracked the runner ball barrier. It's We United. They'll be looking to make light work of this, you'd imagine. Yeah, so yeah, Neville, maybe someone else has a better answer. Tarek throwing a bit of shade in the chat. The main question is, who is the next Spanish coach? You grooming anyone at the moment?
Not grooming. There'll be someone in 2 or 3 years that will be taking over. I'm sure about that. I think a coach's lifespan's maximum 5 years.
Okay, interesting thought.
I don't think cricket goes more than that, or nor it should.
You think that's the time to get fresh ideas and inspiration in?
Usually, yeah. I think with cricket, that's a natural cycle. It's pretty rare you get cricket coaches that do 10, 12 years straight. Very, very rare.
Well, Langer was much publicised parting of ways recently, and he'd been in charge for what, 3.5, 4 years?
4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's plenty. Nice shot from Indica. Over cover, and will it go away for 4? It's going to slow up a little bit, and they should get back for 2.
They'll get 2 fairly easily. And a nice shot, more positive stuff from...
4 years is enough as a coach in a country, maybe 5. If you start going 6 or 7, it's a long time.
I suppose the difference with Langer is that there'd been a slight style change to how he was operating and all that. Interesting one.
Let's see, if I move to Spain soon enough, then maybe it'll be a little bit longer, but let's see. I'll be just a commentator by then.
You'll be playing for Greece, won't you? With
Let's keep
Greek citizenship in the works.
Let's keep that private when I start playing international cricket, also commentary, also coaching.
Neville asking. He's a bit disappointed I didn't know the answer of the wickets to runs thing. I've had a look. Yeah, I don't know why that is. But to me, if you're going to have the bowlers figures that way, the score should be that way too. E-ball gets slogged out the mid-wicket.
Run
to
out.
Raj. Well, it has to be a good throw.
Oh.
And it isn't. He can't gather it. And the cow survives.
Well, Indica gets a little bit of a life there. That should have been run out. Unfortunately, he misses it.
Yep. Why run out the cow when you can get a bad bounce for free? Next one's called a wide.
Wow, they thought there was a feather edge on this. I didn't hear anything, but what about you, Vin?
Well, I didn't hear anything either. But let's see what Yadav has to say about it.
That's a funny one. They're certain they heard a noise on the end. Very difficult to tell. Well, the batsman did have a little bit of a guilty walk.
Okay, going off the body language.
Body language dismissals are good.
Into the leg side again. Don't think they'll take this on. Senthil Raj looks to be labouring a little bit. Hopefully he's not injured because he'll have to do the wicket keeping in the second half of this game. It wasn't saying that Richie Benaud used to say it and caught on. I think it was in Australia previous to that. Anyway, we understand the score both ways. He's been strong in this region, Indica. Picks out the fielder this time, so go up to 63.
Oh, they might have overthrows. Yeah, they're going to get overthrows. Oh, and he should have been run out again. Just a little bit at the back end here. Swicky United getting slightly lazy.
Yeah, you see, I maybe would have taken that on to get Senthil Raj to the other end. He looks the player most likely to hit 6. I suppose Pereira has been pretty good finding the boundary in this innings, on his more attacking innings. Last ball coming up. V-ball. Just had half a thought. That's how to not get man-catted though. Watch the bowler. It's not rocket science. So one more time for the cow to crow. Here we go. It's a fairly orthodox drive through to cover. So Indica, I suppose, like I say, he's able to score at a reasonable rate. 23 from him, top scorer of the innings. And Gozo, 65 for 4. Well, if there's anything that may provide some inspiration to Gozo CC, 65 was defended earlier on today. But against the Sweet United lineup that are 8-0, it's hard to believe that they'll be able to do this. As we look back at the highlights, it's tough work for Gozo. Just took a long time to get into this innings.
Yeah, a long time to get into it. It must be said, Gozo CC came out a little bit slow, a little bit flat, and Swicky United capitalised on it. Despite a miss run out, despite a few drop catches, it didn't really cost them as they bowled a very tight line and the opposition just struggled to get it away. There was a bit of fielding throughout with the foot. We're not always sure about it, but overall it has to be said that the Swicky United bowling unit has done a very good job to restrict the runs. They don't really bowl too many bad balls. It's pretty efficient. They put it in the right areas, and they ask the batsman to take chances like that. And if you don't get it over that man at mid-wicket, Afridi, you're going to have to face the celebration. So unfortunately, it took the middle order of Gozo CC to try and drag them back into the game after the top order failed. And it was a good effort from Indica Pereira in the middle. He had a little bit of support as well, but not enough runs on the board, it must be said. 65 for 4 for Gozo. We've seen a score in the 60s defended today, though. You never know, maybe something will change and we'll see it happen again, but you think it would be a little bit of a long shot. So that does take us to the halfway stage. Gozo 65 for 4. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard, shall we? You can see here the strike rates of the top order, 14 off 13, 45 runs. It was only those two at the bottom, Indica Pereira and Seneth Raj, who got above a strike rate of 100 and got them going a little bit. And unfortunately, 65, you sort of feel it's probably 50 under par. I'm going to have to wait and see how it turns out, though, as we have a quick look at the bowling scorecard. Bilal Kadir, 2 for, 1 for Ajmal, who only went for 2 runs and bowled the 1 over, 1 for 7 off Afridi's 2 overs. And overall, a pretty good effort by everyone involved, and they'll be happy with their work in the first half of this game. So do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Malta on a beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon. Beautiful day for some cricket. And we're getting ready for the second half of this. It's match 55. Of course, we did lose 3 days to rain, 3 full days to rain. It's so nice to be back out here. The field drying out as we speak. And it's Gozo CC taking on Sweet United in the first match of the afternoon session. In the first half of this one, it was Gozo who were batting first. They scored 65 for 4 off their 10 overs. So Sweet United, 66 for them to win. You would imagine that this would be a little bit of a walk in the park, but we saw 65 hold up earlier on today. So you never know what's going to happen in ECN cricket. It's not like any other cricket in the universe. Great to have your company, no matter where you are watching from in the world. So, yeah, Sweet United 8-0 with 2 washouts. They are one of 2 undefeated teams here in this competition now, along with the Southern Crusaders. Those 2 teams are going to meet in a bit of a D-Day clash on Wednesday afternoon. Matches 67 and 68. Right now, Gozo, who have actually defended a score, might have even been exactly 65 before. Yeah, they defended 65 against American University of Malta back in October 2022. So again, a higher ranked opponent, and they were able to restrict AUM to 63. So that was a very close game. This is Wasim Abbas, who we'll see in the Maltese shirt next week in the International Series. He's going to open up. Vibo Yadav's the batter. He's out there with Imran Amir. Strap yourselves in. Sweetie might be in a rush. A 66 to win. Yadav pushes and runs. Corey stepped out for a second, but I do have a special guest commentator with me at the moment. And yeah, I'm really excited to have a chat to this guy. It's going to be a local boxing promoter and professional boxer himself, Demis Tonner. Demis, welcome. And yeah, we're here to talk a bit of boxing, but we're here to talk a bit of cricket. And I believe that you will see a bit more of you on the field later on today. Is that right?
Yeah, good afternoon, first of all. Thanks for having me join you. Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited.
Yeah, I'm excited for you. You look fantastic in the kit, having seen you just put it on. You'll be representing Gozo CC. Abbas goes full to Mia. They won't get a run here. So firstly, tell me, how do boxing and cricket get intermingled here on the island of Malta?
Yeah, well, as everybody knows, Malta's a very small, interconnected island. Indica is a very good friend of mine. Dad many years worked on my boxing events as the medical advisor.
Yeah.
It's an amazing doctor.
Yeah, well, Indica is featured pretty heavily in this game so far. This one's caught. Yeah. Wow, what a great bit of cricket that is from Wasim Abbas, as Amir's having a bit of a sore and sorry series, and he just gets the contact point wrong. Well, in boxing, you have to have quick reactions. That was pretty quick reactions from Wasim Abbas, the bowler, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I actually missed it, to be honest. It was that quick. But I can see it here in the replay.
Yeah, don't worry. We've got all the bells and whistles here. And look at that, in the follow-through, Amir just throws his head up to the sky. And he was very quick to react there. So Amir has to go for a globe. Welcome back to the middle of the Masters International Cricket Ground for him. 1 for 1, just the start Gozo wanted. Yeah, so let me get this right. So Indica was involved as a doctor in the boxing scene here.
Correct.
And so now he's got you interested in cricket. And how about you originally? Did you have an association with cricket when you were younger?
Well, obviously, me being from the UK, it was part of our sports curriculum to practice and play cricket. You know, I wasn't bad actually as a child, but we're talking about 30 years plus ago. Obviously, moving to the island, cricket hasn't been that big in the past years, but now I'm really happy to see that. Obviously, you know, Dr. Indica has played a big part in this, but bringing it up to the standard it's up. Even, you know, seeing this live footage and everything.
Yeah.
You know, it's gone on leaps and bounds.
Yeah, it's definitely something that has really come along the last couple of years. Is Abbas, the new batter. And it's Kazim Mohammed coming out at 3, who's had a very good series so far. Yeah, so it's nice to see, you know, sports interconnecting, I suppose. You know, cricket not an established sport here in most of continental Europe, if you want to include Malta in that. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. I know you were out there at the coin toss, but now you've changed into the Gozo CC kit. Make this ball from Abbas. Glanced away in the offside by Kazim. He'll get a run. So we're going to see you on the field, is that right, playing for Gozo CC? And I believe there'll be a special guest on the Sweet United team as well.
Indeed so. With any luck, Steve Martin will be joining us in the Sweetie team, who's a professional boxer and actually a WBO world champion and WBC challenger.
Wow.
Yeah, he's doing great things on the island. You know, what we're trying to do, how can I say, interconnect them, as in, because boxing's been really, really watched in the last few years. In fact, 2018, 2019, boxing was the most watched live sport in Malta.
Right.
So if we can connect them in some way with the schooling and, you know, get the younger generation into training and into the enthusiasm of cricket, then so be it. We're all for sport. So if it be cricket, if it be boxing, if it be tennis, it doesn't matter,
Yeah.
as long as we got the kids out
Getting
there.
people out and getting people active these days. 29 matches without a golden ball. It was Gozo CC that were in the golden ball not quite a week ago now. So golden ball is our tiebreaker. If we happen to have a tie, then what the golden ball is, the batting team get one more ball, an additional ball. They get one ball. They need to score 2 or more. If so, they win the game. If they don't do it, then they lose the game. So it's actually pretty intense. We get a golden ball roughly every 80 matches. So yeah, we broke the drought here in Malta a little while ago. I was just thinking what a good tiebreaker would be in boxing, and I just had a vision of something. Maybe you know what I'm talking about. You see those Russian slapping contests where you have to let the guy hit you?
Well,
if you were tied on points at the end of 12 rounds.
But saying that, you know, about tiebreaker in boxing, as you know, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But when there is a competition called prize boxing.
Yeah.
And it's a knockout. And if it comes to the finals, there's a group of 8. So obviously you fight off semi-final, quarter-final, and final. But the last 2, if it's based on 3 by 3 minute rounds. This is professional boxing.
Yeah.
So at the last fight, if there is a tie, obviously because boxing you can draw.
Yeah.
But it has to be a champion in the prize boxing tournament. They will have an extra round.
Right.
And then the judges will have to come
it's like a golden
to
round.
exactly have to come to a decision on who would win that on that bout.
That's super interesting. Stevie Roy, who gets driven down the ground. It's cut off, but it will be a single. Yeah, I've got to say, I really always enjoyed watching boxing. In particular, I enjoyed watching boxing in the Olympics. I mean, I watched a lot of the Olympics when I was growing up, and it fascinated me. And then also, I've seen some great movies and documentaries about When We Were Kings is one that we studied at school. Of course, the famous Muhammad Ali, George Foreman fight back in the 70s. This guy, one of my favourites as well, Stevie. He'll be your teammate soon. He just keeps on keeping on. And just come into the team, and he's a really reliable bowling option. Yeah, so obviously you said you've been involved as well as a promoter and showing boxing and streaming boxing. So tell us a bit more about that.
Well, obviously I was a boxer as a child, so I actually played professional football for a while, and then went back to boxing because of a bad injury. When I moved to Malta, boxing wasn't really promoted properly. There was no sanctioning body. You know, there was no recognition.
Watching this, I know you're a fan of big hits, Demis. This has been knocked out of the ground.
The big one.
Maximo, we haven't had too many of these today, but you can see Yada was very quick on the back foot.
Well,
A little bit short, and that was dispatched.
Well, make sure you keep an eye on me, because if I hit it, it's going nowhere but out there.
Well,
I've got to hit it first. That was my point. If I hit it.
yeah, we will see you on the park in the last game of the day. I'm really excited to see that. Stevie's probably going to pitch this up. There's Qasim Muhammad, who hit that 6 actually, and now get a 1. Okay, so yeah, obviously media's changing. The way people are watching sport and consuming content is changing at the moment. And so, yeah, tell us a little bit about your experience of bringing boxing to the masses.
Well, yeah, I moved there 2008, and I could see that there was a very, very big market for it, but there was no sanctioning body. So after a few years of meeting up with the European Boxing Union team, and Malta got accepted as a sanctioning body. So everything now is obviously legalized, and how it should be done with weight categories and so on. And it's just gone on from there. So, you know, promoting it, as you know, it's a very exciting sport.
Yeah, okay.
So, you know, people love to watch the local boxers. You know, I've had some good names over here. I put on some world titles as well, but the Maltese come out in there, you know, hundreds of thousands to come and support their local boy.
Yeah,
so
fantastic.
It's all about Malta have a big heart in any sport they participate in.
Oh, that's really nice to hear. This is Mohamed Rafiq, who comes on. He gets driven away to the offside. Now, we talked a bit of boxing. I told you I'm a bit of a boxing fan myself. I always love the build. For me, in boxing, again, it's about the show, isn't it? And it's about the show in advance of the fight as well. You know, all the theatre of it. Like, I'm a huge fan of that. But let's talk cricket then, because we're going to see you on the field later on this afternoon. So you'll be playing for Gozo CC. Steve Martin will be playing for Sweet United. What can we expect from you? And what do you think of this game? Because this isn't your grandfather's cricket, right? That you're watching right now. This is 10 over cricket.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. You know, I'm really how can I say? I've been warming up for fights before in my life, you know, and the adrenaline takes over and whatever. But
You're in a fight.
I'm shaking here watching this, you know, thinking to myself, oh my God, what have I got myself into? But I'm sure adrenaline will take over once.
Yeah. Well, you just got to look at what's coming in front of you. This is going to be dragged away to the leg side for 4, so Yadav gets the boundary. Again, not quite off the middle of the bat, but he's so powerful. This is a guy that we've seen play cricket in Italy, in Spain, in the UK as well. He's a digital nomad. We were talking about it earlier. And he's a bit of a prized possession for teams in this European Cricket Series. And he gets a boundary here. So Wayne's got a question for you. We've got the live chat as well here, Demis, and he's asking you, who would win Tyson Fury versus Lenny McLean in his prime? Do you have an opinion?
Boxing has changed, you know. It's a good question there, Wayne. I'm going to have to go for Fury all out because he's someone who's so unorthodox and so fast and quick and powerful for such a big heavyweight. And I've always said, as a rule, a big heavyweight always beats a little heavyweight.
Yeah, makes sense. Speaking of heavyweight, Yadav does it again. He goes Maximo down the ground. There's 6 more. They're making light work of this target so far. A couple of balls left in the power play. Can't reach this. He just backs away. Vibor, he's forgotten exactly where he is on the earth right now. He might have to send him a GPS because there's no way that was a wide. Look at his feet just go a little bit away here. And he said, hold on, isn't that a wide? Look, he might need a neck brace there. Whiplash he got. Look at the umpire. And now, the next ball down to lock on. Yeah, so this is action-packed. Like, I'm trying to think of a boxing equivalent. Normally, I'm pretty good at across sports, trying to describe how we've changed the dynamics of cricket to make it really consumable. All I can think about is boxing. If you could give them 20 or 30 cups of coffee beforehand and they had to run out there, maybe you made the ring a quarter of the size so they couldn't run away from each other. I don't know. But right now, at the end of the power play, it's 26 for 1. Yeah, so Johnny G's reminded me of something as well. The Aussie boxing champ, Jeff Fennick, who I remember growing up watching. He's of Maltese descent as well. I know he does a lot of coaching and training now, Jeff Fennick. So Australia has a pretty proud history. That's where I'm from originally, from Perth in Australia. And
we actually have a lot of contact with Australia's side of boxing.
Yeah.
I do speak to Jeff quite a lot, actually. We have an amazing referee who comes over here for summer, which is John Kalki.
Oh, that's a no ball. Watch this. Yeah, well, he's going to send him back because he probably wants the free hit. So this is a no ball because it's a full pitch ball, which is above the waist. And you can see the Abbas does this as an accident. This is like, I suppose and you might have an accidental shot below the belt in boxing. This is an accidental above the belt, which in cricket is kind of frowned upon, but nothing intended there. So free hit. This is a new thing in cricket maybe since you last played. So because it's a no ball, the next ball, you cannot be out except for run out. It's called a free hit.
So if you're bowled out,
it won't count. So you can just do that. And he launches it out of the ground. Maximo. He didn't want to run the ball before because he knew he had the immunity cloak. And he smacks it out of the ground, 6 runs. So, yeah, so you mentioned that you got a bit of contact between Australian boxing as well and Maltese boxing. Is that right?
Yeah. We've got some good coaches in Australia who a lot of our boxers go over there for training camps. Some of them go there and stay there. Yeah. Obviously, Australia is a beautiful place.
It's quite far away, though, from here.
It is. That's why they stay there. They don't want to keep coming back and forth. But yeah, we have a very good official referee who comes from Australia. He's half Maltese. Well, actually, it's not half Maltese. He's full Maltese. But he lives there for 6 months.
There's the problem. That ball's been launched into the tennis courts. So don't know whether they found it or not. We go through a few balls in the European Cricket Series. So typically every 2 weeks we change location where we are. So we're in Malta at the moment. I know we're heading to Spain next, and we'll go to Portugal. We'll go to Austria and Bulgaria before the halfway point of the year. So we're getting around. Some places we lose more balls than others. Here's not too bad, but in Barcelona we lose. Some of our cricket balls only last one ball, and they're gone forever.
So literally they bat it out of the stadium?
Yeah, they hit it out of the stadium.
Okay.
Quite commonly as well. Abbas gets out of advancing, but this will just be a single. Yeah, and so Johnny G saying he went to school with Jeff Fenech in Marrickville in Sydney. Is that right? Johnny is an institution in cricket Malta here. He plays for Marsa, and he's still playing. He turned 64 this week. So Johnny's in the chat right now, and I believe he's going to Greece for his birthday. So he'll be back before the end of the tournament. This time he goes short, and this has to be a catching opportunity. Abbas will take it. So a second caught and bowl for Wasim Abbas, and he gets Kazim Mohammed on the pull. It's not easy to do that. He beats him for pace, really. And so Sweet United lose the second wicket. Though they're over halfway there. They lose their number 3. It's 34 for 2. We're just over an hour away. And also Steve Martin, professional boxer and a title holder, you said. He's a WBO title holder, is that right?
Yeah, WBU actually,
WBU?
sorry. Yeah, the German version of WBU.
Yeah.
And we actually went to France for him to fight for the WBC Mediterranean title.
Yeah.
And
what division is he in? What class? What weight division is he in?
It's in light welterweight.
Okay. So for all of our non-boxing enthusiasts, what's that roughly? Is that?
It's about I think that's 69 kilos.
About 70 odd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do change over time. It depends on the organisation. You know, it's WBC.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're a kilo here or there.
Here is Waka Afridi, who just works this away first up. Down for a single. Well, there's Corey in the background, making good use of his time off. That's Corey. He's also from Australia. And if you ever see Corey in a boxing ring, I think he'll have no problem taunting his opponent. He's certainly got a mouth on him. Most of our viewers would agree. Last ball of the over coming up. Let's see how careful Yadav is with Abbas here, whether he goes at him. Last ball of the over. Yeah, he's pretty careful, but also well bowled. Wasim Abbas, good tune-up for his international T10 he'll be playing next week. He takes 2 for 12. The score is 35 for 2 after 4. So we're just going to quickly do some running repairs. Caught and bowled Wasim Abbas, both wickets so far. And so let's say, you obviously know Steve pretty well. So who's the better cricketer out of you two then? Because you're playing for Gozo and he's playing for Sweet United.
Well, we're both keen sportsmen,
okay.
You know. So as I was saying, I doubt Steve's ever played cricket in his life.
Okay.
Reason being is because obviously they don't do cricket at school here.
Yeah.
So I have that little bit of advantage, I would say.
And I'd love to see one of you bowling to the other. I really hope that happens at some point in this match. Sweet United won the toss, they're batting. I'd love to see maybe opening up and you opening the bowling. Anyway, it's not up to me to make those decisions. Pretty good piece of fielding there from Rafiq, but doesn't stop the single. Yeah, so this 10-over cricket, it's very different to the cricket that you probably would have learned at school, where even the cricket I learned at school, it was very much about preserving your wicket, not taking risks, being technically tight, I suppose. Yeah, so if you equate it to boxing, I mean, obviously there's a fair bit of technique that goes into boxing, but this is basically like everyone launching huge haymakers after 12 rounds. Exhibit A, Yadav goes large. Maximal, they don't always connect, but when they do, they go a long way, and he moves to 28 in style. So, yeah, that's why I think it's quite interesting how sport's changing, and obviously cricket is a sport which has probably the biggest differential between countries where it is well known and countries where it isn't. I think of any sport in the world, because cricket's the second most watched sport on the globe, but in probably 90% of countries it doesn't even register as a mainstream sport.
So could you imagine? Could you imagine if it was widely spread? How
exactly.
much it would definitely be number one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and with demographics, this one's hit down the ground, hit pretty hard. It's well handled down there by Paulson, who's a good fielder. Yeah, so I think it's about certainly what we're trying to do with cricket is put it in a form which is highly consumable, where there's lots of games, there's lots of action. So people that, this happens to me all the time, people say, I never thought cricket was interesting, or I didn't understand it. But now, watching this, I do kind of get the bug. I get the hook of it. As you can see, there's not much time, not much downtime in this cricket at all. So be on your toes in that game coming up. And, you know, we've had over 6,000 cricketers play on ECN. We've had hundreds of teams in something like 26, 27 countries. Well, Yadav launches this, and he looks like he wants an early afternoon tea because this one's out of here. Maximo brings up the 50 for Sweetie United, and, well, only 16 more required. And, yeah, you can see this is all action all the time. Ajith Anthony comes out. He changed the game the other day for Gozo in that golden ball match, but yeah, right now V-Ball wants a piece of him. Ajish with a comeback ball. Yadav advances and drives to the infield, or they get one. So at the end of the over, halfway through the allotted overs, I feel like this fight won't be going the distance. It's 51 for 2 after 5. Okay, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to something quite unusual that we're seeing at the moment with you guys making your debut in the same game coming up. This is later on tonight, so we don't just have cricket from Malta at the moment. We're going to go to Gibraltar for the night matches. They're back on the park. They've had some bad weather as well, but they're back open for business. Rugby CC versus Pirates. And this is match 47 and 48. Joe Wagastani standing by to take you there. So 6 matches today on ECN. That's 12 hours of live cricket. And as a bit of a streamer yourself, as you said with the boxing, you'd understand that putting on live production involves a lot of work behind the scenes. But this is something that's quite incredible. This year we'll have about 3,000 hours of live cricket, and it's just unprecedented what's happening on ECN.
Well, it's amazing for the enthusiasts, isn't it, really, to have that amount and the novelty, obviously, would say, to see what they want to see at any time.
He's going to go here, and so he's picked out the fielder. You can see that he was trying to urge that one to get over the fielder, but he just whips this away, doesn't get full power, and pretty good catch taken out there. Ajith Anthony, he gets his revenge, not with the ball, but he holds on to the catch. Kenneth Thiel comes on. You can see that Yadav, he was saying, come on, get over, but he didn't quite. Nicely taken. Maybe a consolation wicket. Yadav goes for 36. It's 52 for 3. So yeah, I think media's changing. You'd have an appreciation for that, of how people are watching. People are more able to find what they want to watch rather than be dictated what they are going to watch. On the old days, you had maybe 3, 4, 5 channels of TV, and that's it. Now you can watch what you want, when you want, at whatever production level you want. So yeah, I can see the crossover. And well, of all the 3,000 hours of live TV we'll do this year, there's going to be a couple with you in it, and I hope that you build some memories. It's
might be a couple of minutes. We'll see.
I don't know. I mean, I'm a big baseball fan as well, and sometimes the bench is clear and they start throwing hands. Doesn't really happen in cricket, but if it was ever going to happen, I think this would be the game I'd want to see it. So you and Steve squaring up at each other. This is going to be one. It says Mohammad Ajmal coming out, left-hander. You know, I got to say, when I was playing top-level cricket, it was a while ago now, probably over 10 years ago, but I remember we would routinely have to do boxing-type training to try and get our fitness up. It was intense. I mean, a lot of people do it for fitness now. Maybe they're not going to box competitively, but it takes so much out of you. I have such a greater appreciation for watching the guys in professional fight, or even in high-level amateur competition. It is physically, it's so demanding. It's the ultimate test, isn't it?
It is. The thing about boxing is that once you start training, you get the bug. How long can you train without competing? You know, a lot of people do it for fitness, but you get that bug. You see your colleagues and your friends preparing and boiling down and losing weight for a fight.
Yeah. And it takes incredible discipline, as we see at 6. This is just actually burned off the fingertips of the fielder out there, straight through Patanka, the man that we call the tank. And he's one of your key batters. You watch out for him, Dasha Patanka. Wait for this ball, only 7 required now. Freddie looks like he's picking up where Yadav left off. Yeah, so it is that. It's kind of that healthy addiction in a way. You have to be a little bit obsessed with it, I'm sure, to be good. And so, yeah, this game can be won with one swing of the bat now. Ajmal probably wants to do that. Yeah, people mentioning the Gibraltar weather conditions. It's been pretty windy out there. It's windy anyway. You can see Africa from that ground in Gibraltar. Yeah, but yeah, big respect to anyone that's able to succeed in boxing. Yeah, that's pretty well bowled. I think that it, well, number one, he can't see. Number two, I don't think he hit it. I think he hits the ground. Anyway, we'll go to a 7th over. It is 60 for 3 after 6. I see Steve, he's just messaging you to try and get parking inside the ground, but don't help him out. He's your opponent here. So anything that throws him off his game. Yeah, so is there something, I mean, obviously having worked in the boxing industry and training fighters, recognising fighters, how much of it, when you spot someone, is the mental side of things that you look for compared to obviously the physical attributes and the technical attributes?
It's the heart. You know, you can teach anybody to box, but the heart is within. You know, if you've got someone who doesn't mind getting hit, as Rocky would say, you know, it's about getting hit and keep coming forward, and that really is literally the way boxing is.
Yeah, okay, that brings me to one more question. Hopefully we've got time for it, because Afridi's trying to finish this with a 6, misses, so I can ask you. Favourite boxing movies then? Obviously Rocky's a classic. Do you have a particular favourite boxing themed movie?
Rocky wins hands down.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's iconic, isn't it?
I'd probably go for the original Rocky as well, Rocky 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No complaints there. Makes me tired just thinking about that movie.
The thing about it is, some people think it's a little bit extreme.
Yeah.
But when you look at the training and you look at what they go through, in fact, it's you know, scratching the top of the iceberg, to be quite honest. You know, they go through a hell of a lot to prepare, mentally, physically, for preparation for a fight.
My favourite, no, not my favourite. I sometimes think about some of the random highlights we get, and I was reminded of this the other day when the guy's mum comes in and starts attacking after the fight. Her son loses and she starts attacking the other fighter with her shoe. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Anyway, I'll show you that later. Anyway, guess what? It's game, set, match here. The referees stopped this one. They're going to do this with 3.5 overs remaining. I think Waka Afridi was just picking his ball that he wanted to go over, and then he launches it straight down to the ground, and he finishes this one. So Sweet United, they're going to win this one. 67 of 6.3 overs, defeating Gozo CC 65. Demis, big thank you to you for spending some time with us
thank
on
you very
SEN.
much.
You'll be out there shortly, and I can't wait to see how you go. So stay tuned for Demis Tonner for Gozo CC and Steve Martin, who will be playing for Sweet United right now. Let's have a look at the highlights, and you can see that Sweet United, they certainly fancy their chances of doing this fairly easily, and they did. Thanks to Yadav, his 36 was pretty important, and he scored that off 19 balls. Just the one wicket in there, though. We couldn't quite get the ball over the outfielder. Meanwhile, I think shining lights for Gozo CC. Wazim Abbas for sure. Such a great pickup for them. 2 caught bowls in there for him as he beat Kazim Muhammad for pace, which doesn't happen that often. And as time was running out, you knew this game was on borrowed time. Yadav, he launched that one miles over the fielder. And so, as Kenneth Thiel was introduced into the attack, he was able to induce a slight false shot from Yadav, only just though. He clipped it away, picked out Ajit Anthony. And that just brought the end even closer. Waka Afridi was in a hurry towards the end of this match, and as expected, Sweet United don't have the wobbles in the chase. They get there with 24 balls to spare. Looking at the scorecard, Yadav dominates at 36 off 19. Afridi finishes things with a flourish, 16 off 9 for him. Kazim Muhammad, not his most fluent innings. And the big disappointment will be Imran Amir, who cannot get going in this series. He went for a second ball duck. And Gozo, well, they went out there 6.5 overs. Didn't give too many away for free, 3 wides and a no ball, but I think Abbas certainly bowled a good spell. Didn't need 2 for 12. They'll need early wickets for them. I think if they have any chance against Sweet United, they've got to get those early wickets, keep this score under control. The other wicket went to Kanathia late in the piece, but we will have a slightly extended break now. We're back in about 45 minutes as the last game will be starting at 3:30 local time, which is 8 p.m. in India, 8:30 p.m. in Bangladesh. News from the toss there. Sweet United, they won the toss. They'll be bowling. They'll be batting first, I should say, in match 56. So a chance for them to build a score. We'll have a quick break and we'll see you for the other side of this match 56 on the way. Vinny Sandhu here. Big thank you to Demis Tonner again. Looking forward to seeing him and Steve Martin out there on the park in the last game of the day in Malta. Before we take the show to Gibraltar, we'll see you very, very shortly right here on ECN for more live cricket. 3,000 hours this year and still a couple more hours to go from this island nation. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back. It's great to see the sun out in Malta. Time for the last game of day 14, but plenty more cricket to come with 2 matches from Gibraltar tonight. I think the weather's looking up there as well. So I think Rugby CC versus Pirates is the matchup tonight. That should be an interesting one. Joe Wigasani will be standing by it. But right here, right now, it's time for match 56, and we have a special guest coin tosser here. Demis Tonner, the professional boxer, is going to toss the coin. Well, he's with our strong man, Tyrone Peters, and the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss in this match, which we'll see Sweetie taking on Gozo CC.
Last game of the day, Sweetie against Gozo CC. Gozo to call. And Dennis Tommy's going to do the toss for us.
And the hands on the floor.
Head and hand.
Heads.
This is the call. Dennis, what do you reckon? Is that a tail?
That's the tail, yep.
We'll bat first.
That's the head, no?
That's a tail.
That's the tail, okay, yep.
There you go, bat.
Well, that was a knockout toss from Demis, and it falls Sweetie's way, and this time they've decided that they want to bat first. That makes sense to me. I think they get the chance to bat the 10 overs to try and build something, try and kind of keep the momentum up that saw them get to all those wins in a row. So it should be interesting. Big thank you to Demis. I know that there's this partnership between boxing and cricket in Malta that I think is great to see sports helping each other out, and hopefully it continues to flourish. Over to the commentary box where Corey Rutgers is standing by. The news from the toss in match 56 is that it will be Sweetie batting first after they've won the coin toss. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the last match of the day.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. And a bit of controversy early at the toss, as our boxing professional said that he thought it was a tail. So did I. We'll have to wait and see that on review. Let's look at the lineups, and let's be honest, it's a long shot for Gozo CC to get up here. They just got dismantled by this team, Swicky United. If they do somehow win this game, they're going to need to bowl them out early, which you just feel it might be a little bit far away for them to do that, but you never know. And you can see at the top right of your screen, Swicky United have won 8, no losses, 2 no results. So they are on a winning streak, basically. If you're a betting man, Swicky United all the way. But if you're a fairy tale stories man, maybe you're thinking Gozo CC for the upset. The players have made their way to the middle, and the expected score is 83 to 101. Once again, I reckon it could be a little bit higher than that for Swicky United batting first. But we'll have to wait and see, as the 2 teams seem to be out there in the middle. We're almost set to go. Vibor Yadav marking his guard, who has continued his good form in the competition. He'll be looking forward to opening the batting here and setting a total. Electing to bat. And they're a very good chance here to go 10-0. So opening bowler will be Wasim Abbas again. Good opportunity to welcome back all the viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Fortunately, my laptop's not working, so I can't interact with you on the YouTube chat. Not right now, anyway. Not too sure. So we're almost set to go. Wasim Abbas sending his field. As you can see, quite intricate on his field settings. Wants to get every single person right. Big contest. Abbas to Yadav to start game 4 on this sunny Sunday. Umpire says play. Here we go. And he's been laced. Thanks for coming. And nice shot. And you can set the field as much as you want, but when you get someone in good form and playing a brand of cricket that is exciting to watch, that's what you can expect. I think Vibor Yanav's going to be going very hard here. Batting first, Swicky United be looking to impose themselves on this T10 fixture. Good comeback from Abbas. he gets in a Yorker, and it's a little bit of a yes, no, maybe. That's another good full delivery and good fielding. And he gets down to it. The crowd favourite Stevie Roy with the extraordinary good tash. Good fielding from the tall man there at backward square leg. Brings Amir on strike now without a helmet, which is a bit of a worry. It's a bouncy track, and Abbas has shown that he has genuine pace. Not too sure what the hold-up is here. The batsman seems to be just doing something off camera. There he is, I think. Maybe taking a moment to compose himself, prepare himself for what he's about to face. Another very full delivery. So after the first ball's been hit for four, Abbas has come back quite nicely here. He's followed it up with three extremely full balls in that Yorker area. And again, but that's well played. And it's in the gap. Will it go for four? You bet you it will. He just jams down on it, does Amir, and it's a low full toss this time. That's a gorgeous cricket stroke to get off the mark. Just timed it. And went left of backward point, right of the third man, 4 runs. Final ball of the over is respectfully played as Abbas takes a bit of a tumble there, wants to eat some turf for his afternoon, and that takes us to the end of the first over, and the score is 9 for none. Zwicky United enjoying themselves this trip, but so are these two men. Vinny Sandhu with Mr. Maximo and 5 O's, myself C Ruckers _28. How about jump into my DMs and give us a message. Let us know how you're feeling out there, how you're enjoying the cricket. It's random question hour here at the ECN. And we're always happy to interact with our knowledgeable viewers. Some so not knowledgeable, but we try to do that also. As the bus gets real up and close, and that is called good sportsmanship. Maybe a little bit too close for some, but it doesn't matter. Shoes are tied. It's a bit of a loose stroke. Gets hit to our boxing man out there, and well, the hand-eye coordination just testing him a little bit. That's Damas Tonner, who I heard had a great time on the mic, and well, he questioned the match referee on the toss, which I'm glad he did. As I welcome back good FanCode commentator Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, good to be back. Battle of the heavyweights in a way. We got a bit of a boxing theme to this game. It is random question time. Please throw your random questions in. ECN European Cricket Network. Hello to Tarek out there. Hello to Lost in Saigon. Who's watching from Saigon? Surprise. Here's Stevie. Oh, gets a good one. And now Yadav, that's really alert running. Unless he's run out here. He hasn't hit the stumps with the ball. So Stevie, if he gathered that, he probably runs out of Mia, who just cannot take a trick in this series. That's the first bit of luck he's got.
What a ball. Look at this, tail back, my word.
I was going to say, he's like on a couple of accounts. Number one, that didn't seam back and hit the stumps, and then, you know, better throw here. Maybe he was going to be gone. Yeah, Amir would not have been impressed. Yadav does steal a strike back. What a shot over the offside, and Yadav is going to be a little bit of a plugger here. And So, yeah, the Patanka will clean up. So what do we got? Some random questions. Tarek says, which movie monster would you have the easiest time beating in a fight? Well, there's a...
What? Say that again.
Which movie monster would you have the easiest time beating in a fight? That is random.
That's a great question. I'm going to go with Woody from Toy Story because I could step on him.
It's not a monster.
The monster, the T-Rex one, because I could step on him. Catch it. Got him! And yes, Stevie Roy with the greatest mustache you've ever seen. He wears the green and gold with pride. He'll go home and trim that mustache after a catch like that.
Well, he doesn't even try to catch this one-handed. It just lodges in one hand.
Give him credit. Stevie Roy, watch this, Vin.
Yeah.
Put the pluck. That's a great snare.
He tries to get two hands down. One of them, watch this. He tries to get both hands down. It just happens to lodge in his right hand, and Amir's luck runs out. Just after he had a kind of half shade of good luck, he finds himself on the wrong side of the ledger again. He goes for 4. And Imran Amir just having a shocker of a series, really. It's 12 for 1.
Oh, Stevie Roy, what a name. Apparently plays the saxophone every Tuesday night down at one of the local bars, pours margaritas for fun, and has a mustache to die for.
Stevie Roy.
If there's a couple of ladies walking around the field right now, they are impressed with Stevie Roy.
Tarek's got another random question, which I think is right up your alley, saying if people suddenly got paid for bad behaviour, what habit would make you a fortune? Well,
Honesty.
you're looking at Jeff Bezos right next to me.
Stevie Roy from around the wicket now.
He leans on it. Gets past the infield,
down.
almost past the outfield. Almost makes a meal of this, but back for 2.
Vinny, John Gray
Yeah.
has jumped into my Instagram and said that he's been banned, he thinks, from the chat. What's John Gray's name?
I don't know why, but yeah, John Gray, for some reason, can't get his comments
What's
in the
his
chat.
name in the chat?
John Gray.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is the thing. I don't
It's
know
not,
why.
doesn't have like a pseudo name?
No.
That's
No,
weird
yeah.
then.
Look, so John, this is for you. Okay.
We don't
Everyone,
know.
Put your phones out for John Gray. Because I don't know why. YouTube's a mysterious thing. All I'd say is, John, maybe try and get another account and see if you can chat with us. We'd love that. It's free to get a Google account, and they own YouTube, right? So maybe if you tried another account, like call it, I don't know, John Gray 2 or something like that. My imagination is one of my traits. Anyway, 14 for 1 after 2 overs. I'd love to hear from John Gray in the chat. Anyway, so I mean that's pretty obvious. The random question from Tarek: if people suddenly got paid for bad behaviour, what habit would make Corey a fortune? Where do you want to start? You'd have a pretty diverse portfolio. Give me a few revenue streams.
Looking at the table, it's
Okay.
a bit of a David versus Goliath, isn't it? Especially with a few players missing for Godes OCC.
Tell you what though, let me give you, if you just joined us, there's a bit going on in this game because there's a bit of a connection between boxing and cricket, and if you missed it earlier, I'll just fill you in. Oh, that's gone, I reckon. I don't see how that's not out. He's having a think.
I think he's given it runs.
We must have hit it.
He's given it runs.
Must have hit it.
Oh,
Oh, Yadav. I know he's forward,
he's gotten a bit lucky there.
but
Oh, maybe sliding.
don't think so. I guess the doubt was created by the fact the batter got forward, but it's hard to see where that's missing. It definitely hits him in line. This is going to be 4, so they do change the strike, and now Kazim Mohammed will get 4 runs. And so, yeah, maybe a bit of luck going the way of Sweetie. Yeah, so Indica Pereira, who we know from, obviously, cricket here in Malta, also the cow helmet of this series.
Yep.
He has done a lot of work as a doctor in the boxing industry, and so he's just basically trying to create connections. So in this game, Demis Tonner, who is he's a boxing promoter here in Malta, he is playing for Gozo CC, and he does have a bit of a cricket background. Kazim Mohammed's got a pretty good cricket background as well. Here goes another boundary. Rafiq just out working around the wicket to Kazim Mohammed, but not really working out great for him at the moment. Yeah, and on the other side of the ledger, you've got Steve Martin playing for Sweet United, not the famous movie star and comedian, but Steve Martin, the boxer, who is like a WBU title holder in the light welterweight, I think, and he's playing for Sweetie. So, and I don't know how much cricket experience he's got. Not a lot, though, is the word.
Yep.
You already saw Demis do some fielding earlier, so let's just keep an eye on those players. random questions also open at the moment. Appreciating them so far. Raj is up to the stumps now. Goes back again. Now he goes up, and it's dropped.
Oh,
And Stevie took an amazing catch in the last over off his own bowling. This time he's going forward. Really, this one was easier.
well, cricket's a great leveler, isn't it? And Stevie Roy might have been out there with a little mustache comb and thought a little bit too long about this one. It spills, just gets a bit close to his chest when he tries to catch it.
Yeah, you're right. Got too close to it now. He's not going to get anywhere near this one. So, again, just things not rolling the way of Gozo at the moment. This is the end of the power play. It's 28 for 1.
Tough times, really tough times. You have to feel for him a little bit. Just not working out in that over. But Gozo, they're trying their best.
They sure are. They're the entertainers for a reason. 9, 5 and 14. Pretty fruitful first 3 overs. Third over in particular, doubling the score. Yeah, I think you look at the bowlers today. Habas and Stevie Roy have been pretty good opening the bowling. Just got to follow up. Habas in particular looked good earlier. You've got to get these wickets somehow. They've got a long, fairly strong batting lineup. You know, all the way down to Hari Krishnan at 7 for Sui United. But Wasim Abbas, he is a weapon. He's a national team bowler. Someone that goes OCC are looking to break through. It's a little bit short, and it's just mowed away off the back foot. That's a class pull shot from Kazim Mohammed, who gets 4.
He's good on this pull. He's a short fellow, so he seems to be able to pick up length quite quickly. And it's a great swivel at the point of contact, and he's hit that in front of mid-wicket, which means for me, he's seeing it early. And he's in red-hot form. He's a good foil with Yadav. These two are very tight.
Lee's got a question in the chat. Which country have we seen develop the most since ECS has been going on around the European Union? Good question. I found this one really hard to answer, actually. Wait for Wazim with the comeback ball. It's a little bit fuller. Good adjustment from the bowler. Will be a single. There we go. There's Demis. Just trying to fly under the radar there. But I wonder which of the two, I suppose, debutants will be.
Debutants.
Yeah, will
He
be.
sounded French then.
Will be kind of put in a pressure situation first.
What was your question?
Question was, which country have we seen develop the most since ECS has been going around Europe? And I find this one really hard to answer because I think there's comparable levels of growth and development around Europe. Well, see you later. This is too short. Abbas tries out the short stuff on Yadav, and he doesn't miss out. Maximo! Sweet United up and away here in the 4th over.
Yeah, it's a short ball and it gets pounced on. Nice shot. Right now, it's not looking good for Gozo CC. These two batsmen are getting themselves in. They're getting set. And you have to worry. This score could balloon out.
Everything okay? You haven't too many gummy bears?
I've had so much sugar today.
You have. You're going
You know, when you had the boxer on, I went for 5 laps and played 42 levels of Peggle.
Special comments from Corey Rutgers. This time it's pitched up, and I think he's waiting on that as well.
Anyone know how to fix a laptop? That's what
Yeah, so you've got some issues. Your laptop's not turning on anymore.
Which is a worry, because all my cricket files are on here, and yeah, that's not good.
Spain, late withdrawals from the ECI, perhaps?
Hey, we had a good
your
run.
laptop breaks?
We had a good run.
Yeah?
I'm going to pass it over to Meta and she can...
Yeah. You tried the on-off button. Slow ball picked, and Kazim Mohammed cashes in. Maximo! Yeah, well, can understand Abbas trying something a little bit different, but he couldn't disguise it. And another 6 runs out of the ground.
Yeah, what a nice shot that is. He sweats on the slow ball, and he laces it. I would say the most improved country I have seen. Improved? I would have to go a little bit off the beaten track and go a little bit of Croatia.
All right. Yeah, I thought we might go for something like that.
I just think that those sort of players are actually a lot better for the run out. They're playing more together, and they're probably on the worst facilities I've seen.
Yeah.
So they're improving every day. They play on better facilities that we get to provide at ECLs and things. Because in Croatia, they're running in on gravel.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
I've actually seen people dive face first to save boundaries into gravel as well, which I don't think is a great idea. But 47 for 1 after 4. You can see both these guys hitting it pretty well.
Oh, you. Well, sorry, everyone at home. Are you all right? But you're getting a bit emotional.
Actually, yeah. When I just think of the improvement, really gets me. And so, are you going to try and dob me in? They're trying to say, Michael Daub, hello, and Mina's right here with us, by the way.
Oh, hello, father. Hello, dad.
So we know about your bad behaviour. Oh, sorry, say it again. I talked over you.
Hello, Papa.
Yeah, she's here. Wild one from Kanatheel first up. So we know the original question was if bad behaviour got you money, then...
It does. Look what I'm doing now.
I was going to say, a perfect one. Anyway, scoot up in the air and dropped, and he's booted it away from the other fielder. Probably get two. They're not going to ride their luck. Lee Mahama gets lucky, gets the single.
Goes OCC. The wheels are falling off. They've had opportunities, Vinny. It could come back to hurt them.
So, obviously, everyone said that you'd be the Jeff Bezos if you were paid for bad behaviour. But Michael wants to know, what would win me a fortune? Do I have any bad behaviour traits?
You have multiple that people do not know about. And
Ryan's one of Corey's, by the way.
I am willing to bring them. Oh, well backed up. That's it. Well, it's tricked everyone.
Well, now they're going to give away an overthrow.
Well, that tricked everyone. It was
looking for that ball in the tennis courts.
Went through his legs. His teammate picked it up behind him. Then he threw it away, so they get the extra run.
Well, let's move right on then.
But I could name multiple bad behaviours from you, Mr. Maximo, that most people don't get to hear or see. And I'm willing to start with number one.
Okay. What do you got? Don't know how that exactly happened, that last ball. I think I'm a bit of a clean skin. You gonna test out your luck here?
I don't know what I can and can't say. Let's just say
I'm thoughtful, I'm patient.
Our rooms are next to each other this trip, so you're terrible at movie nights. Okay, I've got one.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, Yadav goes after this, and he's going to send it a long, long way. Maximo! That one goes the journey quickly. The 50s come up during the over, and Sweet United building on this very good start.
Oh, trouble at the old mill, and they might have to take her out back and put her to sleep because this is not good for Goes OCC. Okay, so you're bad at movie nights. We've had 2 movie nights. First one, you couldn't get the TV to work, you couldn't get the cord to work, and you were responsible for both nights. So I didn't even watch one full movie this trip.
You watched Moneyball with me. You were on the phone the whole time.
That don't deflect.
I also went out in shorts in a flood to get an HDMI cord from across the road. Meanwhile, you told me I had to go down and get your pizza because you didn't want to go down one flight of stairs.
Just because I played my rain card a little bit too hard.
I love that your best shot had me looking like a saint. And... you know, I don't want to use the term, you know, I can't use that term anyway. But, you know, I try and do what I can.
Oh, toe ender.
Into the ground. So end of the 5th over. It's 58 for 1 after 5. Now some of these questions are extremely random. Here we go, what's coming up tonight?
Oh, well.
Rugby CC versus Pirates. And, of course, remember what happened last time these two teams met, Corey?
Oh, yeah, I do remember. There was lots of funs and laughs and tumbles and cries, but in the end, cricket was the winner.
Yeah, they split a game each, and there was a bit of Kenroy, a bit of K-Ness action for the Pirates last time.
I'm more curious how these men in Gibraltar tell their partners, honey, I have another fixtured game the next day.
They must think they're all having an affair.
Oh, massively.
Going out every night to play cricket. Getting back later and later with these rain delays.
Oh, we've got a game again, honey. I've got to go.
Trish Anthony is going to start. He starts with a wide.
Good to see Swicky United decide to change the order up.
Anthony can be a game changer. This one gets blasted back.
I actually have a good answer to Tariq's question, but it's a nice shot for 4.
Yeah, it's gone all the way. I mean, I didn't think that would skate that quickly, but it did. I think the long one just got a little bit wider.
I don't know if it's kosher, though, if we can answer that question on air.
Just be careful. Go on.
Well, I once had to let go of a whopper.
Oh, dear me.
So I'm sitting at the back of the class, and I'm looking around. It's during an exam.
Right. Yeah, okay. Here's Anthony. And he gets launched into the tennis courts. Maximo. And, well, no one could believe that. That was car bound. And, well, you can see that Paulson couldn't believe how far that had gone. 6 more to Sweet United. And
bye-bye. Adios, pelota. We're not getting that one back for a good while.
And,
Oh, there's a nice, good Samaritan.
look both ways before you cross the
So
street.
do you want me to, am I allowed to, it's random question time. Am I allowed to answer? The robot's there, and now I'm panicking. Okay, so I'll answer the question. It's random question time. I had to let go of a whopper, and I'm sitting at the back of an exam, and I'm looking around like, okay, I had a giant textbook on my table, and I thought, if I make a noise with the textbook, no one will hear me. So I dropped the textbook, but I didn't time the whopper. So I dropped the textbook, everyone turned around, and then I let go.
That's Oh, Yadav, meanwhile, he's going to just keep going to town on this. Oh, he got the timing right, even if you didn't. And that one did hit the ground with a bang, as did you.
Oh, that
Anyway.
was a whopper. It's the most embarrassing thing that happened in my life. I drew everyone's attention, even the teacher, and then I let it go.
Well, I know occasionally the walk back to the hotel has been a bit of a bit of a stumbling block for you.
Oh,
Anyway,
oh, that's
Anthony.
got me.
he's getting mowed down at the moment. Now, a little swing and a miss. Yadav has just lost his shape a couple of times outside the off stump. There we go.
Oh, random question time's my favourite time.
Hello to Josh Sayers. Hey, look, this all came because of a very random question. Keep them coming. Slower ball.
Oh, it's in the belly.
It's climbed on him. It's one of those overspinning slower balls.
Yeah, that's my thought process. I backed my timing on dropping a book.
At least you could have coughed at the same time or something. I mean, why did you drop a book? Yadav goes offside this time. He'll retain the strike. Moves to 43.
Yeah, good to
76 for 1 after 6.
Good to see Swicky United aren't giving anyone else a go. They're just going with their dominant top three.
Michael in the chat saying, what were the reactions?
I had to spend 10 minutes outside the class.
Oh, really?
The teacher spat it. It was the
No,
most quiet.
everyone else should have been allowed outside the class. You should have stayed. That would have made more sense.
Stevie Roy, 1 for 4. Sensational.
Yeah, we need more Stevie in our lives, don't we?
I think my laptop's broken, Ben. I'm a bit worried.
Yeah. Well, keep the random questions coming.
Let 'em
We are enjoying them.
Let them fly.
Looks like Corey did. Yeah. Tarek's going very close to the line here.
Yeah. All right, here's our man. Here's the man that this is the person everyone wants. It. Stevie Roy, a glorious tash. He has 1 for 4.
He's been such a good performer for Gozo since he
Look at
came
him.
into their setup
He is just
last year.
He's an athlete. I love everything about him. And he's got him.
He's knocked over Yadav.
Well, he deserves this. Stevie Roy, he's got a comb for that tash, and he's got another wicket. He's picked up 2 amidst all the carnage. There's the man on your screen. What a player, what a human, and what a bowler.
Yeah, he's certainly one of our fan favourites.
Can we zoom in on the tash? Because it is glorious.
Well, a bit of the Dennis Lilly about the look of
There
Stevie
is,
Roy.
there is.
But Yadav, yeah, occasionally he's just been hitting across balls that are straight, and so yeah, new over, not having the pace of the bowler. And yeah, he'll look back and he'll say that's one he should have hit straight. He already kind of practices the correct shot. So again, that bit of complacency can just creep in when you have had success. So he goes for 43 at 76 for 2.
Stevie Roy, everyone. That's the name. Here he comes again.
This is pretty well directed as well. Anil Kadir comes in at number 4.
Oh, and hand grenades, Vinny. No one can touch the man.
Interesting they're going for around the wicket.
Interesting name, Stivey.
Yeah.
S-T-I-V-E-Y, not Stevie, Stivey. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I don't think I have. He's a unique character though.
Oh no, Papa.
Your laptop's come back and hasn't been resuscitated by Meter. Well, he literally pins his ears back on this. Kazim Muhammad goes large. Maximo. Sweet United continue to go after the bowling, regardless about who they lose. Kazim having a very good series.
Yeah, he is. He is. He gets a bit of Stivey for his action. Well bowled. Well batted, sorry.
Yeah, same thing. Anil Kadir, though, captain, gets an opportunity to show us what he can do, but he'll have to wait because Kazim faces up again. Oh, he almost gets another wicket. That one so close to the outside edge and the stumps. I feel like we need another random question thread to just get back on the right road here.
Yeah, maybe.
Ramirez takes this off the stumps and he's pretty happy with it. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo! Kazim Ahmed, 36. He had a fell close to his half century, but you feel like Kazim, the way he's going, he wants to go all the way and more. It's the end of 7 overs, 95 for 2.
Yeah, just a poor ending for Stevie there, but good batting. He gets those half volleys away. Good batting indeed.
Still a ball to go, actually. Pardon me. Stevie probably wishes it was over. 2 for 17 for Stevie Roy. Gets this up in the block hole, but they will get a single. And so that is the end of 7 overs. The score is 90 for 2. And the good thing about cricket, 7 days a week here on ECN at the moment. And we'll be back with more cricket coming your way tomorrow. And yeah, looking forward to just seeing some teams you haven't seen in a while because of those 3 days that were washed out. The Cedar Warriors, remember they lost the Golden Ball game to Gozo. They've got the tough test tomorrow against the Southern Crusaders, who are undefeated. Then in the afternoon, Marsa and the Victoria Lions, 2 teams at the foot of the table, both of them without a win after 2 weeks here in Malta. That is pretty much a must-win clash for both of those teams. It's going to deal. Starts the 8th over, gets chopped over his head. So yeah, join us tomorrow, 8 o'clock AM GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 PM in India. Good question from my wife in the chat. Vinny's wife, my chat wife, of course.
What about
Who is Corey's modern day crush? Good question.
Great question.
And it can't be you.
Stephanie, if you're out there. Modern day crush. Are we talking celebrity?
Yeah, I guess whoever you like. You drop a bombshell here.
Oh, bold. We talk.
Well, Elza's chipped in my ear already.
No, Vinny's got him underneath edge. So I thought it was a play and miss, but a little underneath edge, and he's going to have to go.
You're right. It's just a tiny little inside edge. You can see Setaraj does well to hold it to his left. And so, yeah, well done to Kanthil, who's got a slightly ungainly action, but it must be pretty hard to face. So it's going to be 91 for 3. So, yeah, Elza, who is our new director today, she piped up with her modern day, her real-life crush, Jennifer Lawrence.
Oh, yeah. Pretty good. Oh, mine's Elvira, the director now.
Do you mean Elza?
Elza. Whoa!
That's embarrassing.
Well, that sums me up.
Go on, yeah, well.
No, hard to go past Margot Robbie.
Yeah, this is we were watching Wolf of Wall Street at one of our movie nights the other night.
Tough to go past.
You have to fight me for it. In the air, and well, this one shouldn't beat the fielder.
Oh, Stevie.
Stevie's done it again. He's been good off his own bowling. This time, he does well to get there in the first place, but he spills it. And, you know, that's a dangerous player to drop. First ball, Waka Afridi comes, he hits in the end, he gets dropped.
Hey, they're trying their best, but unfortunately, they're putting a few catches down, and it's been costing them.
Andrew Smith remembers the Stephanie reference. I think that maybe Stevie Roy's hurt his fingers here.
I hope not, because he's been a key player and a key bowler.
The Jennifer Lawrence thing threw me a little bit.
Good question coming in from Michael Dowd. Which place do you call home? Good question for you, because you're a bit all over the shop.
ECN's my home now.
Yeah.
I'm nomadic.
Whoa!
Whoa.
This will be your home soon
okay,
enough.
I want to change my answer.
I'll play for what team they're playing for. That is honestly, that could be a movie poster.
It reminds me of Attack of the Clones.
It's Twilight. It looks like Twilight. It really does, but it looks sensational. It's a movie poster or a Bollywood film coming up, coming to a cinema near you. Gibraltar T10 action.
Yeah. ECIW.
You'll see singles, extras.
How many of those gummy bears did you have again?
Too many. Sugar contents were high today.
I had a question where am I in the lineup of siblings? I'm the oldest of 4.
Explains a lot.
And you're an only child?
Maybe.
Explains a lot. Always coming out number 1, weren't you? Whoa, here we go. Well, that's why you don't drop Waka, because he's probably going to blast you out of the ground. Paulson takes on the fence, and it's going to be 6 more. Ends the over. It's 99 for 3 after 8.
Yep, nice shot. 6 more runs, and Zwicky United doing enough.
We sure are. And yeah, well done to Nick in the office for coming up with that graphic.
It's cool. It is cool. I'd like to see more movie posters of cricket.
I wonder if I'll meet that model when we get back to the office, when I'm in the office during the week.
Dare say you wouldn't. Is it an actual cricket player, or is it just a fake thing offline?
I think it's artificial intelligence
created. Makes sense.
The perfect. Apparently, she can bowl 140 and she can whack maximos. That's the only combination. And Jish Anthony is going to bowl over number 9.
It's got that afternoon feel about it, doesn't it, Vinny?
A little bit. Especially because you've had a couple of innings off as well. You've come out fresh.
Yeah, you've had a few guests.
You got tomorrow off as well. What are you going to do with your day off? There's a random question.
I don't want a day off.
I know you don't.
Robot.
3 doesn't go into 2.
Oh, no. Oh, he's got a bit of a hamstring, and we're going to see the sub fielders coming on.
Ken Deal's going off. He's certainly struggling with his movement.
Yeah, that's not good. And hopefully he's okay. Looked like a little bit of a hamstring, actually, as Mohammed faces up, and that's going to be a wide.
Start.
Yeah, Robot, if you're listening, I do want to work tomorrow. So if anyone out there has a job offer for tomorrow, I'm free in the Malta region.
Thick outside edge, doesn't quite carry. Good effort from the fielder. You know who's a specialist there, don't you?
Yep, he's taken some good catches in his time.
Gautam Data. He took that one and bounced off the keeper last week. This one's blocked back. Yeah, so we're just getting cramped for him a little bit. What else have we got in this round of questions? Oh, VW's come up with one. He opens the shoulders this time. Afridi takes on the fielder, and well, he's going to win. That's
the sub fielder that's just come on.
Yeah, and that's the second time today we've seen a sub fielder come on and be straight into the action. This time, unfortunately, they can't hold on.
Yeah, the drop catches are starting to creep up, aren't they? It's not great. Oh, it's a Gundy ball, and does he get it? He does. Maximo Bale, Bale, Bale.
That's it. You're doing a good job.
Yeah.
You replace all of us soon. In the ninth. It all happens in the ninth. The Jish, just gets it wrong, doesn't he? It's an attempted, well, it's basically a leg spinner. Right, it sits up with that overspin. The extra bounce was easy to get under.
Qasim Mohammed loves the pull stroke. 46.
So in the chat, the random question was, can we talk about any awkward or surprising Instagram DMs from ECN fans? Good question. Goes after this, doesn't really get it. It's going high. Fielders come around, and it's going to be 4. Bounces just inside, but they couldn't quite slap it back into play. So Qasim Mohammed goes to 50. So he does get to his half century. A bit of a hairy moment as the fielders were converging. But he brings up his 50 off 21 balls.
Good innings. Well done to him. A quick 550. And he'll be happy with his work. I reckon I've got some.
Okay. Now this is high. And it's going to be halfway up the fence. Maximo! And that could be trouble for Anthony, because I thought that was the last ball of his spell. But this is pretty high. And they might want to have a look at it just to see the height.
It felt high.
Yeah, maybe what he wants the no ball.
Yeah, I can understand
From
why he
front
wants
on
that.
it really looks high. Side on it's more, it's probably at the waist.
Yeah, it's been called.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a no ball based on how they've
Oh,
umpired.
there goes the next ball.
And next ball, they're only going to get through for 1 on the free hit. And so it will be the end of the over. So they escape any further damage. But Anthony goes for 39 in his spell. He scores 120 for 3. Okay, tell us about your DMs. Who's been sliding into your DMs?
I reckon it was pretty cool when the English team were sliding in when we were at the ECL and they were watching. So
yeah, true.
A couple of national players from around the world. That's pretty cool. When we put it up, they've said, oh, we're in Pakistan and watching on tour. That's as big as it gets, really.
Yeah, I probably
Tom Cruise.
Similar. Margot Robbie actually has been in the chat sometimes, remember?
Hello.
I'd say, yeah, Jai Richardson messaged me during the ECC at home. It's be a wide.
It's some big names of sport have definitely jumped in and sent messages. I remember when big old Cale Hooker came down, and that was cool. I was a big Essendon fan growing up. Yeah. I was a bit starstruck.
He was a unit. Goes straight and goes pretty well. Up goes their hand. The bowlers apologise. He probably doesn't need to, because it was just a good shot. As Maximal, Sweet United, they are building a very imposing total here in match 56.
Pretty impressive, it must be said. Muhammad is boning them, and he looks good here. He could end up in the 80s.
Now he slices this away.
Oh no, it's been put down again. Oh, that hurts.
That's Wasim Abbas as well. And he's one guy they don't want to get injured. He'll be playing for Malta this time next week. But look at that. Yeah, straight in, straight out. Ouch.
Couple of ice cream cones and a couple of drops. It hurts.
Lockhart swings the ball that doesn't really get up. Not too many have shot through. Rafiq going over the wicket for once. Waka, he charges and he turns on it and he gets it out of the ground. Maximal! Sweet United up into the 130s. They have a runaway freight train at the moment.
Yep.
Whoa, well, okay.
Right. Can we edit that and put me?
No, we won't do that.
That is honestly, it could be
If we put a photo of you in between, it just looks like Exhibit A in a court case.
Well. That was quick thinking, though.
Well done. And there's an awkward kind of a shot. Talk me through this one. Yes. No, I think actually that is. I was like, hold on a second.
They've given, yeah, no.
That is Steve Martin that's come out there.
They've given him a go, Vic.
And they've retired out Waka. So yeah, so Steve Martin, the boxer. Let's see if he can get a run here. Yeah, it'll be a wide, so we'll get that one again. So yeah, Steve getting a bat. So I just thought Waka and Reedy. There we go. He's nailed it. And he's going to get a run. Well done, Steve Martin. Knockout punch gets him one.
So they've retired out Waka and
to give Steve a bat.
Wow.
And that'll be the last ball. It'll go for one. And they're going to finish 136. Well, that's a nice touch from Sweet United. But yeah, we were perplexed because we were too busy following the ball. Well done to Steve. We'll see him out there in the field shortly. Nice moment between the two teams, but the damage was done. Sweet United, 137 off their 10 overs. And once again, openers went out there, and Imran Amir, he's had a bit of a rough time to say the least. And just when you thought it was rolling his way, he had a bit of bad luck. I mean, that was his first one, but somehow he survives. He gets to the other end. That's probably the safest place for him. But then, well, Imran Amir, well, he might have run over 3 black cats as he walked under a ladder. As Stevie, he nails him, gunning him down. But apart from that, Yadav and Kazim Muhammad built a pretty good partnership along the way. And, well, what can you say, Corey? Sweet United once again showing why they're undefeated in this competition.
Yeah, cricket's a funny game, isn't it? And in the end, Swicky United, who batted well throughout, had a little bit of luck. They did everything right, and they've ended up with a very good score, even though they gave one of their teammates a go in the last few overs. Few balls, sorry, but overall, I think Gozo Sessi applied themselves well. It's just a bit of David first.
Bit of an average killer for Afridi as well, isn't it, for his stats? Yadav, he looked good once again, 43 off 20, sent 4 balls out of the ground. But yeah, just trying to hit across the ball that he probably wishes he could have had again. And it would have wanted to go a bit straighter. You see the weight. He just tried to hit that to the leg side. But apart from that, Kazim Mahan just kept on keeping on. I mean, Anil Kadir went for just 1. He'll be a bit disappointed he couldn't contribute a bit more with the bat. But yeah, Afridi came out, whacked a couple, got retired out. Steve Martin got a couple of balls, and he was able to get a run. And it took Sweet United to 137 off the 10 overs. And like I say, I like the way Sweet United are playing their cricket. Obviously, it's great to have Steve playing for them. And well, in the end, you saw that Gozo were chasing a fair bit of leather in that innings, and it'll be a tough 10 overs to finish their day. Let's see maybe if we get to see a little bit of Demis Tonner with the bat. I guess we'll have to find out. As far as the bowlers went, Stevie Roy, a bit of a standout for me in this game. 2 for 18, including a really good return catch. Kenneth Dale with a wicket as well, but he was a bit of an injury concern. He left the field late in that innings. And Ajit Anthony, we know he's had some good times here, but this wasn't a great time for him. He went for 39 in his 2 overs. We'll have a quick break. We won't be too long. We'll be back. And Gozo, they'll be chasing 138 for victory. See you the other side of this break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. And don't forget, more action from Gibraltar tonight. But right here in Malta, we'll be back with last innings today. After this, you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malta. It's great to have your company. As Corey's fiddled with all my knobs. And, well, it's great to have your company
Whoa.
on a Sunday afternoon. Welcome back, Corey.
Hello, Vinny. It's got that afternoon feel.
You are crazy.
I'm not happy I get tomorrow off. I want to work.
Well, good news is it's your last day off in a while, okay? So
Until Friday.
this is what we realised. Corey's laptop was broken. He'd been trying to get it working for the last 2 hours. And, yeah, no one could work out the issue. Mita, our project manager, had a go at it. Wait for the start of the innings here. We'll do my can start with the wide. He just realised in the break that he had the brightness turned down to 0. And that's why the computer was absolutely fine. But you turn the brightness down to 0.
I know for a fact this is your doing.
It wasn't me. I've got so little time in the day to sit here and play jokes on you. I wish I'd thought of it though. That's pretty good. Swing and a miss.
The old brightness down trick, like the 70s.
It's so simple. The thing is, Mita looked at the whole time. You're trying to say, what's going on? Oh, here we go.
Well, hold on.
That actually is women's. It's actually cut off. It should say women's worst nightmare.
Well,
what's
I'll be
going
there.
on there?
I'll tell you what, all of a sudden that poster, that is a movie poster.
Corey, that seems like something you'd create after you've Googled sisters. Anyway, next ball will be called wide. Wow, this has gotten pretty random. Cricket on a Sunday on ECN.
You know what? I'm a big fan of the Sunday cricket.
Okay.
Even if we didn't have the rain days, why not more Sunday cricket? Sunday's the day cricket should be played.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, you'd get a lot of cricket on a Sunday, that's for sure.
But then Mondays should be off.
Well, good news. You've got tomorrow off.
Oh, Gozo. They got a shot here?
I mean, you got the tank there. If the tank fires, anything's possible.
Tank's going
They
to...
need tank to have a barnstormer, you'd say.
Yeah, that's a good word. Tank's going to have to go off. He's going to have to start World War III himself. And that's against the cricket ball if they're going to win this.
Oh, will be a wide, straight over the line. And,
Good call.
yeah, the umpire's been pretty good today as well. Floated under the radar a bit. Yeah, Darsha Patanka at the other end. He just seemed a little bit out of sorts in the last game. He's kind of premeditating a little bit, getting onto the back foot before he had a look at the ball. He's a good player. I'm sure he'll come good at some stage, I'm sure. We'll see him for AUM in the ECL. Oh, nasty one. That reared up on him. You see Data just struggling with that extra bounce. We've seen it time and time again. Oh, no, don't know if that got a bit of the grill or not, but uncomfortable.
It's not one of those wickets you want to bat out of your crease, actually. You're probably better off being deeper and riding with it. Not easy, though.
Yeah.
They need a good power play. Can they get to 40?
Yeah. This is the thing. Tank's at the non-strikers end, having a look at the moment, but we'll see what he can do. Meanwhile, Data, he's in the mood as well, and this will be the first boundary. Gets it over the leg side, and he's there for a reason as well, isn't he, Gautam Data? He's done some pretty special things at times for Gozo in this series, and yeah, just the boundary they needed. Pretty much 2 boundaries and over, I think, is par if you're going to chase down a score like this. There's one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree, Vinny.
And Michael's mentioned something. I didn't read it out before, but I'll say it now in the chat. And he checks his shot. No run there. He said the poster with Corey in the middle looks like a movie poster about a custody battle. It looks like they're fighting over you. Because you're the baby.
Oh,
okay.
Wow. Look at
Now
Vinny.
that's a blockbuster.
What photo of you is that?
Where are they pulling stuff from now? Last ball of the over.
Shot.
That'll do. And there's a big gap there, and it gets to the rope. So 4 runs to finish. And look, not a bad over at all for Gozo CC. In the end, they don't quite get the 14 they wanted, but they do get 11. It's 11 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, great cricket shot. They need a lot more of that. Trickles over the rope.
There's a bit of a quote in the chat. Come back to that in a second. 30 matches without a golden ball. We are waiting for some more golden moments. If this one is a golden ball, it'll be Gozo's second. They have to bat very well to get that far. And it looks like the robot said, just watched a cricket game in Malta and it was fire, fire. Fielders diving, bowlers sweating and batsmen smashing the ball. It was the epitome of hashtag cricket goals. Malta cricket. I wonder where that was pulled from.
Well, I'm glad to see the robots alive and well, because I do want to touch on some very good news that you told us this morning, is that's a wide down the leg side.
Before you come to that, can you hold that thought for a second?
Well, I can't, because
okay.
I just want to say, robot, they have been ordered, they are on the way, and we will see 2 robots. Thank you, everyone, again. Not far away. We're not far away.
Okay, now I understand the comment. It was artificially generated, that comment. Just watched a quick game in Malta. It was fire. Fielders diving, bowlers sweating, and batters smashing the ball. It's the epitome of cricket goals.
Oh yeah. So have you seen this auto-generated thing?
I've heard of it.
So I just got a letter sent from Dan that's doing a letter for me to apply for a Spanish visa at the moment. And that's bowled him, full straight. You miss, I hit, and it snapped through under the bat.
Well, you're right. Base of the off stump, so a disappointment. Yadav right on target.
Yeah, good bowling, and another wicket falls. But yeah, so he's obviously put this letter. I wrote him a bit of a synopsis, and he's put it in this auto-generator. I've just read it quickly. It's come through so eloquent. This auto-generated thing is great. It looks really good.
I think AI commentary is probably heading to ECN sooner rather than later. They have enough data to go off, I think, by now.
So you reckon that soon enough it would be you and I get the boot for the AI?
Yeah, just AI versions of us.
Hello.
How about this? Vinny's wife got timed out for using 7 emojis.
See you later.
Was giving her the boot. I don't know if you can see that.
No, I can't.
She'll be back in about 200 seconds. But yeah, rules are rules. Wazza, he's not mucking about. Senthil Raj, he's one guy that can find the boundary. And in fact, he's going to do it very first ball. He takes his ball for something from Yadav and gets 4. They need plenty more of that. Goes OCC, trying to stay alive here in match 56.
Yeah, nice looking shot, as it's flicked behind square on the leg side. You have to admit, Swicky United, they're going full tilt at this Gozo team. Gozo, they're giving it their all.
Give us another ChatGPT comment then, Robot, while you're there.
Oh.
We can get some bat on that. Just another ball which passes by harmlessly. I want to know if we're going to see Steve Martin with the ball at some point. He was made a bit of a cameo towards the end.
Hope not.
Well, could be interesting for the game. Advances, hits it, gets away from Kadir slightly, and he gets back on it. It's only a single. So again, even with this reasonable start from Gozo CC, still behind where they need to be at this stage. Hello, Andrew Hogan, watching from Tasmania. Also, special hello to Mrs. Hogan, as usual.
Have you met Mrs. Hogan personally?
No, I haven't. I did say next time in Tasmania, I will definitely get in touch, and the 3 of us are going to go out for dinner.
Do you have to get your passport stamped to get to Tassie?
What's overseas, isn't it?
Yeah.
I guess suppose Tasmania is to Australia what Malta is to Italy, in a way. Southern Ireland.
Yeah, not regarded. Yeah.
Has its own beauty and charm, that's for sure. 2 overs down, 19 for 1. Gozo CC. And they could potentially drop to 8 points. The way things are looking, it's likely they'll stay on 6.
Tell you what, bit of hard luck if you're one of the teams that have had 4 no results.
Yeah.
And you're one of the teams that only had 2. That is a pretty big swing.
I think Southern Crusaders in 2021 also had 4 no results. King of the washout, Crusaders. But yeah, right now, we need to see some production from the tank. He's facing up to Umar, and he tries. He doesn't quite get it. His head is going back, and he is heading back.
Oh, my eyes.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, hey, there's rose-coloured glasses sometimes at this time. Focused or not, that is gone, and the tank, he tries to elevate. It was the last over of the power play, but he has to go. Seems out of form at the moment. He goes for 2. It's 19 for 2.
Yeah, very good catch, because that went miles in the air, and the tank just hasn't really had a great series with the bat.
Tank needs a service, I think. And you see there, you can understand the intent to try and go over the top. But if you get it slightly right, you're hitting in the air.
Yeah, nothing
It has risks.
Nothing wrong with their intent. It's just an execution thing for Gozo CC, but they're out there giving it their all, and that's all that matters. Oh. Good question from Michael Dow. European Cricket Network, which telescope took the very first pictures of a planet outside of our solar system? Wouldn't that be the Hubble?
That's just my guess because it's the most well-known. Maybe he'll tell us the answer. Paulson comes out at 3.
Can you name the planets in order?
Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune.
Poor old Pluto.
Dwarf planet.
Yeah, not fair.
Had its time.
Did have a good run. You know, up until 1992, something like that. I remember reading once Neptune was behind Pluto for a certain period there.
Can be,
yeah.
Orbit.
So they lied to me.
Elliptical orbit.
Yep.
Raj, always going for it, isn't he?
Never took you as an astronomy man. You want to go look at the stars with me tonight?
I'll get back to you on that.
Favourite planet?
Good question. Maybe Venus, because it spins the other way. And that's kind of the cut of my jib. You have a favourite?
No comment.
I was going to say you could be maybe Jupiter or Saturn, because from what you told us in the first innings, you're a gas giant.
Mine would be Earth.
You completely missed that, didn't you?
Yep. Straight up. Whoop.
Just don't drop any books around me. It was Galileo, potentially. Yeah, I think it's a wide.
Good call. The umpires have been good today. Definitely a wide for me.
Have you heard of the conversion error, which basically cost NASA millions and millions of dollars, where the converting from metric units to imperial units, there was a rounding error, or that someone made a mathematical calculation, cost like 60 million because this space shuttle just went off track.
Oh no.
Oh, thick edge this time, but gets over the fielder, and Ajjan Hassan is going to have to chase that all the way unsuccessfully. So goes to get another boundary. Paulson gets his first.
Yeah, nice. He gets enough wood in it, and it goes away for 4. You'll take that. You know, that's not a good error to make if you're costing your business 60 million.
Yeah, not great. And America only, they made it optional to learn the metric system in the late 70s. So, of course, what do you think all the states did? No, thank you.
Yeah.
They're still hasn't caught on there. Anyway, this time he goes inside out, Paulson. And in the end, he's going to get away with it. So, just Umar Khan, we're not thrilled about that result. But it will take us to the end of the over. So Gozo, not quite the 40 you wanted in the power play, but they're still, they'll be happy at least. They've got some sense that they've gotten off to a good start. And so it will be 27 for 2 at the end of 3 overs. Yeah, I don't mind astronomy.
Oh, it's fascinating, isn't it? I'd like us to go back to the moon, actually.
Okay.
This hasn't happened in my era.
Do you think it was a bit of an anticlimax because it turned out it was just a whole bunch of
but sure,
rock?
I wouldn't mind
They were hoping there'd be like, diamonds.
I'd like to know. I'd like to look up at the moon one day and say there's someone on there right now in my lifetime.
Well, you know that there's.
Oh, reverse Malachi.
Interesting option from Paulson.
Yeah, I like
10 points for bravery. Yeah, I mean, I think Mars is the next frontier. Get them out on Mars. Moon, been there, done that.
Yeah, but
it's amazing they did it with
poor footage and
there's more computing power in your smartphone than the computing power that got man to the moon. Isn't that crazy? Now he just pokes it away, and fielder down there takes care of it. Just a single. I think Mars is an interesting one. We'll settle Mars in this century, perhaps. Have people living there permanently or semi-permanently.
You reckon you'll be alive to see it?
Potentially. When you think about how far things have come in the last 100 years. It's just hard to know if this rate of technological change is sustainable. Like, it's just spiked so much in the last 20, 30, 50 years.
ECN Moon Series. That's
Paul will be travelling.
That's where we go. Well, we might get some of these teams that only hit 60. They might get into 300s.
Basically tries to tennis this down the ground, but goes nowhere.
Could you play cricket with different gravity?
Well, what if I told you you always are, because gravity is different everywhere on the world, just not to this level.
Stop it.
An atomic clock. We'd all experiencing time differently. Bouncer this time. To be the one for the over.
So what we call that ACS intergalactic. Start get on the rocket ship, boys. We're off.
So I want to say gravity on the moon is about 30% of what it is on Earth from memory. So it could be interesting.
Here we go.
Probably the lack of an atmosphere could be a bit of a problem for the players breathing.
The robots come through with some AI talk again.
Okay, this must be AI. Oh,
Well bowled.
it's like a fast wrong'un. It
Yep.
seemed to go the other way. Anyway, end of the over as Paulson tried a few things that over, but not too much worked out for him. It's 29 for 2 after 4. Okay, so AI comment from the robot. Meet Michael Daub, the ECN superfan who bleeds cricket. His passion for the sport knows no bounds, and he's always cheering on his favourite team. Hashtag cricket lovers unite. Hashtag ECN superfan.
Robot, if you're listening, I'd like to hear what that says about me and Vinny, the commentators. I'd like to hear what the description is.
Andrew Hogan saying 0G cricket for the win. There used to be in a computer game, it was called Don Bradman Cricket, I think. and it had a cheat that you could turn off gravity.
There was You
ever played that?
Yeah,
it was on PC.
No, I was playing Shane Warne 99. Great cricket game.
Here's Adjan Hassan. It's into the lineup.
And you could type in a cheat on one of the settings, and you could go like beach cricket. All of a sudden, you were in a beach stadium.
Ball.
You had beach ball. You'd play with the beach ball, like super hit. Everything was flying. Great times.
So that one, you also had something that made the stumps like solid and they couldn't be knocked over. So I had all these rules, right? And gravity, you just tap the ball and it would just keep flying upwards for 6, like even on a block. And then I remember this because you could score like basically 3,000 runs, and the only way you could get out was LBW.
Yeah, good.
Because it had a cheat also that made fielders drop catches all the time.
Honestly.
So you couldn't be caught, you couldn't be bowled because the ball would just bounce off the stumps and probably go for 6. Oh, those were the days.
We should bring a cricket game on tour.
ECN cricket game.
Let's talk about that. Shot. Oh, slight mix-up, and he's okay. The keeper took the stumps down, so that's just the one. They will move on. Not even an appeal from the keeper. An ECN cricket game.
ECN game.
With the players from around in the ECN. Wait, what do you have in it? Or do you just have ECC and ECL? Are you doing the ECS as well?
No, I think you should be able to. It's computing power these days.
Oh, and I would be like an unlockable character to unlock the best strike rate ever. You have to achieve something to get me to play as me.
Shortest career ever. 7 balls faced.
Oh, an ECN cricket game would be... What about an iPhone? ECN iPhone app game?
Yeah. I quite like the idea of being able to go, like you could make your own player.
Make your own player, and he goes to the ECS in Malta, and then he goes to the ECS in Portugal, and he gears up for the ECL.
I mean, imagine our viewers taking Gozo CC all the way to winning the ECL after getting hammered in their first ever appearance.
The phone might blow up.
This one driven by Paulson.
You know, we're probably, if you look at our trajectory, we are slowly getting it. We might go virtual reality. I've got an Oculus 2 at home, and you put it on with your headphones, and you clear out the living room. And in all honesty, Vinny, it is virtual reality is astounding.
I've heard of it.
It is astounding.
The metaverse.
It's not normal. When you're in it, you actually get fully immersed, and you're gone for hours.
Do you think that's the way everyone will live in 50 years?
High, in the air. Will it be caught? Yes, it will. A wicket's gone down, and Vinny, I'll let you take us through this one.
Yeah, so you can understand, just trying to move it on, aren't they? And so it's going to be Hassan that comes up with the breakthrough. That's good reward for him. He's tried everything so far in this innings. And that one just skewed up. Bilal takes an easy catch. So Gozo just falling off the pace. At the end of 5 overs, it's 33 for 3.
And here it comes. Oh, well, we'll talk about this with Rugby CC versus Pirate CC.
Latin versus Keynes tonight. So, speaking of heavyweight fights, good to see they'll be back on the park. Probably windy there, because it normally is windy. I'll be in Gibraltar.
Don't drop your ball.
From tomorrow tomorrow week, I should say, not tomorrow, but next Sunday night I'll be travelling.
Hold on. Oh, the cows have come home. That is an unbelievable helmet.
What a helmet. What do you think?
Makes me feel like
is there a market for custom helmets? Imagine if that's how you could express yourself, rather than the whole team having the same helmet.
100%.
Yeah.
Custom helmets.
Like Valentino Rossi and all that, you know.
Yeah.
Here's Bilal. He keeps the ball.
Yeah, so anyway, when you go into, if you ever come to Rotterdam again and you come to my place, I'll set you up. There's a few games where 10 minutes in, you actually forget you're in the living room. You are just gone. And I think the earmuffs, especially like these sort of things, you're fully gone.
Yeah. So you just experience reality differently. Do you think one day you'll be able to download your brain onto a computer and, you know, you won't need a body anymore, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Probably wide, yeah. Grabs a bit of the line. Bilal won't be thrilled about it.
The Bulldog got man of the match in the SAT 20 final. I had Christmas with Ruler last year. I gave him my Christmas blazer. I had a really cool Christmas blazer. He's a hell of a human.
Okay.
South Africa got rid of him a little bit too early.
Good to see your blazer going to good use.
Yeah, it was my one good blazer as well.
Indica Pereira plays some nice shots in his innings in the earlier game.
Here comes some technique, Vinny. He's got a very nice technique.
We mentioned that Indica is the link between boxing and cricket because he's a very, very good doctor, Indica Pereira.
Is he an animal doctor?
He'd be kept in, well, humans are animals. But, yeah, so that's why we've got Demis Tonner and we've got Steve Martin playing in this game. One on each team. But, yeah, Indica, we're hoping to show how it's done right here.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a grind these last 20 balls, but stick with us. We're happy to interact with any questions or queries you got.
These AI quotes are quite amazing.
The one on Luke Belgium seemed a bit off track, though, don't you think? As that's tickled away down the leg side for 4.
Yeah, Paulson gets inventive and finally something works for him. He just needs to make any contact here. He notices there's no fine leg. I think Sweetie pretty happy for him to try this shot. But he does make some contact, so 4 to the total for goes OCC. They try and bring some respectability to the scoreline.
Yeah, nice shot. Respectability, you're right. That's all you think they'll be able to manage it. At this stage, fallen behind the rate. So, 2 balls left in this over. Oh, he goes the little scoop shot. He's on his knees. He's got to throw it.
They've gone to the wrong end here.
Oh, Indica's run a 2. He's almost run a whole 2.
Yeah, well, he just forgets how to get up here, doesn't he? It's like a boxer. The ref's yelling him to get up. And yeah, just have a look. Off the back of the bat, and then falls down. And then just basically turns his back on Indica, saying, well, I think I can crawl to my end first.
Yeah, that was the old scoop shot gone wrong. Off the back of the bat. You ever see those bats on the back that have a straight bat face? So you can do that. So that's inside out, through extra cover. And 4 runs. Paulson enjoying himself in this one.
Yeah, he sure is. I like that he tries things. I mean, it can't be easy. He's pretty brave. And so it does take us to the end of the over. 44-3 after 6. And yeah, Andrew, like the reverse sweep there from Paulson. Reverse French cut. But yeah, plenty of cricket coming up.
What, you nestle in and you'll watch the Gibraltar games tonight?
For sure.
What are your plans?
Yeah, I've got a few things to do. Super Bowl tonight as well.
What time's Super Bowl?
Worst possible. It's 12:30 a.m. to 4:30 a.m.
If you can get it on the TV at the hotel, I will be up with you.
I'll sleep. I'll probably have to watch highlights in the morning. But yeah, should be a good game. Philadelphia Eagles versus Kansas City Royals. Normally, at home in Australia, my Australian football team are the Eagles. So I guess if I had to choose the Eagles, but yeah, I think Mahomes is got to be a fan of that guy. Oh, this would have been gone. Cows don't move that fast, and he would have been gone.
Oh, no, they don't. You ever gone cow tipping?
I think it's a myth. I don't think they fall.
They do when they sleep. Yeah, it's a scary but fun experience.
Not all animals lie down to sleep. Look it up. Hassan gets another over. And this will be 4. Just pitches inside. Imran can't skate around the boundary. I think, what's this? This is over number 6, right?
Yep.
No, it's over number 7 now. So I think we're going to see at some point Steve Martin with the ball.
I think that's
Do you think we will?
yeah, it's worth giving him a go. Might be nice to
10th
also
over.
see Demis Tonner up the order and maybe get a bat if a wicket falls.
Daddling side. It's been called a wide. Oh, and the robot, another AI one. Introducing the reverse French cut. The new move in town. Shaking up the cricket world and leaving bowlers scratching their heads. Who says cricket can't be funky? Hashtag reverse French cut. How does this thing even work?
I don't get it.
I think the robot's
Is this just the robot?
it's crazy enough to be the robot.
Robot, give us one about, I don't know, commentary.
Yeah, just give us the Corey Ruckers. That's what we want.
No.
That's what we want to hear.
That is the most ridiculous appeal we'll ever see, as it's well underarmed in. That is,
Well, it wasn't missing leg.
well, I don't know what he was appealing for.
Look, from here, looks pretty close.
From here, that's out.
Oh, Andrew says he tipped a cow once, guys.
Andrew.
I hate to be at that restaurant.
Oh, they're having a good old net, these two, aren't they? And that's another chance, and he gets him this time. Little bit of Ricky Ponting. It got pushed straight to the fielder. Yes, no, maybe. And a Freedy. No, not a Freedy, sorry. It was...
Well, that was Kazim Muhammad.
With the run out.
No, it might have been Muhammad Ajmal. I didn't actually see because I was too busy looking at the batters. And, well, we said that cows sleep standing up. I think that Pereira just put up the big don't argue for Paulson, who, in the end, gets brought down by a bit of friendly fire. So, yeah, disappointment for Paulson, who actually was batting okay. He was 22 off 17, had hit 4 boundaries. But, yeah, pretty good throw. Nails him down. And the score is 51 to 5.
This AI thing, read it out. This is hilarious.
I'm reading this for the first time live. Yeah, it was Ajmal that threw that down the left armour. That's normally Kazim's territory. They've been really good at hitting the stump, sweetie.
Oh, the little late cut.
Well, Pereira, he did stay, and he's going to cash in with the boundary here. It's a little deflection. Semi-deliberate maybe away from Hari Krishnan. And so, yeah, 4 to the total. Okay, this is another chat GPT or whatever it's called thing. The world's craziest cricket commentators. They bring the energy, the humour, and the unexpected to every game, whether it's a classic one-liner or a hilarious dance move.
I don't remember
They
doing
keep
it.
the crowd entertained. Hashtag cricket commentary gone wild. Hashtag never a dull moment.
I don't remember a dance move.
Fake news, and my dancing is poor, to say the least.
Very scientific feel about this this game. Nice looking shot from Indica Pereira.
And this time he runs because last ball the over. Paulson saying, why didn't you do that before? It's the end of 7 overs. 56 for 4. Wazim Abbas is out there. Hey, guess what? More cricket coming up tomorrow. And before that, tonight, we've got the Gibraltar series coming up. And you can see there.
There's a name missing.
Well, sometimes you lose a man overboard. And the rugby CC in 9 and 11. Pirates 10-10 with 2 washouts.
What I like about Rugby CC, they've listed 3 wicket keepers, so they're not going to miss much behind. And
look at Latin, 1,368, Dream 11 points. And Kenroy Nesta, he's almost going to crack the 1,000 tonight. So,
Bjorn Smith, 25.
Yeah, and who else can we look out for there? You got Ropes in the lineup for the Pirates as well. There's him. So that's coming up in around about 40 minutes. This could be a no ball, you know, it's going to go for 4. And yeah, Bilal just gets it wrong. You have a look at this on the replay. It is probably, Indus not the tallest. That'll be called.
That's marginal.
That'll be called.
Marginal.
I'm positive that'll be called no ball.
I'm not so sure.
Knowing Tyrone Peters doesn't take any nonsense.
No, I'm not too sure that one will be. Tough to tell.
I think it will be. I'm pretty confident.
Was it called?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
Well, if it wasn't, he's got, yeah, it is no ball, +4. Free hit. And can't get under it, so just a single.
Just this game meandering to a close. But it's been good to be back, Vinny. We have to say, 3 days off was unprecedented. We didn't like it, did we? We started to get a bit twitchy at the hotel. We needed this day to bring back some normality.
It's good to get out.
I'm ready for a day off now. I need a break. High, in the air. Oh, shelled it. Unfortunately, that's Steve Martin. Great effort from the man. Your favourite cricketer, Vinny.
Yeah, gotta love Steve Martin. And yeah, he comes around. I mean, remember, he's light welterweight, so there's not too much of him, I'd say. I think the strength to weight ratio is pretty strong for Steve.
Light welterweight, eh?
You hate to break a hand playing cricket when you're a professional boxer. And there's a nick on this, and Pereira's going to have to go. It worked out okay for Sweet United in the end. And they lose Indica at 63 for 5. Well handled behind the stumps there by Hari Krishnan.
Yep, well handled indeed. He gets a bit big on him, this delivery. A feather edge. Simple catch, and this day coming to a close.
Yeah, little nick. Umpire heard it. Indica has to trudge off. Yeah, so how about this one? Meet Corey and Vinny, cricket's oddest couple. Their love for the sport is true and unbreakable, even if they have completely different styles on and off the field. We do have different styles off the field. I'm completely responsible.
Actually, off the field, I would say most tours, I'm the calm one, which is quite funny.
Disagree.
I have like my one episode every tour. That's about it.
Wow, there's some weird stuff going on. When artificial intelligence takes over, watch out. Ouch.
Might need an artificial keeper to take over as that's hit him right on the...
It's a thumb buster, I reckon.
Yeah.
Harry Christian did take a bit of thumbs up in the cricket world. The Steve Smith we're talking about. Harry Christian has gone thumbs up there. Ouch. Yeah, I don't know if we're quite ready for AI commentary after reading some of these.
It would be very positive. There would be no negative chat if you had AI take over.
This is going to be a dot ball. And so, yeah, Abbas out there now. He'll be tested this time next week, playing for Malta in the European Cricket International format against Spain and Austria. Just be a wide. Bowl that one again. Mrs. Hogan says Andrew should go to bed. Why don't we put Mrs. Hogan on the chat, Andrew? You'll get another few minutes out of her. Ask her, I want to speak to her. Tell Mrs. Hogan she can ask me anything she wants.
Well, he goes for a big shot there and gets it away for a slow one.
So he's in Tasmania, so it'll be 2:51 in the morning there.
Oh, you've got to read the chat right now.
Wow. What the... Another wide. I know you're a huge fan of wides.
Oh, this is getting to me, Vin. These wides, especially when the game is, well, not out of reach. So this is where you couldn't call the mercy rule just yet, but in 7 runs time you could. Ow.
Well, get ready for a broken foot. It's the end of 8 overs. It is 68 for 5.
Well said, Vin. That hurts.
Actually, it was more under the pad. Looks like it was on the foot from front on. Yeah, so Mrs. Hogan, I'm waiting to hear from you. Ask me whatever you like. So what is this? This is Sunday night in Tasmania. Looking at this, you can see they've had some okay overs, but in fact, not even one over has been at the required rate at the start of the innings, which was 13.8. Bastitzi's good though. Just want to talk food chat. Yadav is back and over earlier than usual. This one gets past Steve Martin. It's going to go for 4. And, well, disappointing for Vibor, who won't be too happy with this because it was edged away into that short third-man region. He does a few things right. Good position, but...
Oh, no.
Just down and to his right. Couldn't quite make the stop.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's 4.
If you're ever boxing against Steve Martin, maybe a little kick in the shins could be the way to go. Couldn't quite defend low and to his right. You ever thought about boxing? I think a lot of people would be keen to take you on.
I've been a punching bag. I've been in the punching bag a few times.
I believe it.
Record 0-7. Oh, no. 4 more runs to V-Ball. This makes me happy. Look at his face. He's distraught. Well, that's what happens when you just go around playing cricket everywhere. You deserve
Watch
it.
those bowling figures go down the drain. He's saying, give me a break here. Oh, well, he's having fun out there.
This is where you should maybe give someone else, Stevie Martin, a bowl.
Over 10. We'll see V-Ball almost always bowls the 10th. So the fact he's bowling the 9th tells me something.
You think so?
This game could go down to the wire. So you're going to be showing why you don't have the mercy rule. Still. So Steve will be on the winning team. Okay, let me make an early call here. I reckon they're going to bowl Steve, and I reckon Gozo CC going to retire someone out and send out Demis Tonner.
That'd be a good matchup. I think everyone would be in.
Yeah, that'd be a great way to finish the day.
Don't get your bets on over 140 or anything like that, because it's going to be a nice, steady way to finish.
It's going to be unpredictable.
Been a good day of cricket again, though.
Yeah. And the next time I get to commentate with you will actually be Friday, Corey. Which is just the day before the ECI comes up, so we can talk a bit more about that. It's good bat speed from Wazir.
Yeah, actually, I won't. This is it for us, right?
I'll see you on Friday.
Yeah, but I've only got doing a couple on Friday, not a full day. It's our last full day together till ECL.
It's coming up pretty quickly, though. 15 days away. End of the over, 78 for 5. Okay, let's see who gets this last over. Yep, I think it is. Coming up tomorrow, more ECS action from Malta. Warriors versus Crusaders in the morning. Master versus Lions in the afternoon. Starting 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. Let's have a look at who we're going to get to bowl the last over.
Oh,
And, well...
here we go. It's
Oh,
not.
no, it's not.
It's
I think
him
they
round the
dragged him. I want to know what happened in the last 10 seconds. Well, we were looking at the graphic.
There's probably not enough runs to play with.
I think that he went and gave him a practice, and then he's gone. Bin it.
Now, well, Imran Amir deserves an over. Why not? Last 5 balls of the
Imran's
day.
a genuine slow bowling option. I haven't really had to call him too much. As you can see, can spin it. This is reasonably hit down the ground. Anil will do the fielding. Oh, Andrew, say goodnight to Mrs. Hogan for me. She's already gone to bed. She can say, Andrew, get off that YouTube.
I think he's got FanCode in India as that's pulled away and spilled. That'll go away, and I'm pretty sure it goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this bounces inside the field of play or not.
Oh, I thought it was just 6 for me, but one of those ones.
Yeah, so it goes on. You can see the kind of difference about where these two teams are at. Gozo have beaten Sweet United before. In fact, their first ever win in ECN Cricket was over Sweetie on their second day that they were participating.
Tell you one thing, if you're gonna make calls on the 15 degrees against my guys, I'd like you to properly watch.
It's not my area. And now I think we're going to get a retired out situation
he's been
here.
retired out.
And I tell you what, if you
Can you retire a bowler?
Well, only technically if it was due to injury.
He could just pretend he's injured.
Yeah. Here we go.
Oh,
Here's Demis Tonner.
DT.
That's nice, unselfish stuff as well.
Good luck.
To retire out. All right, here we go. And he has have a bit more cricket experience, actually, Demis.
If he hits it, it's going to stay here.
Imran is sniffing a cheap wicket here as well, you know, for the stats. And, see, well, we know that Steve Martin got a run. Oh, good-looking shot.
And no, he doesn't run.
Oh.
You want to take your one not out there.
Well, he's gambled that he can do better than one. Last ball of the day coming up. Well, hopefully he hasn't used up his good one. Oh. Now, he won't get a run. So it'll be a stylish looking 0 not out. But it's going to finish the day, and it's going to be 137 to 85. Is Sweet United, that Sweet Gozo Cricket Club. Good to get back on the field.
Yeah, great.
Corey, and just a reminder that we're not too far away from a start, just 30 minutes away from a start in Gibraltar tonight. So, look, a nice game in the end. Sweet United, too
sportsmanship.
good. They remain undefeated. That's the big story at the end of day 14.
Lovely sportsmanship, good morals from both teams to give people a go. And in the end, a nice day of cricket as we take a quick look at the highlights, which Vinny Sandu will take us through.
Yeah, and a pretty good Yorker. See that Yadav right on song. And had that kind of training run feel with this kind of a score on the board. That one just blasted through Gautam Datta. And they were hoping that they'd be able to get a bit more out of the opener there. As far as Sweet United were concerned, I mean, you can only play who's in front of you. You can see that this one was not out. He had to scramble through. Adyan Hassan, though, was pretty happy to get into the action. He came up with a wicket, didn't take too long. Bilal with a catch. Then we saw the reverse French cut, followed by the sit down. And Pereira takes it pretty well. He doesn't stop to argue. He just turns on his heels. He runs 90% there, 90% back. And Hassan won't be too long before he'd be in the action again. And now Pereira says, well, if you're going to send me back, I'm going to send you back. And Paulson, he was run out, direct hit. Nice bit of work from Muhammad Ajmal, the left armour. And Pereira, he was flirting with danger, wasn't he? As that one deflected around the keeper. And this one he did get a little edge on. And well held behind the stumps. And look, what do we take out of today? The Sweet United, I still think they're looking like one of the teams to beat. Still got Southern Crusaders undefeated. You got Gozo Zalmi, who are very capable as well with some of the players they've got. And looking at this scorecard, Paulson with 22 before he was run out. He was probably the most impressive of the batters. Pereira, he had an okay day with about 12 off 9 to go up with his 20-odd earlier on. But I suppose in the end, this was never really looking like Gozo CC could pull that chase of 138 off. They go down by 52 runs. Look at the bowlers, plenty of good performances as you'd expect. Marco Afridi just the one over, only conceding 2. They share the wickets around. I think that, yeah, ultimately, Sweet United, they have their eyes on the prize at the moment, securing a top 2 spot and an easy path into the semi-finals. Corey, once again, great to have your company with us on a pretty exciting day for us because it's the day that we get back on the field.
Yeah, it's good to be back after 3 very rainy days, 4 fun matches, good time interacting with the viewers. As always, the sun's shining, and now we're back into the swing of things. I think we're going to have clear skies for the rest, maybe a little bit of drizzle tomorrow, but we're going to play a lot more cricket now.
Yeah, Corey, great job from you. I know you've got tomorrow off, but you'll be back on Tuesday where you and Rico will take through the meaty bit of the week. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to listening to you guys while I'm hard at work in the office. I want to say a big thank you to all of viewers, no matter where you've been watching from around the world. Thanks for sticking with us. We'll be in Gibraltar in only 30 minutes to the first ball there. Rugby CC against the Pirates and, well, Battle of Ian Latin and Canis. A lot of people are talking about that. No, Joe Wigasani is standing by. Don't forget to go to our social media at European Cricket and check out the latest. There's all sorts of highlights on there, the good, the bad, and the rest. Also, our website, europeancricket.com. That's a great place to go. The ECL fixtures are up now, as well as the upcoming internationals. We're going to call it a day from here. I'll see you in Gibraltar before too long. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers, Rico Full. He'll be back on deck tomorrow morning with me as we head into an exciting new week of action here on ECN. Here's some highlights from the day, and we'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.